Alec Nove. An Economic History of the USSR 1917 to 1991. Preface to the first edition. For 70 years now the Soviet regime has been established in Russia. While its leaders have been dealing with perplexing problems of many kinds, observers in the West have been writing books and articles. If these were laid end to end, they would certainly stretch rather far. Why, then, should the author, who is not even a historian anyway, have the temerity to add to their number? A moratorium on books about Russia, some critics might say. Another book on this subject requires some justification. The justification is this: there is no convenient and compact economic history of 20th century Russia. There has, of course, been some scholarly work in this field. E. H. Carr's monumental history has much to say about the economy. However, the Pelican edition of his volume on the economic events of just the period 1917 to 23 is over 400 pages long. This is not a criticism, there are no wasted pages. There is scope for a shorter survey of the whole epoch. For the early years of Soviet power the work of Nove is most valuable, and the late Alexander Baikov covered the period up to the war. Particulars of these and other books will be found in the bibliography. The author has benefited from reading and rereading them and also the quite numerous Soviet works, contemporary and recent, to which references will be found in the notes. Anyhow, readers may find that there are some advantages in relative brevity. Perhaps it will be possible to sketch in some general patterns which of necessity escape notice in a more microscopic survey. One issue is bound to loom large: the relative importance of politics. This is, of course, an economic history. Yet Lenin once wrote, "Politics cannot but have dominance over economics." To argue otherwise is to forget the ABC of Marxism. This may surprise those who believe that the dominance of economics is the ABC of Marxism, but it does illustrate the proposition that Soviet politics dominated, and altered, economic relations. Out of the horse's mouth, too. It is undeniable that politics have, in an important sense, been dominant. Nonetheless, this must not be taken too literally or understood too superficially. It does not mean that politicians could do what they liked with the economy. It does not mean that economic issues were unreal. Politicians responded to economic problems, struggled with varying success with economic perplexities. Being for most of the period in command of the major part of economic life, the politicians were, for most of their waking hours, the board of directors of the great firm USSR Ltd. In other words, their actions as politicians were interpenetrated by their function as supermanagers. Thus, Lenin notwithstanding, it is hardly possible to draw a clear line between politics and economics. In this book we will concentrate on economic policies, decisions, events, organizations, and conditions without for a moment wishing to suggest that other emphases are not perfectly legitimate too. In a general history the balance would naturally be different, even if this author were writing it. Perhaps this is most obvious in the relatively brief chapter on the War of 1941-5. This great drama deserves the closest attention from many points of view, but the purely military side is so overwhelmingly important that it seemed right, in an economic history, to give these years a somewhat cursory treatment. All dates are given in the present calendar, i.e. the revolution happened on November 7, not October 25, 1917. Quotations from Russian works are translated by the author, except where the quotation is from an edition in English. The manuscript was read and critically reviewed by Dr. Sergei Yutechin and Mr. Jacob Miller, and I owe a great deal to their generosity in picking holes in insufficiently closely knit arguments and drawing attention to numerous errors and omissions. Profs. SORRW Davies was kind enough to show me a draft of work in progress which I drew upon in writing Chapter 4, and Dr. Moshe Lewin generously allowed me to borrow from his storehouse of information on the Soviet peasantry. Some chapters are based on seminar papers delivered in various British and American universities, and have benefited from critical comments from the participants. Roger Clark was most helpful in looking up facts and checking tables. Naturally, I take full responsibility for all mistakes of fact and interpretation. Finally, grateful acknowledgement must be made to Mrs. M. Cheney and Miss E. Hunter for not complaining, very often, at the succession of semi-legible drafts which descended upon them, and turning these into a manuscript which could be sent to the printers. Note: in 1961 the internal value of the ruble was multiplied by 10, e.g. 100 old rubles became 10 new rubles. All value figures prior to that date, unless otherwise mentioned, are in the old rubles, in which they were originally published. This seems, on balance, preferable to moving all the pre-1961 figures for incomes, expenditures, and output value up a decimal point, but the readers must always bear in mind that the rubles have altered. Thus in 1946 the average wage was 475 old rubles per month. In 1987 it approached 200 new rubles, which would be 2,000 old ones. Needless to say, substantial changes in relative prices must also be allowed for. The word milliard has been used throughout as the equivalent of the American billion. This edition is being prepared in the aftermath of the failed coup of August 1991, which speeded up the process of disintegration of the Soviet Union. As these lines are written, Leningrad is turning into St. Petersburg, many republics are declaring their independence, there is now no union, and the words Soviet and Socialist are being eliminated too. So the author is in the unusual position of being able to write a history with a concluding chapter that is in every sense a concluding one. Some would say it should be called The Decline and Fall of the Russian Empire. Of course Russia will still exist, and may once again dominate its smaller neighbors. But it will not be Soviet. Fortunately, it is not the task of any historian to forecast the future. The story will end in 1991. There is a new final chapter on Gorbachev's attempt to reform the old system and on the failure of that attempt, and also on the political economy of disintegration. The Gorbachev years also saw the remarkable development of glasnost, and this included the opening to Russian and foreign scholars of archives, access to information previously concealed. I have therefore incorporated newly available information in the relevant chapters. For example, we now know a great deal more about the human losses due to collectivization, terror, and war. I must thank Elizabeth Hunter for vital help in assembling the material for this new edition. November 1991. 1. Industrial growth. In the last years before it was engulfed by war and revolution, the Russian Empire had reached a level of development which, though leaving it well behind the major industrialized Western powers, was none the less appreciable. It would be quite misleading to assume that the communists took over a wholly undeveloped and illiterate country with a stagnant economy. So our first task must be to take a brief look at the progress of the empire, and at least by implication to consider whether she was well on the road to a modern economy when the process was interrupted in 1914. Russia in 1854 faced the Western powers with an obsolete social organization and obsolete weapons. Society was still dominated by an inflexible caste system, and most of the peasants were serfs owned by the landed proprietors, the state, or the crown. Industry had languished since 1800. At this date Russian output of metal had been equal to Britain's, by 1854 she had fallen very far behind. The only railway of importance that had been completed ran from St. Petersburg to Moscow, with a line to Warsaw under construction. The Russian army in the Crimea had to be supplied by horse and cart on dirt tracks. This army consisted of serfs serving virtually for life, and was poorly armed and equipped. The fleet had no steamboats and could only be sunk to block the entrance to Sevastopol. The military failure in the Crimea was a great shock to Tsar and society alike. The empire as a military power had failed to keep pace with the changing world, it had to be modernized. No doubt all this helped to precipitate the abolition of serfdom. At first the government remained strongly influenced by conservative and traditional views, as may be seen from the limitations on the mobility and enterprise of peasants which formed part of the emancipation provisions of 1861. It was only gradually that the conscious pursuit of industrialization became a major motivation of policy. However, the need for railway building was clearly understood after the terrible lessons of the Crimea, and the building of them vitally influenced the development of the Russian economy in the second half of the 19th century. No one doubts that in the 53 years which separated the abolition of serfdom from the outbreak of the First World War there had been rapid economic growth and major social change, and it is certainly of interest to compare Russia's growth at this period with that of other countries and with the subsequent achievements of the communists. This is an extremely difficult task, especially as the statistics are often confusing and defective. In pre-revolutionary times systematic figures tend to be available only for large and medium-scale industry, whereas handicrafts and small workshops were still extremely important. It is a task beyond the scope of the present study to attempt any recalculation of statistics and growth rates under the empire. So far as industry is concerned, Goldsmith's admirably thorough reconstructions, which also cite and develop indices calculated by the eminent Russian economist Kondratiev, give a number of different index series, depending on the weights used. For simplicity I will cite here his value-added imputed weights with 1900 prices. One for the period 1888 to 1913. This index gives one a growth rate of just about S% per annum. This was fairly high, higher on a per capita basis than in either the United States or Germany. However, the much slower rate of increase in agriculture, and the high share of agriculture in Russia's employment and national income, made the overall performance appear much more modest. Rough national income estimates, made by Goldsmith, show Russian growth rates well below those of the United States and Japan, a little below that of Germany, though above Britain and France. With Russia's very rapid increase in population, the per capita figures were less favorable still. Goldsmith considers that Russia's real income per head was relatively higher in I-860, in comparison with the United States and Japan, than in 1913, in other words their growth was more rapid than Russia's. Growth, though very rapid in certain years, was exceedingly uneven. For example, in the decade 1891 to 1900 industrial production more than doubled, and, in particular, there was a very marked advance in heavy industry. This was the consequence of the protective tariffs introduced in 1891, and of the deliberate policy followed in subsequent years by Count Witt, who became Minister of Finance. The output of pig iron in Russia trebled during the decade, while production in Germany increased in these same years by only 1.6. Output of oil during this decade kept pace with that of the United States, and in fact in 1900 Russia's oil production was the highest in the world, being slightly ahead of America's. The same decade saw a great railway boom, with the total track mileage increasing by 73.5%. However, an economic crisis led to a slowdown of growth in the years 1900-1905 and again in the period 1907-9. This particularly affected manufacture of iron and steel, and it was not until 1910 that the output of pig iron surpassed the 1900 level. From then until the outbreak of war there was another sharp upswing in industrial production. A Soviet textbook, which is not likely to overstate the achievements of Tsarism, has put forward the following estimates. During the period 1860 to 1910 the world's industrial production increased by 6, Great Britain's by 2.5, Germany's by 6 and Russia's by 10.5. 2. The argument was advanced by Soviet historians that the economic growth of the empire was nonetheless much too slow, and that Russia remained very far behind the more advanced countries. In percentage terms Russia's growth compared favorably with her rivals, but it was still inadequate in relation to her rich natural resources and to the great gap which separated her from Western Europe and the United States. The following figures given by a present-day Soviet source, and relating to the post-war boundaries of the USSR, compare Russia's production figures with those of the USA and the United Kingdom. 1913 Russia USA UK electricity, milliard kWh, 2.025.8427 coal, million tons, 29.2517 to 8292.0 oil, million tons, 103.34 to 0 pig iron, million tons, 4.23 is 10.4 steel, million tons, 4 to 33 I 87 to 8 cotton textiles, milliard meters, 1 to 95 to 77 to 4. Source, Promyshlenost SSSR, 1964, pages 112-16. It is interesting to note that the oil industry failed to maintain its rate of progress and in fact fell back in the first decade of the century. An original and skillful attempt to measure the relative progress of the powers was made by P. Baruch. 3. The result strongly supports the view that Russia, despite her very considerable growth, was not making much headway in catching up with the more advanced countries. Baruch's calculations are based on a combination of the following: consumption of raw cotton and coal, production of pig iron, the railway network, and power generation. For Russia he uses mainly data taken from Goldsmith's study. All figures are expressed per capita. Given the statistical inadequacies of the 19th century, this method has much to commend it, though the author would be the last to claim its accuracy. Russia's industrial performance is shown in the table on page 7. This table shows that, far from overtaking even Spain, Russia in these 50 years fell behind Italy. The author comments, de la fin du 19e siècle, c'est la Russie qui s'est place au dernier rang de pays européens études ICI. Similar conclusions follow for the calculations of S.N. Prokopovich. 4. The Russian engineer-economist, Professor Grinovetsky, came to the same conclusion. Quoting Russia's backwardness in metal goods industries, he wrote, "These comparisons eloquently speak of the fact that Russia in her pre-war economic growth was not merely not catching up the younger countries with powerful capitalist development, but was in fact falling behind. This conclusion would be very sad for our social-political vanity, but it must be considered as an indubitable fact." 5. As might be expected, given the many statistical gaps, there exists some alternative estimates which show a somewhat better performance for the Tsarist economy in the period up to 1913. Those interested may be referred to the works of Paul R. Gregory and M. E. Falkuz. 6. Even these higher estimates do not show the Russian Empire catching up such countries as Germany, at least not on a per capita basis. Nonetheless, one must note that they do modify the gloomy picture presented by Prokopovich and Goldsmith. Russia was thus the least developed European power, but a European power nonetheless. She was capable of overwhelming militarily and competing economically with a partly developed European state such as Austria-Hungary. But her development was exceedingly uneven both industrially and geographically. Her modern industry was very modern indeed, with a marked tendency to large and well-equipped factories using the most up-to-date Western models. These were principally in the areas of St. Petersburg and Moscow, in Russian Poland and in the Ukraine. The main metallurgical center was now in the south, using Donets Basin coal. The older Urals metallurgical center was declining. Most of the rest of the country had very little industry other than handicrafts. Apart from the oil of Baku, the southern and eastern territories were particularly primitive. A disproportionate share of some industries was concentrated in areas lost to Russia after the First World War and the Civil War, the Baltic states, and territories which became part of Poland and Romania. The following table illustrates this. IQI2. Total value of production. In retained territory, in lost territory, millions of rubles. All industry 6,059 1,384. Wool 344 297. Leather 7644. Paper 6133. Jute and sacks 2814. Woodworking 163 S3. Chemicals 223 64. Cotton fabrics I 389 364. Metal goods 1137 258. The relative importance of small-scale, workshop and artisan, industry at this period may be illustrated by the following figures. In 1915 it employed about 67% of those engaged in industry of 5.2 million persons. It produced 33% of industrial output, 7 i.e. the output per head was only a quarter of that of workers engaged in large-scale industry. This shows the contrast between the modern and the old, between great industrial plant and tiny cottage industry or workshop, which, of course, was and is to be found in other developing countries. A similar unevenness characterized the growth of different sections of industry. Thus, while there was impressive growth in the metallurgical, textile, fuel and food processing industries, engineering lagged far behind. Most industrial equipment continued to come from abroad. This weakness was to be a principal. Relative industrial progress of world powers 1860 to 1910. 8. Cause of the catastrophic shortage of armaments when war broke out, not least because of the dominance of Germany as a supplier of equipment. Capital, domestic and foreign. The progress of Russian industrialization suffered from relative shortage of capital, as well as from a poorly developed banking system and a generally low standard of commercial morality. The traditional Muscovite merchants, rich and uneducated, were far from being the prototypes of a modern commercial capitalism. The situation changed towards the end of the 19th century, and particularly during the rapid industrialization which characterized the 90s. There was a marked growth of both Russian and foreign capital, and an equal improvement in the banking system. Russian entrepreneurs of a modern type began more and more to emerge. Under cover of the protective tariff of 1891, and with the establishment of a stabilized ruble based on the gold standard, foreign capital received every encouragement. This was particularly the work of Count Witt, who exercised a dominant influence over Russian financial and commercial policy at this time. His public statements and papers make it abundantly clear that he was pursuing deliberately a policy of industrialization, and that the dominant motive was the traditional one that a relatively backward Russia must catch up with the more developed powers, particularly in her potential to produce the means of national power, above all armaments. While anxious to obtain foreign financial help in the form of loans and investments, Witt was frankly surprised that such help should be forthcoming. When an economic conflict broke out with Germany, and Bismarck placed a ban on German credits to the Russian Empire, Witt sent the following memorandum to the Tsar. True enough, what sense is there for foreign states to give us capital? Why create with their own hands an even more terrible rival? For me it is evident that, in giving us capital, foreign countries commit a 9. Political error, and my only desire is that their blindness should continue for as long as possible. 8. A number of Russian authors have made calculations concerning the role of foreign capital in Russia's development. According to figures cited by Lyashchenko, in 1900 about 28% of the capital of private companies was foreign-owned, in 1913 about 33%. During these years foreign capital invested in Russia increased by 85% while Russian capital increased by 60%. While the growth of foreign investments thus somewhat exceeded that of native investments, the latter were nonetheless rising by a very substantial percentage at this time. Foreign capital was invested in varying degrees in the different industries. It was above all in the oil industry that the foreigners were dominant. However, according to Lyashchenko, they also provided about 42% of the capital in the metal goods industries, 28% in textiles, 50% in chemicals, 37% in woodworking. Russian banks formed close links with foreign banks, and were effective in the cartelization of Russian industry, through the creation of so-called syndicates, which followed the depression of 1900 to 1903. The investment of foreign capital in railway building and industry, and also successive loans, especially from France, to the Russian government, created a major problem for the Ministry of Finance to ensure a large enough surplus in visible trade to enable the necessary repayments, profit remittances, and interest charges to be met. One consequence was the constant concern of the government to increase the export surplus of agricultural produce, This led to an effort to restrict consumption by the peasants and to increase sales by levying taxes on the peasants. Yet Russian industry, particularly in consumer goods, depended to a considerable extent on the purchasing power of the peasants for its market. This dilemma is by no means peculiar to Russia, and raises an issue of great interest in the economics of development. Russian economists brought up on the principles of the Manchester School used to assert, in their discussions after the abolition of serfdom in 1861, that the poverty of the peasants and the lack of a sufficient peasant market held back the development of Russian industry, since it made industrial investment unprofitable. Yet Witt's policy of deliberately encouraging and sponsoring industrialization involved a reduction in peasant purchasing power as part of the means of compelling them to sell foodstuffs which they would rather themselves consume, in order to meet the material and financial requirements of industrialization. In the words of Gerschenkron, the problem of peasant demand lost its previous significance, and its relation to industrialization was thoroughly reversed. To reduce peasant consumption meant increasing the share of national output available for investment. It meant increased exports. There is more than a purely superficial similarity between the policy then pursued and that adopted by Stalin over 30 years later. The government experienced great difficulty in raising sufficient revenue, particularly in years of war or of international tension. Despite its inadequate equipment, the Russian army was a particularly heavy drain on financial resources. It is therefore understandable that it was Witt who persuaded Tsar Nicholas II to call the first disarmament conference ever held, at The Hague in 1899. Statistically speaking, industrial development was now proceeding at a satisfactory rate. However, the Russian Empire at the beginning of the 20th century was beset by many dangers and was in a state of social and political disequilibrium. This arose in part out of the very fact of a rapid transformation of a formerly semi-feudal and agrarian society. Much of this instability arose from peasant attitudes, which we must now briefly examine. And abolition of serfdom in and after 1861 opened a new era in Russian social relations. Yet the settlement of that year caused a deep dissatisfaction. Rural unrest was still serious and contributed greatly to the revolutionary waves of the 20th century. There were several reasons for this. Firstly, under the settlement of 1861, the land was divided. 11. Between the landlords and the peasants. This offended the peasants' age-long sense of fairness. Serfdom had been imposed largely for state reasons, to provide an economic basis for the service gentry to enable them to serve the Tsar in civil and military capacities. They were in effect paid by the Tsar with land, and peasants had an obligation to maintain the gentry in the service of the Tsar. When in 1762 this duty of service was finally abandoned, this removed the only possible justification for the peasants' attachment to the land, as the peasants understood it. Let me illustrate the original raison d'etre of serfdom with a historical example. In 1571 a Tartar invasion from the Crimea caused many thousands of peasants and their families to be led away into slavery. To prevent a recurrence of these events a standing army was necessary, and a strong monarchy. Many peasants understood this. They were in a position to evade their obligations by moving eastwards and southwards across an open frontier, and in fact did so on a large scale during the wars of Ivan the Terrible, which reduced revenue, numbers of recruits and the value of land grants to the gentry. The peasants' attachment to the soil thus had a rational purpose. However, by the late 18th century the gentry had the right to become merely parasitic landlords, though in fact many of them did continue to serve the state in various capacities, while the majority of the peasants were reduced to a state of slavery. The belief survived among them that they were the lords but the land was God's. They disputed the legitimacy of the ownership of the land by the lords, and considered that those who cultivated the land should have the full use of it. They therefore saw the 1861 settlement as depriving them of land to which they had a legitimate right. Secondly, adding insult to injury, they were obliged to purchase their share of the land in installments, redemption dues. Thirdly, the peasants did not achieve equality before the law, or real personal freedom. Their land was held not by them but by the village community. This institution was often known as the mir or the obshchina. The heads of families in the village controlled land utilization. In most parts of European Russia they periodically redistributed strips within a three-field system familiar to students of medieval farming. The peasant was not allowed to leave his village without the authority of the community, and all the households of the village were jointly liable for taxes and for redemption dues. Fourthly, a rapid increase in population pressed upon the means of subsistence. Towns were growing, but not at a rate sufficient to prevent a rapid growth in numbers of rural inhabitants, as the following figures demonstrate. European Russia. Urban-rural, millions. 1863 6.155.3 1897 12.182.1. This trend continued after the turn of the century. It has been estimated that there was a 20% increase in the rural population between 1900 and 1914. The size of peasant holdings and the traditional methods of cultivation made it increasingly difficult to feed the larger numbers, and there were insufficient incentives to use new methods. The situation was made worse by the imposition of taxes which were part of Witt's policy, mentioned above. It is true that there were lands available east of the Urals to which some of the surplus peasants could go, but resettlement was impeded by the joint responsibility of the village for taxes and redemption dues, which naturally led to fellow villagers refusing to allow individuals to leave. Needless to say, the above are only broad generalizations, which did not have universal application. Thus in Siberia and in parts of northern Russia there had never been serfdom at all, and a self-reliant class of peasants developed there long before 1861 and continued thereafter. Many succeeded in leaving the villages despite legal restrictions on their movement. Some peasants made a lot of money. Readers of Chekhov will not need reminding that the man who bought the cherry orchard was a nouveau riche son of a serf. Nonetheless, the generalizations do broadly hold good, and the land problem was never far from the preoccupations of 13. The Tsar's ministers. Various proposals were made and postponed. It needed the shock of the 1905 revolution, with its widespread peasant huts and land seizures, to force the government to realize that further delay was out of the question. The reform was carried out by the Tsar's last efficient and intelligent minister, P.A. Stolypin, and a series of measures affecting these reforms were promulgated in the years 1906 to 11. Outstanding redemption dues, which had been reduced, were finally abolished. Peasants were now free to leave their communities, to consolidate their holdings as their property, to buy land or to sell it, to move to town or to migrate. Stolypin's object was to encourage the emergence of a class of peasant proprietors who would be prosperous, efficient, and politically loyal. This was the so-called wager on the strong. Many go-ahead peasants took advantage of the new opportunities. By 1916 about 2 million households had left the communities and set up private farms, out of 2.7 million who had expressed their desire to do so. This represented some 24% of the households in 40 affected provinces of European Russia. Some remained in the villages, others erected farmhouses, so-called khutora, outside. The process of change was slowed down and then halted by the outbreak of war in 1914. Stolypin himself had been assassinated in 1911. He held the view that his reform, given time, would have provided the empire with a solid social base. We will never know whether he would have been proved right. Commercial agriculture, conducted both by the progressive landlords and by the more prosperous peasants, was already developing in some areas even before this reform. It naturally speeded up thereafter. It is not surprising that the greatest number of peasants opted to leave the community in the southwest, i.e. principally in the Ukraine, and in the North Caucasus, where grain was produced for the market. It was in these areas that resistance to Stalinist collectivization was most fierce 20 years later. The Stolypin reform made possible a major rearrangement of traditional peasant agriculture, and would certainly have led to greater efficiency and to a substantial strengthening of a prosperous peasant class. In fact, this development was already in T4. Progress. However, its political and social impact was conditioned by two other significant factors. The first was that the reform did not affect the assets of the landlords and the church. It is true that the richer peasants were purchasing some land from the poorer landlords, but it was no part of the object of this reform to redistribute the landlord's land. Consequently, the grievances of the peasants as a whole, and their land hunger, were not assuaged. In fact, half of the 89 million hectares of land allocated to the landlords in 1861 had passed into peasant hands by 1916, they owned by then 80% of the land and rented part of the remainder, 10. But resentment against big landlords remained strong. Secondly, the poorer peasants received little benefit from the reform, except perhaps that they were now finding it easier to sell their small holdings if they wished to leave. The effect was to increase the number of landless peasants and migration to the towns. It also stimulated hostility towards the better-off peasants, which was to be an important factor in the revolutionary period. Agricultural production rose rapidly in the first years of the century, due partly to favorable weather conditions and partly to the effects of the reform and of better methods. While most peasants were still using outdated methods, including large numbers of wooden plows, the more progressive sectors were now beginning to use modern equipment. This process was greatly assisted by a sharp rise in agricultural prices, due in part to a rise in world prices. According to Lyashchenko, the net income of agriculture increased by 88.6% in the period 1900 to 13, representing an increased output in constant prices of 33.8%. The spread of commercialism and of capitalist relations was speeding up. Exports of grain rose very sharply. Thus in the years 1911 to 13 they were 50% or higher than in the years 1901 to 5, on average. Exports of butter, eggs, flax and other agricultural products were also increasing. A protective tariff encouraged the development of cotton growing in Central Asia. But over the long period progress was not great. According to the invaluable Baruch, productivity per head grew as follows, based on a calculation of millions of calories produced per male agricultural worker. 15. I860 1910. Germany 10.5 25.0. Belgium 11.0 18.0. Spain 11.08 to 5. USA 225 42.0. France 14 to 5 17.0. Italy 5 to 06 to 5. Japan 2.6. UK 20.0 3-5. Russia 7 to 5 11.0. Sweden 10.5 16.0. Switzerland 9.0 17.0. Thus Russia moved one up on the ranking list, overtaking Spain, though only because Spain, so to speak, marched backwards. She fell farther behind the USA and Germany, but grew faster than either Great Britain or France. A similar picture emerges from the Goldsmith study already cited. His index for all crops, 1896 to 1900 equals 100, shows an increase from an index of 51 in 1861 to an average of 140 in 1911 to 13, 50 provinces of European Russia, i.e. excluding not only Siberia and Central Asia but also Finland, Poland, and the Caucasus. Allowing for margins of error and misreporting of data, he obtains an average rate of growth of very close to 2% per annum for the whole period, though one cannot exclude if percent or %, depending on interpretation of the data. Livestock production, on which statistics for these years are totally inadequate, went up much more slowly. Goldsmith's estimate is only 1% per annum, making an overall growth rate for agriculture of approximately 1.7% per annum for the period 1860 to 1914. But such a figure is only a fraction above the rate of population increase. Food consumption per head could hardly have increased at all, if one takes into account the relative increase in the area sown with industrial crops, and also exports of food. Total farm output per head of the whole population rose perhaps \% per annum. Goldsmith does not attempt to calculate output per head of population engaged in agriculture, but it is clear that his figures are broadly consistent with the picture derived from Baraka's study. 16. This slow progress of agriculture, in which so high a proportion of the people was engaged, helps to explain the modest growth of the national income, already referred to. It is true, however, that food production was beginning to increase rather more rapidly towards the end of the period. Progress in agricultural education was impressive in the last years of the regime. Thus there were only 75 students studying agronomy to degree level in 1895, but by 1912 the number had risen to 3,922, not enough, of course, but evidence of a very big growth rate, which could well have paid off in time. Similarly, there was a most impressive rise in the various forms of agricultural cooperation, showing that, with the breakup of the Mir, new and better ways of expanding peasant commercial activities were being devised. The membership of rural credit cooperatives rose from 181,000 in 1905 to 7 million in 1914. The number of rural consumer cooperatives rose in the same period from 348 to 8,877. Marketing cooperatives grew rapidly. One of these, which organized peasant butter producers in Siberia, maintained an agency in London and made great progress with exports. Thus the last decade of Tsardom may have been the harbinger of an agricultural leap forward. Needless to say, here too improvement was exceedingly uneven, affecting some parts of the country much more than others. Yet there was evidence here to support the pleas of those who, like Nove, believed in the productive potential of peasant agriculture. The freeing of the peasants caused an ever-growing flow into the towns, and this was naturally speeded up by the Stolypin reform, since now peasants with little land could sell their holdings to their better-off neighbors. Most of the urban labor force was of extremely recent rural origin, and maintained close links with the villages, where many of their relatives still lived. Many went home annually to help bring in the harvest. The industrial labor force was thus not of high quality, skilled labor accustomed to factory work was relatively very scarce. Drunkenness was 17. Common, living conditions exceedingly primitive. This rootless and disorientated labor force found itself concentrated in the very large units of which the modern sector of Russian industry was composed, and provided good material for revolutionary propaganda in the cities. It has often been stated that the Russians were almost all illiterate before the revolution. This statement is greatly exaggerated. In the 1897 census, it was found that, in European Russia, 35.8% of the men and 12.4% of women were literate. A good measure of progress is the record of literacy among army recruits. There was a rapid development of schools and of universities, and the standards of science were high indeed. Here too the situation was characterized by extreme regional unevenness. Such medical services as existed were of excellent quality, but there were too few doctors. The death rate in villages was appallingly high. Thus it may be said that was in the process of rapid change, that industrialization was making good progress, that agriculture was also changing and growing, but progress was uneven and gave rise to social and political stress, which in turn caused unrest in the cities together with land hunger and rioting in the villages. A Russian middle class was emerging, but it lacked authority and self-confidence. With rare exceptions, the servants of the autocracy were men of mediocre ability, overwhelmed by ever-growing problems and unable to cope with a growing and changing empire. The intelligentsia, given to endless arguing and theorizing, was almost wholly opposed not only to the autocracy but also to the spirit of capitalist enterprise. This was an explosive mixture. It is not only with the help of the evidence of hindsight that we can say that the society and the polity were in the process of breaking down. The following is an extract from a book by an Austrian observer, Hugo Gans, published in 1904 and entitled The Downfall of Russia. It is said to be a conversation between Gans himself and a senior official who asked to remain anonymous. What will be the end, then? The end will be diet. The terror from above will awaken the terror from below, that peasant revolts will break out and assassination will increase. And is there no possibility of organizing the revolution so that it shall not rage senselessly? Impossible. There is no one with whom I have spoken who would fail to paint the future of this country in the darkest colors. Can there be no change of the fatal policy which is ruining the country? Not before a great general catastrophe. When we shall be compelled for the first time partly to repudiate our debts, and that may happen sooner than we now believe, on that day, being no longer able to pay our old debts with new ones, for we shall no longer be able to conceal our internal bankruptcy from foreign countries and from the emperor, steps will be taken, perhaps. Is there no mistake possible here in what you are saying? Whoever, like myself, has known the state kitchen for the last 25 years has no longer any doubts. The autocracy is not equal to the problems of a modern great power, and it would be against all historical precedent to assume that it would voluntarily yield without external pressure to a constitutional form of government. We must wish then, for Russia's sake, that the catastrophe comes as quickly as possible. I repeat to you that it is perhaps nearer than we all think or are willing to admit. That is the hope, that is our secret consolation. We are near to collapse, like an athlete with great muscles and perhaps incurable heart weakness. We still maintain ourselves upright by stimulants, by loans, which like all stimulants only help to ruin the system more quickly. With that we are a rich country with all conceivable 19. Natural resources, simply ill-governed and prevented from unlocking our resources. But is this the first time that quacks have ruined a Hercules that has fallen into their hands? I am far from suggesting that one can find ultimate wisdom in the words of a relatively unknown Austrian writer, or that such alarm and pessimism were universal at the time. The above quotation is merely an attempt to dispel the idea that the sense of doom was, so to speak, superimposed on the period by post-revolutionary analysts. Nor is it intended to deny that it was the outbreak of war in 1914 and its consequences that finally made the peaceful evolution of the empire totally impossible. Who knows, Nicholas II might have been succeeded by an ambitious and dominating emperor, a kind of new Peter the Great, capable of enforcing the necessary adjustments. The 1905 revolution was apparently surmounted by the autocracy, with little loss of executive power. It is true that they found it necessary to concede the existence of an elective legislature, but in 1907 the franchise was so restricted as to ensure a loyal conservative majority. By 1914 a wave of strikes grew threateningly, and in the short run it was the outbreak of war that relieved the authorities of many of their worries by turning the mobs from subversion into patriotic demonstrations. Thus the question of whether Russia would have become a modern industrial state but for the war and the revolution is in essence a meaningless one. One may say that statistically the answer is in the affirmative. If the growth rates characteristic of the period 1890 to 1913 for industry and agriculture were simply projected over the succeeding 50 years, no doubt citizens would be leading a reasonably comfortable existence and would have been spared many dreadful convulsions. However, this assumes not only that the tendencies towards military conflict which existed in Europe had been conjured out of existence, but also that the imperial authorities would have successfully made the adjustment necessary to govern in an orderly manner a rapidly developing and changing society. There is no need to assume that everything that happened was inevitable because it happened. But there must surely be a limit to the game of what might have. 20. Been. One can end this chapter with another quotation from Gerschenkron, industrialization, the cost of which was largely defrayed by the peasantry, was itself a threat to political stability and hence to the continuation of the policy of industrialization. 2. War, revolution, and revolutionaries. War and breakdown. Russia entered the war with a weak arms industry and relatively poor communications. The mobilization of a vast army adversely affected the labor situation. Russia was quite unprepared for the huge expenditure of arms and ammunition, particularly artillery, which modern war required. In the first 6 months the reserves of military hardware had been largely dissipated and ammunition was running dangerously short. When in the spring of 1915 the Germans attacked with vastly superior firepower, the Russians were forced into prolonged retreat. Soldiers found that they were forced to pick up the rifles of fallen comrades. The retreat itself led to the abandonment of considerable stores to the enemy. The disasters in Poland and the general atmosphere of incompetence shook the faith of the people in the regime. The Tsar decided in 1915 to take command of the army himself, thereby taking an unnecessarily direct responsibility for failures and losses. Ministers did not take effective action, and there was constant friction between them and various voluntary organizations of industrialists and others, who claimed that the government was unable to organize the country for war. It is true, of course, that other countries also suffered greatly from inability to cope with the munitions problems. One has only to refer to Lloyd George's war memoirs to see how acute the difficulties were in Britain. However, British industrial capacity and transport facilities were, in relation to the task in hand, greatly superior to the Russians. Britain was also able to import arms and equipment from the United States. Russia was virtually cut off from her allies, save for difficult and roundabout routes. 22. And also paid the penalty for the underdevelopment of her engineering and machinery industries. In 1912, 57% of Russia's industrial equipment was met by imports. 1. By switching her engineering capacity almost wholly to the production of armaments, she deprived herself of the means of maintaining her existing industrial and transport equipment intact, let alone expanding it. There were grave shortages of spare parts. The already inadequate transport network became increasingly strained as more locomotives and rolling stock went out of use. Of course, attempts were made to remedy these defects, and munitions production became considerably more satisfactory by 1916. Early in 1917 a railway line to the ice-free port of Murmansk was completed, making possible year-round importing of Western munitions. The Army's equipment was improving. However, the appalling losses of earlier years had undermined morale in the Army, and the population in rear areas was not now in the mood to bear the sacrifices imposed upon it by the strain of war and the chronic difficulties of transport. St. Petersburg was particularly likely to be affected by shortages, since it was far from the main food-producing areas and also had to import its coal vast distances by rail. It had been importing British coal, but this was cut off by the war. It was in fact shortage of food in St. Petersburg which finally broke the back of the Russian Empire. The troops refused to fire on a rioting crowd, and Tsardom collapsed. To say this is far from adopting a purely economic explanation of the Russian Revolution. Other powers too suffered from defeats and from food shortages. Russia herself was in a much worse situation in 1942, both from the standpoint of military losses and of food supplies for rear areas, than she had been in 1917. Thus it is a combination of such factors with the political demoralization of regime and people, and social breakdown, that swept away the empire. Faced an appallingly difficult task. In the midst of war and threatening economic collapse and social anarchy, it had somehow to establish itself as the legitimate. 23. Government. For many reasons, the discussion of which is beyond the scope of this book, it conspicuously failed to do this. It took a number of socially progressive measures, the implementation of which was rendered extremely difficult by the circumstances of the time. It adopted protective labor legislation and approved or tolerated the establishment of factory committees, which were to make the operation of industry so difficult in subsequent months. It even attempted to formulate plans. Already in 1916, the Tsar's government endeavored to compel the peasants to sell grain to the state at state-fixed prices, and the peasants' reluctance to supply was a contributory factor to the shortages that fueled the riots that broke the empire. 2. Proved incapable of enforcing deliveries at prices it was prepared to pay. It is interesting to note that the elimination of private trade in grain, and the beginnings of compulsory deliveries, which many imagine to have been initiated by Lenin, were begun even before the fall of the Tsar. 2. The industrial situation continued to deteriorate. There were many causes for this. There were the consequences of past failings in maintenance and replacement and the shortage of spares. There was the cumulative effect of a creeping transport crisis, the railways were beginning to break down, and the non-arrival of essential fuel supplies adversely affected all branches of industry as well as the operation of the railways themselves. As an acute contemporary observer put it, the fuel and raw materials supply position continued to deteriorate, and this did not lead to a sharp and shattering crisis only because, for other reasons, their use was being rapidly curtailed. 3. The same writer bitterly assailed the self-assured ignorance and irresponsibility of ministers facing the problems of general collapse, though he did not fail to note that one cause for this was the fact that under the old regime Russia had been deprived of political and social forms which could regulate the relationships of labor and capital on a modern basis. The working class had no organizational or political experience of responsible and open activity, for the Soviets which were set up alongside showed a lack of realism and fear of responsibility. The authority of the government in all matters was increasingly undermined, not 34. Only by the existence of the Soviets, more or less representative bodies of workers and soldiers who shared authority with organs of government, but also by the dangerous growth of separatist and autonomous tendencies, notably in the Ukraine and in Transcaucasia. Finally, the increasing militancy of the factory committees was making it more and more difficult for industrial management to operate. Strikes were frequent, workers' demands more and more extreme, and the voices of extremist parties ever louder. Matters were not helped by rapid inflation. Communist historians sometimes spoke of sabotage by the industrialists, and indeed Lenin did at the time. However, Lenin also denounced capitalist ministers, and it seems unlikely that more than a handful of businessmen consciously tried to make the work of the economy and of the government impossible. But they certainly did react adversely to what appeared to them to be unreasonable pressure from the factory committees, and there were many lockouts as well as strikes. There was also increasing confusion in the villages. The peasants resented having to supply the government with produce for which they were paid in rapidly depreciating rubles. But more fundamental was the demand, even more loudly voiced, for the distribution of the landlord's land. In principle, the moderate socialist parties which dominated the government were in favor of this type of land reform. However, the whole question was particularly explosive because the army was largely composed of peasants, and to raise the issue of land reapportionment in the midst of a war was to risk mass desertion. The troops would go home to ensure that they and their families got their due. This was an important reason for the failure of the provisional government to enact any swift land reform measures, even though they were perfectly well aware of the danger of not doing so. A second reason for delay was the appalling complexity of any such land reform measures. The majority of the government wished them to be properly prepared and carried out in an orderly manner, and there was by no means any agreement about the question of compensation for the landlords or the principles of reapportionment, see below. It was finally decided to put a decision off until the summoning of a constituent assembly. However, spontaneous 25. Land seizures were already occurring on an increasing scale in the summer of 1917, egged on by the militant left socialist revolutionaries as well as the Bolsheviks. Both in the towns and in the villages the situation was approaching chaos even without the help of Lenin and the Bolsheviks. Of course, they tried to make matters worse, since they were unconcerned with an orderly land settlement, industrial production, or the military situation. They sought to reap the whirlwind. They contributed to the breakdown but did not cause it. The authority of the government had virtually collapsed for some weeks before the Bolsheviks seized the Winter Palace with a relatively insignificant group of ill-armed Red Guards. Galbraith has said that the man who breaks through a rotting door acquires an unjustified reputation for violence. Some credit should be given to the door. The fact that the Bolsheviks took charge of a disintegrating society because it was disintegrating is a fact of great importance, which must be borne in mind in analyzing their subsequent actions. On November 7, 1917, Lenin announced that they would now set about building the socialist society. Before endeavoring to analyze the events that followed, which form the essential subject matter of the book, it is necessary to consider the economic ideas of the Bolsheviks as they had developed up to the seizure of power, and to contrast them with those of their principal rivals. The body of ideas which came later to be called Leninism may be described as Marxism adapted to the political and economic situation of a relatively backward country, with emphasis on the voluntarist aspect of Marx's doctrines. Marx, it will be recalled, wrote his works in Western Europe. His ideas were in the main related to his experiences in England. He was primarily concerned with how the increasing concentration of capital in the leading capitalist states would bring about ever-growing contrasts between the small group of monopolists who owned the instruments of production and proletarian masses into whose ranks would be 26. Pressed dispossessed peasants and the petty bourgeoisie. This would facilitate the takeover of power and holding it on behalf of the bulk of the people, while exercising coercion against the tiny group of exploiters and their retainers, the dictatorship of the proletariat. The correctness or otherwise of the analysis of monopoly capitalism is not a matter for discussion here. The point is that Lenin and other Russian Marxists at the turn of the century had the task of reconciling this doctrine with the reality of Russia. It is true that Marx wrote also of the Asian mode of production and noted the relationship between Oriental despotisms and control over water, a point developed more recently by Wittfogel in his concept of a hydraulic society. It is also true that Marx did react quite specifically to a question put to him by the Russian revolutionary Zay Sulich. This arose in the course of debates in Russia itself concerning a possible specifically Russian road to socialism. Might there not be a way of avoiding the capitalist road by utilizing the primitive socialist potentialities of the peasant communes? Such a question must be seen in the context of the Slavophil doctrines, their idea of a peculiarly Russian experience and worldview, whose proponents were in the main hostile to capitalism and to its merchant ideology. Marx had a good deal of trouble in devising an adequate answer to Zay Sulich, as is witnessed by the existence of rejected variants of this letter. Finally he replied along the following lines. The expropriation of the peasants which had already taken place in England would also take place in other countries of Western Europe. But the reasons that rendered this inevitable were confined to Western Europe. In the West one kind of private property is turned into another kind of private property. In the case of the Russian peasants, however, it would be necessary on the contrary to convert their communal property into private property. He went on to state that his analysis did not give any grounds or arguments either for or against the Russian communal form. However, he came to the conclusion that this obshchina is the basis of the social rebirth of Russia, but it would only function as such if it would be possible to remove the disintegrating influences to which it is now subject on all sides, and then to ensure for it the normal conditions of free growth. 5. 27. This reply proved so embarrassing to Russian Marxists of all hues that it was not published until 1924. In fact, they were distinguished from the non-Marxist populists, and from the later Socialist Revolutionary Party, precisely by their belief that capitalist development in Russia had become decisively established and that the kind of shortcut via peasant socialism implied by Marx's letter was impracticable. Lenin's first major work, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, 1896-9, devoted much energy and an array of statistics to proving that even among the peasants commercial capitalism was making rapid headway. Lenin's more moderate rivals, the Mensheviks, as they were known from 1903, were just as convinced that capitalism would develop in Russia. Given these assumptions, there were still at least two possible lines of Marxist thought. One, espoused by most of the Mensheviks, based itself on the evolutionary aspects of Marxist doctrine. If socialism was to grow out of advanced capitalism, then evidently Russia was not and would not for a long time be ripe for socialism. The Tsarist regime was a pre-capitalist and semi-feudal system of oppression. The situation was ripe for a bourgeois democratic revolution designed to overthrow Tsarism. To this extent the Mensheviks were indeed revolutionaries. But what would happen when Tsarism was overthrown? The Mensheviks saw themselves as the social democratic opposition in a bourgeois democratic republic. Martov, their leader, could claim that they were in line with what Marx had recommended in Germany in 1850, when that country too was underdeveloped. Social change would in due course create the conditions for socialism. This process would involve industrialization under capitalist auspices. They, like the Bolsheviks, had little support and few supporters in the villages, and so had little hope of a parliamentary majority in a country in which, if their objective of universal suffrage were to be achieved, the vast majority of the electorate would be peasants. The Bolshevik position before the revolution was distinguished from that of the Mensheviks by tougher language and an emphasis on tightly knit organization of professional revolutionaries. It was also the case that Lenin saw more clearly the revolutionary potential of the peasants. To do this he had to some extent to go 28. Outside the established Marxist tradition. Orthodoxy at the turn of the century was exemplified by the argument of the German theoretician, Karl Koschei. Following Marx, Koschei had envisaged a gradual expropriation of the German peasants by capital. He was also a firm believer, as was Marx, in the technical superiority of large-scale agricultural enterprise. Therefore, both on technical grounds, and because the proletarianization of the peasants was a step in the direction of the ultimate socialist takeover, Koschei opposed the adoption of a program of support for the interests of the small peasants. If they were doomed by history, and if this was a progressive step in terms of the historical evolution of society, what business had the Social Democrats to delay this inevitable and progressive evolution? Not very surprisingly, the Social Democrats never won much support in rural areas in Germany. The adoption of such a policy in an overwhelmingly peasant country such as Russia was tantamount to political suicide. A sense of political self-preservation therefore inclined all shades of Marxian opinion to take a line favorable to peasant demands, in particular over the expropriation of the landlords. But Lenin also came to see the possibilities of a seizure of power on the basis of a peasant as well as a working-class revolution, in a country unripe for socialism, yet with a weak and cowardly bourgeoisie. He spoke in 1905 of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. It was far from clear what this would mean in terms of practical politics, and at this period Lenin was under no compulsion to demonstrate the practicability of his ideas. However, it did show that he was going beyond the Menshevik conception of a bourgeois democratic republic in which the capitalists would presumably supply the government parties. He was concerned above all with the problem of power, and showed himself willing to adopt and adapt policies according to the needs of the tactical situation, so as to maneuver into the position of being able to seize power when opportunity presented itself. In a peasant country with massive discontent, the attitude of a party to the peasant question would naturally predetermine much of its political efficacy. Once power was seized, the problem of the peasants would loom very large, and as we shall see it did loom very large indeed in the economic end. 29. Political history of the Soviet Union. Lenin was well aware of this. He saw that while the peasants as a whole were likely to be a revolutionary force so long as land was to be obtained from the landlords, at least the better-off peasants would turn conservative once this aim was achieved. He pinned his hopes on the increasing and deepening differentiation among the peasants. The majority of the poorer peasants, he held, would remain in alliance with a working-class government and perhaps collaborate in a future socialist transformation of society. There is indeed much more that could be said about Lenin's attitude to the peasants, especially as this underwent changes in detail as circumstances altered. But despite tactical maneuvering, he consistently held to the basic strategy of using the revolutionary potential of the peasant land hunger as an integral part of the socialist takeover. In a speech which he made a few weeks after Lenin's death in 1924, Zinoviev, for years his close associate, put this first among Lenin's contributions to revolutionary theory and practice. This was his attitude to the peasants. Probably this was the greatest discovery of Vladimir Ilyich, the union of the workers' revolution with the peasant war. In the same speech he made the point again. The question of the role of the peasantry, as I have already said, is the basic issue of Bolshevism, Leninism. 7. Lenin thus developed the concept of a seizure of power by a conscious socialist minority with the help of non-socialist elements in a country where capitalism was unevenly developed. It was wrong in this view to await the ripening of the social and economic situation. This change would therefore have to be achieved after the seizure of power. Lenin understood that such a transformation after a successful revolution would be an exceedingly difficult one. However, he hoped that Russia would prove to be the weak link in the unevenly developing group of imperialist states, that a revolution in Russia would be the first stage of a world revolution, and that the more advanced countries of Western Europe would help in the colossal task of the building of socialism. Trotsky had evolved, in his Results and Prospects, published in 1906, a theory of so-called permanent revolution, in which a revolution originally bourgeois democratic is pushed 30. Irresistibly in a socialist direction by a working class unwilling to be satisfied with bourgeois rule. He afterwards argued that Lenin had by 1917 come to share Trotsky's view, which he had earlier rejected. While Trotsky came to accept Lenin's view of the party, which he previously had criticized. Lenin now asserted that it was the duty of revolutionary socialists to set the example to the laggard proletarians of the more advanced countries, and not to wait passively or merely to act as the left wing of a bourgeois democratic revolution. The hopes for a world revolution naturally received a powerful impetus during the First World War, whose revolutionary potentialities were greatly stressed by Lenin, even while he denounced the social patriotism of the bulk of European social democracy which, including a large portion of the Mensheviks, and some Bolsheviks too, backed their own governments. Lenin died before he was compelled to face the immense and daunting task of changing backward Russia in isolation from the advanced West European countries, on whose support he had doubtless counted. The Mensheviks held that a seizure of power on behalf of a proletarian party with socialist objectives was premature under Russian conditions and that it would lead to deplorable consequences. Many of them were uneasy about Lenin's agricultural views. They saw many dangers and little socialism in the kind of elemental peasant risings to which Lenin appeared to be pinning his hopes. The Mensheviks nonetheless also advocated a program designed to win peasant support. Considering that nationalization of the land would be an unpopular slogan, they advocated so-called municipalization, i.e. control of the land by local elected authorities, which in rural areas would be peasant authorities. They hoped also by this means to encourage the peasants to work together, to avoid individualist fragmentation, even while the peasant land hunger would be assuaged. There were differences of opinion among the Bolsheviks in the years before 1917 on the difficult subject of just what to put into the party program concerning the land. In the end they decided to advocate nationalization, claiming with truth that the principal peasant party also accepted this. 31. This party was the Socialist Revolutionaries, which everyone referred to as the SRS. This once great party, which continued the Narodnik, populist, tradition, has now been almost forgotten. Its peasant policy was deeply influenced by a non-Marxist socialist conception of peasant democracy, with strong traditionalist egalitarian overtones. It declared itself for equal distribution of the land and therefore opposed the Stolypin wager on the strong. The SRS favored the expropriation of the landlords. They favored social ownership of the land, it was to be at the disposal of those who cultivated it. Moreover, the SR program of 1906 was on record as advocating the prohibition of the purchase or sale of land. Such an outlook in a peasant party on the morrow of the Stolypin reform, with commercial relations growing in the villages, virtually guaranteed political paralysis and splits within the party. In 1917 the right wing of the party leadership participated in and discouraged illegal peasant seizures of land. It seemed more than likely that, given time, this wing of the party would identify itself with the better-off peasants, and scrap or put into cold storage the anti-commercial and egalitarian principles of their own program. These principles would demand the redistribution of the land of those peasants who had benefited from the Stolypin reform. The more prosperous and the more efficient peasants were bound to oppose such a policy. By contrast, the SR left wing supported direct action and for a while participated in the Bolshevik government. Such was the strength of traditional SR ideology that a peasant congress held in August 1917, still dominated by the SRS, adopted policy resolutions, 242 mandates, which included such provisions as nationalization, land belongs to the people, the prohibition of buying and selling of land, its equal distribution and the outlawing of the employment of hired labor. They therefore stood for peasant family small holdings, and for periodic redistribution of the land in order that its allocation to families should conform to some principle. It was not clear whether this principle was to be 32. The number of mouths to feed or the number of able-bodied persons capable of working the land. It was certain that the right wing of the SRS would do their utmost to prevent a policy of this kind from being implemented. Eminent experts, men like Chayanov, Kelentsev, Kondratiev, were evolving doctrines based on peasant proprietors. Some SRS were bound to back these ideas, which were indeed being expressed in other parties which existed at the time, the Trudoviki, the Populist Socialists, Cooperators, etc. Lenin in 1917 consistently pursued one overriding aim, the seizure of power. His program varied with the tactical situation, and his peasant program varied too. In his famous April 1917 theses, published soon after his return to Russia, there was a plain reference to the superiority of large-scale agriculture, and to the need to convert efficient private estates into large and productive, state, model farms. Lenin also wrote scathingly of the petty bourgeois illusions of the SRS, of the helpless, unwittingly naive wishful thinking of downtrodden petty proprietors, which showed itself in the proposed ban on wage labor. 8. But it is not enough to expose theoretically the petty bourgeois illusions of socialization of the land, equalized land tenure, a ban on wage labor, etc. The line should be, the SRS have betrayed the peasants. They represent a minority of well-to-do farmers. Only the revolutionary proletariat, only the vanguard that unites it, the Bolshevik Party, can actually carry out the program of the peasant poor which is put forward by the 242 mandates, the program adopted by the Peasant Conference mentioned above. At the same time Lenin also foresaw the split among the peasants themselves and was laying long-term plans to use it for his own purposes. Thus on 7 and July 8, 1917 one sees him advocating an agricultural laborers' union, which would be the independent class organization of the rural workers. He took the opportunity to remind his readers of the 1906 resolution of the party at its Fourth Congress, which spoke of the irreconcilable antithesis between its interests and the interests of the peasant bourgeoisie, and which went on to warn it against illusions about the small holding system, which can never, as long as commodity production exists, do away with the poverty of the masses. 9. However, by the autumn of 1917 it seemed tactically sensible to adopt the SR-inspired program which had been adopted by the Peasant Congress in that month. This would represent a most potent bid for mass support among the peasants, and have the further advantage of widening the split in the SR party. Therefore the Bolsheviks' agricultural and peasant program was a masterly tactical improvisation, on an original Leninist theme, and contained from the first the seeds of the future conflict with the peasantry. Soviet writers indignantly denied Western allegations that Lenin had no idea what to do after seizing power, that he had to make it up as he went along. The evidence on the subject is somewhat mixed. Before 1917 Lenin had made some contributions to economic thought. He had in his early work analyzed social economic statistics and expressed strong views in the development of capitalism in Russia. However, his writings were not distinguished by any attempts to define just how a socialist industry could or should be run. Nor is this surprising. Neither was Marx given to drawing blueprints of a socialist future, and prior to the war Russian socialists could not realistically envisage the sort of situation in which they could have power to act. Lenin, of course, had views about tactics, about the function of workers' immediate demands in relation to the revolutionary aims of a highly disciplined party organization. It was not until 1917, on his return to Russia through Germany in the famous sealed train, that we find Lenin's ideas on industry and planning taking some sort of shape. but the shape was decisively affected by the everyday exigencies of the struggle to gain power. Much of what he said and wrote reads like the purest demagoguery. Make the profits of the capitalists public, arrest 50 or 100 of the biggest millionaires. Just keep them in custody for a few weeks. For the simple purpose of making them reveal the hidden springs, the fraudulent practices, filth, and greed which even underdot the new $4 government are costing our country thousands and millions every day. That is the chief cause of our anarchy and ruin. Thus he spoke to the First Congress of Soviets in June 1917. In a similar spirit he returns again and again to workers' control, but the Russian word contrôle means not a takeover but inspection and checking, like the French contrôle de billets, and his emphasis was on the prevention of sabotage and fraud by the capitalists. Yet now and again contrôle shades into control, developing into complete regulation of production and distribution by the workers, into the nationwide organization of the exchange of grain for manufactured goods, etc. But how this was to happen was left undefined. Lenin denied syndicalism, nothing like the ridiculous transfer of the railways to the railwaymen, or the tanneries to the tanners. 12 The cure-all was to be all power to the Soviets, though how, or whether, they are to operate railways and tanneries is not stated. In the same month of June 1917 he was writing, "Everyone agrees that the immediate introduction of socialism in Russia is impossible." 3. Perhaps the most complex program of the months before the seizure of power may be found in Lenin's The Impending Catastrophe and How to Combat It, published as a pamphlet at the end of October 1917 and written a month earlier. IFC begins dramatically with the words "Unavoidable catastrophe is threatening Russia." The railways were breaking down, famine was threatening, the capitalists were sabotaging. The following measures should be taken, he declared: 1. Centralization and nationalization of banking. 2. The nationalization of the syndicates, i.e. of the main capitalist associations, for sugar, oil, iron, coal, etc. 3. Abolition of commercial secrecy. 4. Compulsory syndicalization of industry, i.e. that independent firms should form part of syndicates. 5. Compulsory membership of consumer cooperatives, this measure being related to the strict enforcement of wartime rationing regulations, rationing having been introduced in cities in 1916. He explained what he meant by nationalization of syndicates. Transform reactionary bureaucratic regulation, i.e. by the provisional government, into revolutionary democratic regulation of simple decrees providing for the summoning of a Congress of employees, engineers, directors, and shareholders, the introduction of uniform accountancy, contrôle by the workers' unions, etc. 4. This sounds as if he had in mind effective control over the syndicates rather than expropriation of capitalists and nationalization of the actual firms. But perhaps this was simply his view of what ought immediately to be done, and not a program for the party. This was a time when some of Lenin's thoughts were somewhat utopian. Thus in State and Revolution we can read, "We, the workers, shall organize industrial production on the basis of what capitalism has already created. We shall reduce the role of state officials to that of simply carrying out instructions as responsible, revocable, modestly paid foremen and accountants, of course with the aid of technicians of all sorts. The function of control and accountancy, becoming more and more simple, will be performed by each in turn, will become a habit and will finally die out as the special function of a special section of the population. To organize the whole economy on the lines of the postal service so that technicians, foremen, and accountants, as well as all officials, shall receive salaries no higher than workers' wages, all under the leadership of the armed proletariat, that is our immediate aim." Lenin was greatly impressed with the German war economy. He thought that the concentration of state capitalist power gave rise to possibilities of direct socialist takeover of the levels of economic power. One finds this expressed with particular clarity in Can the Bolsheviks Retain State Power, also written on the eve of the revolution. It is worth quoting from this at some length. This brings us to another aspect of the question of the state apparatus. In addition to the chiefly oppressive apparatus, the standing army, the police, and the bureaucracy, the modern state possesses an apparatus which has extremely close connections with the banks and syndicates, an apparatus which performs an enormous amount of accounting and 36. Registration work, if it may be expressed this way. This apparatus must not, and should not, be smashed. It must be wrested from the control of the capitalists and the wires they pull must be cut off, lopped off, chopped away from this apparatus. It must be subordinated to the proletarian Soviets, it must be expanded, made more comprehensive, and nationwide. And this can be done by utilizing the achievements already made by large-scale capitalism, in the same way as the proletarian revolution can, in general, reach its goal only by utilizing these achievements. Capitalism has created an accounting apparatus in the shape of the banks, syndicates, postal service, consumers' societies, and office employees' unions. Without big banks, socialism would be impossible. The big banks are the state apparatus which we need to bring about socialism, and which we take ready-made from capitalism. Our task here is merely to lop off what capitalistically mutilates this excellent apparatus, to make it even bigger, even more democratic, even more comprehensive. Quantity will be transformed into quality. A single state bank, the biggest of the big, with branches in every rural district, in every factory, will constitute as much as 9/10 of the socialist apparatus. This will be countrywide bookkeeping, countrywide accounting of the production and distribution of goods. This will be, so to speak, something in the nature of the skeleton of socialist society. We can lay hold of and set in motion this state apparatus, which is not fully a state apparatus under capitalism, but which will be so with us, under socialism, at one stroke, by a single decree, because the actual work of bookkeeping, control, registering, accounting and counting is performed by employees, the majority of whom themselves lead a proletarian or semi-proletarian existence. By a single decree of the proletarian government, these employees can and must be transferred to the status of state employees, in the same way as the watchdogs of capitalism, like Bryant and other bourgeois ministers, by a single decree transfer railwaymen on strike to the status of state employees. We shall need many more state employees of this kind, and more can be obtained, because capitalism has simplified the work of accounting and control, has reduced it to a comparatively simple system of bookkeeping, which any literate person can do. Emphases are Lenin's throughout. This is followed by the oddly ambiguous statement, the important thing will not be even the confiscation of the capitalists' property, but countrywide, all-embracing workers' control contropy again over the capitalists and their possible supporters. Confiscation alone leads nowhere, as it does not contain the element of organization, of accounting for proper distribution. Instead of confiscation, we could easily impose a fair tax. He goes on to insist that the rich should work, that it would be right to put poor and homeless families into their houses. 16 Still in October 1917, Lenin wrote of the revision of the party program. Here we find him criticizing Bukharin, a young and able colleague who had studied economics in Vienna and who will figure prominently in the chapters that follow. Bukharin in 1917-20 was one of those who suggested an extremely radical line of instant socialism. Lenin was more cautious. True, we are not at all afraid of stepping beyond the bounds of the bourgeois system. On the contrary, we declare quite clearly, definitely, and openly that we shall march towards socialism, that our road will be through a Soviet republic, through nationalization of banks and syndicates, through workers' control, through universal labor conscription, through nationalization of the land. But later, experience will tell us a lot more. Nationalize banks and syndicates. And then we shall see. His emphasis. Lenin did, however, speak of not being able to nationalize petty enterprises with one or two hired laborers. The implication would seem to be nationalization of larger ones. However, this was not spelled out. Dobb, in his very full survey of Russian development published in 1929, rightly emphasized that economic policy at this stage was subordinated to the political objectives, to break the power of the bourgeoisie, to seize the state machine, to take over the levers of economic power. Details were left for subsequent improvisation. 18. A month after the revolution, Lenin himself wrote that there was not and could not be a definite plan for the organization of economic life. There was a political strategy, there were general socialist objectives, there was ruthless determination. And, last but far from least, was war, disorganization and growing chaos. 3. We must never for a moment forget that Lenin and his followers, and his opponents too, were operating in an abnormal and indeed desperate situation. Who knows what reforms, policies, remedies, they might have proposed in less troubled times. But in less troubled times they would not have been in power. Most other Bolshevik intellectuals were too busy with political issues. However, it is worth noting that the Bolsheviks at this time were far from being a monolithic body. There were plenty of utopian illusions, some ideas verging on anarcho-syndicalism, some ignorant tough guys, some intellectuals with gentlemanly scruples, fanatics, dogmatists. It is hardly surprising that there were splits and factions in the first years of Soviet power. On November 7, 1917, Lenin declared to the Congress of Soviets, "We must now set about building a proletarian socialist state in Russia. Long live the world socialist revolution." And now our story really begins. 3. The first months of power. This chapter covers the period from the Bolshevik seizure of power until the promulgation of NEP, i.e. the period from November 1917 until the middle of 1921. Politically and militarily these were stirring, dramatic years. In January 1918 the Constituent Assembly, with its SR majority, sat for one day and was dispersed. Tortuous negotiations with the Germans eventually ended with the onerous Peace of Brest-Litovsk, April 1918, followed by a revolt by the left SRS, terror and counter-terror, and a vast civil war. Allied intervention contributed to a series of disasters, which for a time left the Bolsheviks in control of only Central Russia. Victory was eventually won, with immense effort and sacrifice, but in 1920 came war with Poland and a last attack by the White Armies from the Crimea. By the end of 1920 victory was complete, the enemies now being hunger, cold, anarchy and ruin, as well as some bands of rebels of various hues to mop up. War communism is the name commonly given to the period of extreme communization which began in the middle of 1918, i.e. 8 months after the revolution had triumphed. It is therefore necessary to trace the events of the intervening period. Did fully fledged war communism arise out of a series of improvisations, due to the exigencies of war and collapse, or was it consciously introduced as a deliberate leap into socialism, and ascribed to the war emergency when its failure was found to be discreditable to the regime? Both schools of thought exist. Which is right? Or are they perhaps both right? In interpreting the events of 1917 to 21, it is important to bear in mind the following. Firstly, there was a good deal of anarchy, of sheer elemental chaos, in the situation of Russia in those years. Orders by the center might be obeyed, but quite probably the local authorities, even if communist-controlled, pleased themselves. Orders were in any case all too often confused and contradictory, through sheer inexperience or because the civil service machine was all too effectively smashed. Lenin himself wrote, "Such is the sad state of our decrees, they are signed and then we ourselves forget about them and fail to carry them out." Therefore much that happened was not due to central orders at all, and many of these orders were due to desperate efforts to cope with confusion and anarchy. Secondly, all the events of 1917 to 21 were, naturally, dominated by the war and civil war, by destruction and fighting, by depleted supplies and paralysed transport, by the needs of the front and the priorities of battle, and last but not least by the loss of vital industrial and agricultural areas to various enemies. The policies of the Soviet government in these years cannot, of course, be considered in isolation from these conditions. Thirdly, while we have already noted some utopian and unrealistic passages in Lenin's ideas even before the revolution, and while his comrades were even more prone than he to illusions of all kinds, we must allow for the interaction of Bolshevik ideas with the desperate situation in which they found themselves. To take one example among many, rationing and the banning of private trade in foodstuffs were essential features of the period, and came to be regarded as good in themselves. Yet both these measures were common enough among belligerent nations, and in fact both the Tsarist and had endeavored somewhat ineffectively to do just these things. It is interesting to note that H. G. Wells, who visited Russia in 1920, laid great stress on just these points, in explaining Bolshevik policy. It is not only the Bolsheviks who made a virtue out of necessity. Anyone old enough to recall 1948 will remember how labor politicians in Britain extolled rationing, so much fairer to ration by coupon than by the purse. This ideology delayed the abolition of rationing in Britain. Yet its cause was, obviously, the war. One could hardly imagine that labor in power in peacetime would be ideologically committed to introduce rationing. Or, to put it another way, actions taken in abnormal circumstances for practical reasons are often clothed in ideological garb and are justified by reference to high principles. It is all too easy then to conclude, with documentary evidence to prove it, that the action was due to a principle. This is not to say that principles, ideology, had nothing to do with it. Indeed, it is quite clear that Lenin and his friends approached practical issues with a whole number of idées fixes, and that these influenced their behavior. The consequences of actions inspired by ideas could influence events by further worsening the objective situation and therefore rendering further action necessary on empirical grounds. And so on. There was a process of interaction between circumstances and ideas. The legislation of the first months of Soviet rule sought to implement the short-term program outlined by the Bolsheviks before the seizure of power. The Land Decree of November 8, 1917, adopted by the Congress of Soviets and embodied in a law promulgated in February 1918, followed the lines of the program, in this instance borrowed from the radical wing of the SRS. Local committees and Soviets were to supervise land distribution. Land was nationalized, too. The right to use it belonged to the peasants. None should have more than he alone could cultivate, since the hiring of labor was to be forbidden. Some attempt was made to define the size of holdings. But in fact neither the Bolsheviks nor the SRS, nor any political force, could tell the peasants what to do. Each village made its own arrangements, which varied widely between and within regions. Some of the better-off peasants grabbed more land. Others, including many who had consolidated their holdings under Stolypin, had their land taken away and put back into the common pool. The average size of holdings diminished, and the number of peasant households with land increased, as some very poor or landless peasants gained from the redistribution. We shall see in the next chapter what effect this great convulsion had upon the shape of Russian agriculture. It is sufficient at this stage to emphasize that it was not in fact a reform undertaken by the authorities. It was a more or less elemental act by peasants, with government organs accepting and by implication legitimizing what was happening. Army deserters, often with weapons, joined in the process of land allocation. The forces of peasant traditionalism, egalitarianism, commercialism, the interests of richer and poorer peasants, clashed in varying degrees and in different ways in thousands of villages where authority had broken down. Despite efforts to prevent it, the land seizures were accompanied by many acts of senseless violence. The landlord's cattle were sometimes slaughtered, the landlord's houses, barns, or stables destroyed. The Land Law of February 1918 did refer to productive efficiency, better technique, land reallocation, and even to the development of a collective system of agriculture. But all this remained on paper. The Bolsheviks could not even attempt to impose a settlement. They had no administrative apparatus, they had practically no party members in the villages. They had come to power on the flood tide of peasant revolt. All they could do in the first years was to try to keep themselves from being swept away. Their actions, as we shall see, were directed in the main to obtaining the food without which the towns and the army would starve, indeed did starve. On November 27, 1917 came a decree on workers' control. Factory committees, which existed already under the provisional government, were given stronger powers. They could actively interfere in all aspects of production and distribution of products. The organs of workers' control were granted the right to supervise production, to lay down minimum output indicators for the enterprise, to obtain data on costs. The owners of enterprises had to make available to the organs of workers' control all accounts and documents. Commercial secrecy was abolished. The decisions of workers' control organs were binding on owners of enterprises. In these words a Soviet textbook summarizes the decree. 3. This appeared to put the seal of legality on growing syndicalist, not to say anarchic, tendencies which had been increasingly manifesting themselves for months before the 43. Bolshevik seizure of power. The trade unions were at least nationally organized, and so one could conceive of workers' control exercised by them becoming, or emerging into, some sort of national plan for resource allocation. The trade unions, however, were in these first months not under Bolshevik control, whereas many of the factory committees were. Yet the latter, despite this control, were bound to reflect only the sectional interest of the factory workers. The local leaders had neither the training nor the sense of responsibility to supervise and control production and distribution. They could and did sell off materials, pilfer, disobey instructions. Of course, discipline had to be reimposed. Carr comments that as a weapon of destruction workers' control rendered indisputable service to the revolutionary cause. It could only add to the already fast-spreading chaos. This was the more certain because the decree also insisted that the management's operational instructions were to be binding. This was, therefore, still control, not full control. But the degree of control was sufficient to inhibit the management from effective action, and divided responsibility meant irresponsibility, indiscipline, and even violence carried towards technical staff, made work virtually impossible. The railways were operated for the first months by the Railway Trade Union, independently of the Soviet government. The union was not Bolshevik controlled, and decided to run the railways as the railwaymen thought fit. It was only after some delicate negotiations, plus some outright chicanery and finally the threat of direct violence, March 1918, that the railways were finally placed under the Soviet regime's authority, with workers' control ended. Amid all the multifarious causes of breakdown and confusion, the onset of industrial chaos, radiating from the capitals throughout Soviet territory, defies any precise record, as Carr says. 4. Of course workers' control was only one of many causes of this. But no remedy was possible which did not involve the stern subordination of the committees to some authority and discipline. On November 20, 1917 the State Bank was seized by armed detachments, because its employees had refused to issue money to what was, in their view, an illegal band of interlopers calling themselves the Council of People's Commissars. On December 27, 44, all private banks were nationalized, and, along with the State Bank, amalgamated into the People's Bank of the Russian Republic. In February 1918, all shareholders in banks were expropriated, and all foreign debts repudiated. VSNKH. On December 15, 1917 the Supreme Council of National Economy was set up. This was known by its initial letters, VSNKH, or Visenka, and by these letters it shall be called in this book. In examining its powers at the time of its creation, we shall find some evidence of the view held at this time of the role of central planning and the intentions with regard to the nationalization of industry and trade. VSNKH's task was defined as follows: the organization of the national economy and state finance. With this object VSNKH elaborates general norms and the plan for regulating the economic life of the country, reconciles and unites the activities of central and local regulating agencies, the Council on Fuel, Metal, Transport, Central Food Supply Committee, and others of the appropriate people's commissariats, of trade and industry, food supplies, agriculture, finance, army and navy, etc., the All-Russian Council of Workers' Control, and also the related activities of factory and trade. Union working class organizations. VSNKH was to have the right of confiscation, requisition, sequestration, compulsory syndication of the various branches of industry, trade, and other measures in the area of production, distribution and state finance. VSNKH was attached to PRI, the Council of People's Commissars, as a species of economic cabinet, and the members were to be representatives of the relevant commissariats plus the workers' councils, plus some others. The full council seldom met, and a bureau, initially of 15 members, was responsible for day-to-day work. It had the power to issue orders on economic affairs, which were, in theory, binding on everyone, including the people's commissariats whose functions it partially duplicated. Regional councils, SNKH or Sovnarkozy, yet another abbreviation, administered and controlled the economy locally, under the guidance of VSNKH and in close association with local Soviets and workers' councils. By May 1918 there were 7 zonal, 38 provincial, and 69 district Sovnarkozy. Very soon VSNKH sprouted departments, Glavki, for controlling particular activities and sectors, bearing such names as Tcentramilo, Tcentrodxtp, Glavneft, Glavspiki, Glavels, concerned respectively with soap, textiles, oil, matches, timber, etc. Duplication with the People's Commissariats for Trade and Industry was ended in January 1918 by their liquidation. With the progress of nationalization, the various departments of VSNKH took command of the nationalized sectors of the economy. Its structure was repeatedly changed in the years that followed, but there seems little point in boring the reader with reorganizational catalogues. Much more important and interesting is what its functions were and how they changed. As the wording of the original decree showed, VSNKH was supposed to guide and coordinate, but it was certainly not clear how closely it would plan and control industry or trade, or how much of these activities would be nationalized. It is true that there were declarations of intent which suggested that all-round nationalization was the policy. Thus in the Declaration of Rights of the Working and Exploited People, published on January 17, 1918 and modeled on the Declaration of the Rights of Man of the French Revolution, some of the laws on workers' control and VSNKH were seen as guaranteeing the power of the working people over the exploiters and as a first step towards the complete conversion of the factories, mines, railways, and other means of production and transport into the property of the workers and peasants' state. However, this declaration proposed no timetable, and would have been consistent with the prolonged existence of a mixed economy. Certainly in its first few months of existence the organs of VSNKH included some managers and even owners. Thus the rules for Tcentrodxtp, adopted on April 1, 1918. 46. Included in the departmental council 15 representatives of the private employers. The Soviet history textbook from which the above data were derived comments, Lenin took a positive view of attempts to make agreements with capitalists on definite conditions favorable to the working class. He repeatedly said and wrote this. 6 serious negotiations for collaboration were undertaken with a leading capitalist magnate, Meshchersky. And in any case the various Glavki, Tcentrodxtp, Glavspiki, and the rest, corresponded closely with the analogous syndicates set up by private business before the war, and used for purposes of control by previous governments during the war. The offices and much of their staff were the same. Nationalization did indeed begin. The railways, already, in the main, in the hands of the state under the Tsars, and the merchant fleet were nationalized by January 1918, but, with these exceptions, individual plants were nationalized, not industries, at first. Such nationalization was due to a number of factors. At this period, it would certainly be wrong to assume that local Soviets, even communist-controlled, acted because the center told them to. The large majority, over two-thirds, of nationalizations were local, until June 1918, and may have been due to genuinely local decisions. These in turn could have been due to over-enthusiasm, or to real or imagined sabotage, or to the refusal of employers to accept orders from workers' councils. In view of the prevailing chaos, it is only too likely that many employers found conditions intolerable and tried to get out. The central authorities were alarmed by the extent of unauthorized nationalization, and on January 19, 1918 it was decreed that no expropriation should take place without the specific authority of VSNKH. Clearly, no one took very much notice of this, since on April 27, 1918 the same prohibition was repeated, this time with financial teeth. There would be no money issued to any enterprises which were nationalized without the authorization of VSNKH. 7. It is not clear, on the evidence, that all-round nationalization was already seen as an immediate aim when VSNKH was set up. In fact, it would seem that Lenin and his colleagues were playing it by ear. The first leaders of VSNKH, men like Obolensky, Kritzman, Lerin, Milyutin, were young intellectual enthusiasts, with little grip on the realities of administration. And in any case much of Russia was outside the authority of the government. Kritzman, in his remarkable article on the heroic period of the Great Russian Revolution, 8, refers to the pre-June period as one of elemental chaotic proletarian nationalization from below. He added, were it not for external factors, the expropriation of capital would not have taken place in June 1918. It was hoped that capital, i.e. capitalists, would be in some sense in the service of the proletarian state. It may be added that the whole question of the intentions of the government at the beginning of 1918 is a matter in dispute among Soviet scholars of the period. Thus Venediktov and several others claim that the party did have a basic plan of nationalization for all the major branches of industry. There was a resolution to this effect passed by the Sixth Party Congress, and it is true also that Lenin in December 1917 spoke of declaring all limited companies to be state property. 9. Nonetheless, the evidence, though mixed, is still consistent with the intention to maintain a mixed economy for a considerable period. It may not be out of place to recall that, at about the same time, the Labour Party in Britain was also passing resolutions advocating the nationalisation of the means of production. By June 1918 there were still only 487 nationalised enterprises. 10. The great leap into war communism must be dated from the end of June 1918 with the promulgation of the nationalisation decree, affecting in principle all factories, as distinct from small workshops. To find an explanation of this apparent switch in, or very rapid speed up of, policy, it is necessary to examine three relevant matters: agriculture, trade, and the military situation. It has already been explained that the peasants had seized the land and redivided it according to their own lights. The splitting up of farms had a disorganizing effect on production, as also did a struggle among the peasants themselves about who was to get what. This struggle was given every encouragement by the Soviet government. Already on February 15, 1918, Lenin was speaking of ruthless war against the kulaks, i.e. the better-off peasants. All this was taking place under conditions of growing hunger, and ever wilder inflation. The peasants, understandably, sought to obtain a better price for their food. Rationing had been introduced in towns in 1916, but the prices paid to peasants fell far behind the general rise in prices of consumers' goods, and a very great shortage of such goods further discouraged sales through official channels. The peasants tended naturally to evade the state monopoly of grain purchase, thus encouraging the development of a flourishing black market. The provisional government sought to combat this, in vain. The Bolsheviks at first did no better. Lenin's writings show the inability to cope with the, to him, destructive petty bourgeois flood, which threatened to sweep away effective control. For Lenin, trade at free prices was equivalent to monstrous speculation, hoarding was considered sabotage. He informed the Petrograd Soviet on January 27, 1918 that there should be mass searches of stores and houses, we can't expect to get anywhere unless we resort to terrorism, speculators must be shot on the spot. Yet the very next paragraph reads, the rich sections of the population must be left without bread for several days because they have stocks and can afford to pay speculators the higher price too. The winter of 1917-18 was a terrible one. In Petrograd the bread ration fell early in 1918 to a mere 50 grams, 2 ounces, a day even for workers. 13 many had to leave the city, and factories closed for lack of labor. Hunger became a matter of the utmost gravity. The collapse of production and transport and the disruption of existing market relations were accompanied by an effort to ration through the state and retail cooperative organs and by a resolute attempt to suppress free trade in essentials. Private trade in a wide range of consumers' goods was forbidden. However, lack of goods to sell and of an effective distribution mechanism made confusion worse than ever. The cooperative movement was called upon to help, but in 1918 it was still controlled by men hostile to the Bolsheviks, and it was not an effective part of the official system. All this had a logic of its own, the more so as conditions worsened sharply. Shortages grew ever more acute, as the civil war spread over Russia in the summer of 1918, and as the effect of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty was felt, the temporary secession of the Ukraine in particular struck a heavy blow at the already disorganized economy. Between July 1918 and the end of 1919, much of Russia was directly affected by civil war. Railways were disrupted, bridges blown up, stores destroyed. The Soviet-held territory was cut off from essential sources of materials and food. There were typhus epidemics. Stern control over the prevailing anarchy was seen to be vital, and control has a logic of its own. Referring, or purporting to refer, to another revolution, a Soviet commentator wrote, while strictly regulating maximum consumption and at the same time preserving private bourgeois property and the money economy, the Jacobin state could not help but introduce further coercive and plainly terrorist measures. It was not possible, by any means, to compel the factory owner and the individual peasant to produce, while simultaneously ruining him by requisitions and restricting his links with the market. To put into effect laws contrary to all private interests. It was necessary to strengthen the dictatorship of the central authority, to systematize it, to cover all France with police and military, to abolish all freedoms, to control through a central supply commission all agricultural and industrial production, endlessly to resort to requisitions, to seize hold of transport and trade, to create everywhere a new bureaucracy in order to operate an immense supply apparatus, to limit consumption by ration cards, to resort to house searches, fill prisons with suspects, cause the guillotine to be constantly at work. Political terror merged with economic terror, and went in step with it. 14. This picture shows a common logic in operation in France in 1793 and Russia in 1918. Given the conditions under which privately owned industry was to operate, given also the rationing not only of consumer necessities but also, as supplies ran down, of many vital materials and fuels, there was a fatally logical escalation in the degree of state control, state operation, and finally also state ownership. No doubt there was also pressure from those party zealots who believed that the revolution had to 50. Go much further much more quickly. No doubt too that Lenin's repeated and eloquent words about bourgeois exploiters, and his use of workers' control as a deliberate disorganizing device for weakening the bourgeoisie, contributed to the nationalization drive when it came, as it also contributed to making the work of private management utterly impossible, even with the best will in the world. However, there is no reason why they should have shown goodwill to a regime which had usurped power and publicly announced that their ruin was a good and desirable objective. Discipline versus syndicalism. A conflict with the left communists broke out in the very first months, over the question of discipline and control. For Lenin, workers' control was a tactical device, just as in the army a revolt against officers and propaganda in favor of an elective command was an effective means of disrupting the old military structure. But once power was achieved, Lenin quickly became a firm supporter of discipline and order. We find him speaking of the establishment of strictest responsibility for executive functions and absolutely business-like disciplined voluntary fulfillment of the assignments and decrees necessary for the economic mechanism to function like clockwork. It was impossible to pass to this at once. Some months ago it would have been pedantry or even malicious provocation to demand it written on March 28, 1918. Here he found himself in opposition to the left communists, who also opposed him because of his willingness to sign a particularly unfavorable treaty with the Germans. Undoubtedly the opinion is very widely held that there can be no question of compatibility of one-man managerial authority with democratic organization. Nothing can be more mistaken than this opinion. Neither railways nor transport, nor large-scale machinery and enterprises in general can function correctly without a single will linking the entire working personnel into an economic organ operating with the discipline versus syndicalism. 51. Precision of clockwork. Socialism owes its origin to large-scale machine industry. If the masses of the working people in introducing socialism prove incapable of adapting their institutions in the way that large-scale machine industry should work, then there can be no question of introducing socialism. The slogan of practical ability and business-like methods has enjoyed little popularity among revolutionaries. One can even say that no slogan has been less popular among them. It is quite understandable that as long as the revolutionaries' task consisted of destroying the old capitalist order, they were bound to reject and ridicule such a slogan. For at that time the slogan in practice concealed the endeavor in one form or another to come to terms with capitalism or to weaken the proletariat's attack on the foundations of capitalism, to weaken the revolutionary struggle against capitalism. Quite clearly things were bound to undergo a radical change after the proletariat had conquered and consolidated its power and work had begun on a wide scale for laying the foundations of a new, i.e. socialist society. 15. It is in line with this policy that a decision was taken in March 1918 to take the railways away from workers' control and place them under semi-military command. Such policies and measures were opposed by Bukharin, Radek, Obolensky, and others. They resented Lenin's emphasis not only on discipline but also on the need for material incentives, piecework, and specially favorable conditions for the employment of bourgeois specialists. They accused Lenin of moving towards state capitalism. Lenin replied with eloquence in an article entitled Left-Wing Childishness. He refused to regard the accusation of state capitalism as an accusation at all. If state capitalism were established, this would represent an advance on the existing situation. The real conflict, he asserted, was not between state capitalism and socialism, but between both state capitalism and socialism on the one hand and the menacing alliance of the petty bourgeoisie with private capitalism on the other. The left opposition continued throughout this period to criticize measures designed to strengthen discipline through centralization and one-man management, and we shall find basically the same issues being debated again in 1920-21. Needless to say, his left opponents quoted many of Lenin's 52 words against him. Had he not written in State and Revolution that specialists should not be paid more than workers? Had he not extolled workers' control? Was his present policy not plainly inconsistent with doctrine? The workers would not understand. Lenin succeeded in curbing some of the excesses of the workers' councils by having them merged with the trade unions, which were gradually being brought under firm party control. But the experience of workers' councils was defended by him as a necessary, if materially destructive, stage of the revolution. He found it more difficult to curb the excesses of his own colleagues, and, though, as he later admitted, also being over-sanguine himself on occasion, he repeatedly was having to combat what he called the infantile disorder of leftism. Nove argued 16 that Lenin had no intention at first to launch into the extremes of war communism, that he was driven by emergencies of war, hunger, and chaos into an attempt to control everything from the center. It is true that his more extreme statements, to be cited on p. 60 below, were made subsequent to the first 6 months of Bolshevik power, though we can say that his own policies contributed to the chaos, of course. He boasted that these had destroyed the discipline of capitalist society. In doing so, he had for a time helped to destroy all order. It is also the case that a proposal, seriously mooted in the spring of 1918, to have mixed state and capitalist enterprises, was rejected. And it was presumably with Lenin's approval that the chief of VSNKH in May 1918, Milyutin, spoke of completing the nationalization of industry. But we will return to this point later. The slide into war communism was stimulated by the food shortages and the failure of efforts to procure food, especially grain, from the peasants at official prices. Attempts were made to organize sales of goods to peasants, but this had little effect. In May 1918 the Supply Commissariat, Narkomprod, acquired more powers to obtain and distribute food. In the end it proved necessary to use force. Lenin spoke on May 24, 1918 of a crusade. 53. For bread, and there developed a so-called food dictatorship, with the local organs of Narkomprod, with the help of workers' detachments and of the Chayka, secret police, seizing stocks held by alleged hoarders. This was merged into the campaign against the so-called rich peasants, kulaks, which Lenin had been advocating as the means of spreading Soviet power into the villages. The poor peasants, whom Lenin regarded as natural allies against the rural bourgeoisie, were urged to help in the task. On June 11, 1918 the decree on committees of the poor, committee, in the villages was issued. One of their principal tasks was the removal of surplus grain from the kulaks. The class war was to be bitterly fought in the villages, and many real or alleged kulaks had some land, equipment, and livestock, as well as surplus grain, confiscated. This step, said Lenin, was a tremendously important turning point in the entire development and structure of our revolution. By stages, the compulsory deliveries of food were systematized and given the name of prodrazverstka. This untranslatable term is derived from the noun prodavostvai, meaning foodstuffs, and the verb, razverstat / which literally means to distribute or suballocate, tasks or obligations, for instance. It came to mean a policy in which each peasant household was ordered to deliver its surplus to the state. In some cases this was outright confiscation, in others it was virtual confiscation, since the nominal prices paid were very low and there was practically nothing that could be bought with the money. The state demanded all that the peasant had, over and above an ill-defined minimum requirement for himself and his family. The peasants naturally resisted, and either hid their grain or sought to dispose of it through a black market or through illegal barter deals which continued throughout the period. To combat this the government sent workers' detachments to find and seize grain and to punish the hoarders, and it also sought to utilize the committees of the poor peasants, to set them upon their richer neighbors and so to try and discover grain hoards. Thus the process of grain confiscation went hand in hand with the effort to fan class warfare in the villages. A bitter struggle was waged between the government and the peasants and among the peasants themselves. Armed detachments sought to prevent the illegal movement of food to 54. Urban markets, although in many cases this was the only way in which food could in fact reach the towns, owing to the inefficiency and inadequacy of the official collection and distribution network. Peasants resented prodrazverstka deeply, and numerous riots broke out. Some parts of the country were in the hands of so-called Greens, who were against both Reds and Whites in the Civil War and stood for peasant rights. Some of them were of semi-anarchist complexion, notably a powerful peasant anarchist movement in the Ukraine led by Nestor Makhno, who was a major force in 1919. Others were little better than bandits. In his novel Julio Juranito, Ilya Ehrenberg painted a sarcastic picture of the peasant attitudes of the time. Peasants, he wrote, were all for liquidating communists, officers, Jews. The main thing, however, was to burn all the towns, for that's where trouble and dissension began. But before burning them it would be necessary to salvage any property that might come in useful, roofing for instance. Men's coats, pianos. That was their program. As for tactics, the most important thing was to have a small cannon in the village and about a dozen machine guns. Don't allow strangers to come near, and replace exchange of goods by raids on trains and requisitioning of passengers' baggage, which was far more sensible. 17 Yet in the end fear of a return of the landlords kept enough peasants loyal to the Bolshevik cause to ensure their ultimate victory in the Civil War. For in most white areas the landlords did come back, and peasants who had seized their land were often punished. However, the peasants could see little sense in producing farm surpluses which would be taken from them by requisition squads. Sowings were reduced. Production fell. It became ever more difficult to find surpluses, though the government's procurement organizations became more efficient and the requisitioning detachments more ruthless as time went on. Actual state procurements of grain, according to official sources, did increase. Thus in the agricultural year 1917-18 total procurements amounted to 30 million poods and in 1918-19 to no million poods. 18 Lenin declared that this success clearly speaks of a slow but definite improvement in our affairs in the sense of the victory of calm. 55. Munism over capitalism. It did not mean that conditions in the towns in fact improved. Throughout this period it was in fact quite impossible to live on the official rations, and the majority of the supplies even of bread came through the black market. The government was never able to prevent this market from functioning, but did sufficiently disrupt it to make food shortages worse. There arose a class of people known as meshokniki, or men with sacks, who moved foodstuffs and dodged the guards who tried to stop illegal trade. Many townsmen abandoned their work and moved to the country where at least there was some food. Many of the workers, being of recent peasant origin, were able to rejoin their relatives in the villages. There was a spectacular decline in the population of big cities, especially those which, like Petrograd, were far from sources of food. The townsmen who remained shivered hungrily in their unheated dwellings. The so-called bourgeoisie were often deprived even of such small rations as workers had, and had to sell off their belongings in order to buy black market food. A famous Soviet humorist described a barter deal in which a peasant acquired a grand piano in exchange for a sack of grain. The piano was too large for the peasant's hut and so it was cut into two and part of it stored in an outhouse. Kritzman described the existence of two economies, one legal and the other illegal. Despite all the efforts to requisition bread grain, in 1918 to 1960% of its consumption in cities passed through illegal channels. He estimated that in January 1919 in the provincial gubernskie capitals, i.e. most large towns, only 19% of all food came through official channels. The figure rose to 31% in April 1919, and fluctuated thereafter. It was only 29% in April 1920. This illustrates most clearly the limitations of the government's political grip, the extent to which it was struggling with forces it could not control, for all its ruthlessness. Lenin could cajole and threaten, the detachments of the Cheka could confiscate and shoot. Yet at certain moments even the government itself was compelled to legalize illegal trade. For example, in September 1918 the wicked speculators and meshokniki were authorized to take sacks weighing up to I-poods, 54 pounds, to Petrograd and Moscow, and in this month, according to Kritzman, they supplied 4 times more than did the official supply organization. 56. The government tried to encourage various forms of rural cooperation, varying from the loosest associations for the joint cultivation of the soil to fully fledged communes and state farms. More will be said about these various types in the next chapter. It is sufficient here to note that even at the height of war communism all these varieties of collective or cooperative farming covered only a tiny minority of households. In other words, they had little immediate significance for the agricultural situation. They were, however, regarded as politically important. Thus a decree published in February 1919 spoke of a transition to collective farming. No such transition occurred in 1919. But all this helped to set a precedent for subsequent events. Lenin did see in these still ineffective moves towards collectivism the path to the future. As already pointed out, he was aware of the limitations of smallholder agriculture and conscious of the political difficulties which would arise from the dominance of a private peasant economy. It is interesting in this connection to quote the evidence of H. G. Wells, who saw Lenin in 1920. The following is his report: "Even now," said Lenin, "not all the agricultural production of Russia is peasant production. We have in places large-scale agriculture. The government is already running big estates with workers instead of peasants where conditions are favorable. That can spread. It can be extended first to one province, then another. The peasants of the other provinces, selfish and illiterate, will not know what is happening until their turn comes. It may be difficult to defeat the Russian peasant en masse, but in detail there is no difficulty at all." At the mention of the peasant, Lenin's head came nearer mine, his manner became confidential. As if after all the peasant might overhear. One sees here a hint of Stalin's later deviousness, not to say plain dishonesty, in respect of his peasant policy. However, this should not lead us to conclude, as Stalin later wished us to conclude, that the collectivization drive of 1930 represented Leninist policies. It is true that Lenin and his more far-sighted colleagues already in 1918 saw not only the acute problem of persuading peasants to part with food in the critical days of the Civil War, but also a long-term contradiction between peasant. 57. Individualism and the socialist transformation of society. However, as we shall see, Lenin drew lessons from the bitter experience of the war communism period, and in his last years counseled care and moderation. In nightmare conditions of civil war, mismanagement, chaos, hunger, and breakdown, the rubble collapsed. The bulk of state expenditure was met through the printing press. Free market prices rose month by month. I myself recall as a small child giving a banknote of considerable face value to a beggar, who returned it to me saying that it was valueless. From March 1919 state enterprises were wholly financed from the budget, i.e. they obtained from the budget all the money they needed, and paid their receipts into the budget. Most transactions between state enterprises were of a bookkeeping nature only and not for cash. All this was a gradual process. It began with cash advances by VSNKH to meet wages payments and other expenses for those enterprises which happened to have run out of liquid resources. This practice spread. At first, many of the advances were supposed to be credits and not grants. However, in the general conditions of chaos and collapse, the practice of meeting the running expenses of the economy out of the budget became almost universal and cash payments gradually lost their significance. Typical of the views held at this time was a resolution of the Second All-Russian Congress of SNKH, Economic Councils, to the effect that state industrial enterprises should deliver their products to other state enterprises and institutions on the instructions of the appropriate organs of VSNKH without payment, and in the same way should obtain all the supplies they require, and that the railways and the state merchant fleet should transport gratis the goods of all state enterprises. In making this proposal, the Congress expressed the desire to see the final elimination of any influence of money upon the relations of economic units. 20. This policy was gradually brought into full effect during 1919. 58. This led to what was called the naturalization of economic relations. To cite Venediktov again, enterprises in fact made no payment for materials and services obtained from other state institutions, since all expenditures took place by bookkeeping and took the form simply of the transfer of working capital allocations from one account to another. The next step was the gradual abolition of monetary charges levied on state institutions for communal services, first in Moscow and later throughout the country. At the same time, workers and employees and their families and also some other strata of the population were no longer charged for foodstuffs and consumer goods, for postal and transport services, for housing and communal services, etc. This extended not only to the state sector but also to the working elements of the town and some groups of rural residents, families of soldiers and invalids, etc. 21. This entire process reached its apogee at the end of 1920 and was undoubtedly deeply influenced by the ideology which was so widespread among the party during the period of war communism. Indeed, Venediktov himself noted in his book that some of the most extreme measures in this direction were taken after final victory had been achieved in the Civil War. In other words, money lost its effective function within the state sector of the economy, and had precious little function at all. In 1919-20, workers' wages were largely paid in kind, the meager ration being free. Overcrowded tramcars and trains, insofar as there were any, were free also, as were municipal services. By 1920 there was even an attempt at a moneyless budget. This has been well described by R.W. Davies. As he put it, when it proved impossible to stabilize the currency and a centralized war communism economy began to be established, the earlier cautions about the dangers of the rapid transition to a moneyless system were heard less often. News spread that the Civil War system of complete state ownership and the abolition of the market was the full socialism of Marx and Engels, and that money was therefore an anachronism. And this view was strengthened by the inflation which seemed in any case to make the abolition of money inevitable. By the middle of 1920, the view 59. Yet the time was ripe for the complete establishment of a moneyless system was almost universally accepted, and attention was turned to the problems of operating an economy in kind. In the sphere of the budget, the central problem became the replacement of the money by a budget or balance of state income and expenditure in kind, a material budget, a unified plan for utilizing the material resources of the economy. Since the various goods had to be expressed in some common denominator, there were discussions about finding such a denominator in labor units. War communism ended before some of these ideas could find any practical expression. 22. Lenin himself, in writing or approving the draft program of the Communist Party in 1919, included the following phrases: to continue undeviatingly to replace trade by planned, governmentally organized distribution of products. The aim is to organize the whole population into producers and consumers communes. The party will strive for the most rapid carrying out of the most radical measures preparing the abolition of money. Russian commentators have noted the contrast between these words and Lenin's own insistence on a very different policy 2 years later, emphasizing that experience taught him that this was the wrong road. 23. As money lost all value, private trade was declared illegal and the nationalization of practically all industrial enterprises was undertaken. Voices came to be raised among the communists that they were even now in the process of establishing a true socialist economy. The most intelligent ideologist of left communists, Bukharin, devised a theory to the effect that in revolutions there is an inevitable mass destruction of means of production, and that by thereby destroying the structure and social habits of the past it would be possible to build from scratch the true socialist Russia. Markets, money, buying and selling, these characteristics of capitalism would swiftly vanish. So would economics, a science related to commodity exchange and to private property in the means of production. 24. Of course Bukharin and his friends were well aware of the appalling shortage of goods of every kind, and did emphasize the necessity of increasing production. However, 60. They retained at this period a utopian and optimistic set of ideas concerning a leap into socialism, which would seem to have had little to do with the reality of hunger and cold. Chaos increased. Industrial production fell rapidly. The destructive Civil War disrupted communications and made life more difficult still, while calling upon the remnants of industry to supply virtually everything for the needs of the front. Shortage of food was perhaps the key problem. The government's policy towards the peasants gave no hope of any improvement, since it provided no incentives to produce. Early in 1919 the government wound up the committees of the poor which had wrought such havoc. But the policy of requisitions and armed detachments was maintained unchanged through 1919 and 1920. Measures that made sense, if at all, only in terms of the emergency and disruption came to be regarded as good in themselves. Yet the vast majority of the people obviously yearned for greater freedom of trade, and the authorities knew it very well. They obstinately refused to contemplate such a surrender, as they saw it, to the petty bourgeois instincts of the masses. Lenin's own views at this period were both harsh and extreme. Thus he is on record as having opposed proposals by both Trotsky and Lenin, cp 69-70 below, to relax Prodrazverstka at the beginning of 1920. In August 1919 his notes read as follows: free trade in bread grains is a return to the total power visvlastiyi of the rich, the landlords, the capitalists. It is the beating up izbayeniyi of millions to make profits for capitalists. It is Kolkakovshkina, it is a state crime. 25 similar statements abound through to the end of 1920. Other Bolsheviks, with few exceptions, were just as emphatic as he was in opposing anything that implied the legalization of private trade. However, their position became more vulnerable with the sharp and continuous decline in the numbers of townspeople, the halving within 2 years of the working class population itself, the proletariat in whose name the Communist Party exercised its dictatorship. There were 2.6 million workers in 1917, 1.2 million in I-920. 26 chaos and misery were unbearable, or rather would become unbearable as soon as the Civil War which gave them some conceivable raison d'etre was over. It is hard for a prosaic writer without literary gifts to picture. 61. The state of Russia at this period. It is true that many remote and isolated villages lived their lives as usual, but over most of the country normal life had become impossible. H. G. Wells, in his book quoted above, spoke of harsh and terrible realities. Our dominant impression of things Russian is an impression of a vast irreparable breakdown. The great monarchy which was here in 1914, the administrative, social, financial and commercial systems connected with it have, under the strains of 6 years of incessant war, fallen down and been smashed utterly. Never in all history has there been so great a debacle before. The fact of the revolution is to our minds altogether dwarfed by the fact of this downfall. The Russian part of the old civilized world that existed before 1914 fell and is now gone. Amid this vast disorganization, an emergency government supported by a disciplined party of perhaps 150,000 adherents, the Communist Party, has taken control. It has, at the price of much shooting, suppressed brigandage, established a sort of order and security in the exhausted towns and set up a crude rationing system. Wells gives a frightening picture of Petrograd, in which all wooden houses were pulled down for fuel and even the wooden pavings had been used for the same purpose. All this accords with the picture of the period which one obtains from reading such a novel as Dr. Zhivago. Another Russian novel, Gladkov Cement, described the effect of the chaos of the time on the operations of a factory. Amid desperate shortages of materials and fuel, the remaining workers made cigarette lighters out of pilfered metal in order to have something to barter for food. The tremendous shake-up and disruption of these years left a scar on the memories and consciences of millions of people, and it is not surprising that the experiences of the period with their grandeur and miseries played such an important part in subsequent literature. The table on page 62 shows the collapse statistically. The collapse of foreign trade was due not only to the prevailing chaos, but also to the blockade maintained during the Civil War by the Western powers. There was a sizable British naval force in 1919-20 in the Gulf of Finland, for example, blockading Leningrad. 62. VSNKH endeavored to cope with an impossible job. By September 1919, according to Bukharin, there were under its control 3,300 enterprises, employing about 1.3 million persons, or so the statistical records purported to show, while Bukharin himself thought the number of nationalized enterprises was about 1913-1921. Gross output of all industry, index, 131. Large-scale industry, index, 121. Coal, million tons, 29.9. Oil, million tons, 9.2328. Electricity, million kWhs, 2039.520. Pig iron, million tons, 4.20.I. Steel, million tons, 4230.2. Bricks, millions, 2.10.01. Sugar, million tons, I30.05. Railway tonnage carried, millions, 1,324.39-4. Agricultural production, index, 160. Imports, 1913 rubles, I374.28. Exports, 1913 rubles, 1,522.0. Sources, Promyshlenost SSSR, Moscow, 1964, p. 32. Vneshnaya Torgoflya SSSR ZA 1918-40 GG. Moscow, I960, p. 13. Narodno Hozyastvo SSSR, 1932, p. 30. Sotsialistic Iskustroitstvo, Moscow, 1934, pages 2,4. Atapi Ekonomikoskoy Politiki SSSR, P. Vaceburg, Moscow, 1934, p. 55. Note, some of the above figures do not refer to strictly comparable territory. 4,000, but presumably the figures here given only relate to those within the purview of VSNKH. Of the above-mentioned enterprises, 1,375 were functioning in September 1919. Amid the general breakdown of transport and communications, the unpredictable movements of the war fronts, the demands of the military for all available supplies and its own clumsy and inexperienced mishandling of materials allocations, VSNKH could only struggle to mitigate where possible the general collapse of economic life. Chaos was increased by arbitrary arrests of real or alleged bourgeois, including specialists, deprivation of rations, and so on. Successive reorganizations considerably expanded its administrative apparatus. In Bukharin's conception, VSNKH was in a 63. very real sense acting as a single state firm. In 1919-20, through its various glavki, it distributed such materials as were available, issued orders as to what to produce, which of the desperate needs to satisfy, and in what order. This was indeed, as Bukharin noted, an attempt at total and moneyless planning, though in a disintegrating economy under conditions of civil war, with little effective coordination between VSNKH's own glavki, let alone other controlling bodies. He noted that in September 1919 about 80 to 90% of large-scale industry had been nationalized, and he correctly foresaw that this figure would reach 100%. However, in view of the fact that he was a leader of the left extremists at this period, it is interesting to note that he, and also Preobrazhensky, his co-author, added the following words. We must remember that we do not expropriate petty property. Its nationalization is absolutely out of the question, firstly because we would be unable ourselves to organize the scattered small-scale production, and secondly because the Communist Party does not wish to, and must not, offend the many millions of petty proprietors. Their conversion to socialism must take place voluntarily, by their own decision, and not by means of compulsory expropriation. It is particularly important to remember this in areas where small-scale production is predominant. 27 In line with the above conceptions, the decree of April 26, 1919 specified that there should be no nationalization of any enterprise employing 5 persons or less, 10 persons in the absence of a power-driven machine. Despite the above, many thousands of small workshops were in fact nationalized, even though the state was quite unable to make them function. The statistics of the period were muddled, to say the least. The invaluable Kritzman gave a number of contradictory figures. Thus VSNKH claimed that on November 1, 1920 there were 4,420 nationalized enterprises, while another source made it 4,547. Yet in August 1920 an industrial census counted over 37,000 nationalized enterprises. Of these, however, over 5,000 employed one worker only. Many of these enterprises were, apparently, windmills. This illustrates the fantastic extremes to which nationalization was pushed in 1919-20, despite the clear impracticability of such action. 64. Kritzman called the resultant confusion the most complete form of proletarian natural anarchistic economy. Anarchistic because of conflicts between different administrative instances, and because of lack of any coherent plan. Anarchistic too because of the shock, undarnyi, campaigning methods, by which the authorities rushed from bottleneck to bottleneck, creating new shortages while seeking feverishly to deal with others. He claimed that it was heroic. He knew and said that it was chaotic. The war emergencies and the transport breakdown were ever-present reasons for tighter control. Already in November 1918 the Council of Workers' and Peasants' Defense was set up to collect and utilize resources for war. This council sprouted a number of committees with strangely abbreviated names such as Kreskomsnab and Chasosnabarm, with special powers over defense industries, including those administered by VSNKH. In March 1920 it became the Council of Labor and Defense, Sovet Truda I Obrany, STO. Lenin was its chairman, and its authority conflicted with, and became superior to, that of VSNKH. The STO became the effective economic cabinet and issued binding decrees on all kinds of things, from nationalization to boots. VSNKH, the STO, and the government in 1920 were prone to set up committees to make plans for the expansion of production in future years. For this purpose a number of so-called bourgeois specialists were drawn in. They used the work of such men as Grinovetskyi, though this able engineer planner was an anti-Bolshevik. Some of these plans represent interesting pioneering efforts at thinking out means of developing Russian natural resources on a large scale, even though in the short run nothing whatever could have been done to make a reality of them. The best known of these plans was the so-called Goal-Ro, the plan for electrification of Russia to which Lenin paid so much attention and which Wells in his book described as senseless dreams amid the universal ruin. This was the first long-term development plan in human history. 28 The plan was presented to a Congress of the party in Moscow in 1920 by the old Bolshevik engineer Krzyzanowski. He illustrated the plan with a vast map of Russia in which electric light bulbs showed the electrification of the future. Such was the state of Moscow's 65. Electricity supply at the time that it was necessary to cut off almost all the city in order to ensure that these lights on the map would not cause overstrain at the power station. The organization responsible for Goal-Ro was eventually merged with the nascent planning organs, as will be mentioned later on. By the end of 1918, another body was undertaking the coordination of resource allocation. This was the Commission of Utilization, Komisija Ispolzovania, which, as its title suggests, was concerned with distribution, not production. It was interdepartmental, and tried to reconcile conflicting interests of the various glavki and commissariats. In doing so, it began, however haltingly, the practice of drawing up material balances, later to become an essential feature of Soviet planning. 29 One gets the impression of utter administrative confusion, described by Weisberg as administrative partisan war. Central organs, in and out of VSNKH, while enforcing stern centralization, were often at odds with one another. No unified plan existed. There was priority for war, and numerous improvisations as the economy staggered from critical shortage to outright breakdown. But, to cite Weisberg again, one must not forget, and this is most important, that under these conditions the party coordinated the multitude of plans and operational decisions of the Glavki, replacing the non-existent unified national economic plan and ensuring military victory. 30 And within the party the effective body, supreme over all, was the Politburo. During the war communism period the party fervently debated the linked issues of industrial administration and the role of the trade unions. We have seen that the original principles of workers' control involved a species of undefined supervision over the function of management, which gave rise to much indiscipline and strengthened syndicalist tendencies. The merging of the workers' councils with the trade unions could only improve the situation on condition that the trade unions were not behaving as sectional interest organizations and that they would do something effective to impose discipline. This concept of the trade unions was at variance with their representative character. It is true that the unions were increasingly under the control of members of the Bolshevik Party. However, these members were not yet behaving. 66. Like obedient cogs in a machine, and themselves embodied tendencies which could only be described as syndicalist in nature. Many also had, as we have seen, illusions concerning the innate virtue of working-class initiative. Opposition to Lenin crystallized around the issues of one-man management and the role of the unions. Gradually, through 1919 and 1920, Lenin succeeded in having the principle of one-man management in industry introduced, but even as late as March 1920 he admitted his failure to persuade the Bolshevik faction in the trade unions to accept his ideas on this subject. In this respect, as in others, there were no clear rules of conduct. Thus management took the following forms in various places: 1. A worker in charge, with a specialist assistant and advisor. 2. A specialist in charge, with a worker commissar attached to him. 3. A specialist in charge, and a commissar who had the right to query but not to countermand his orders. 4. A collegium, with a responsible chairman. 31. Lenin's principle of iron discipline, to which he returned again and again, eventually overcame the concept of a management collegium which included representatives of the workers. The so-called workers' opposition, led by Shlyapnikov and Kollontai, thought in terms of trade union control over the economy. This was not at all Lenin's view. He saw in the party the embodiment of the true interests of the entire working class, and would not allow any counterposing of trade unionist or sectionalist interests to the supreme authority of the party. It is interesting to note, in view of later Chinese policies, that the workers' opposition, in its speeches to the 10th Party Congress in 1921, advocated that every member of the party, whatever his position, should be an ordinary worker for several months in the year. At the other extreme, Trotsky advocated the militarization of labor. His views arose out of the desperate situation of 1920. A military attack on the chaos in rail transport did have some success. He took the view that the urgency of the need for reconstruction was such that it justified the creation of a kind of labor army which would work under military discipline. Lenin, 67, opposed this view. The trade unions, in his opinion, still had protective functions, given the bureaucratic deformations from which the Soviet state still suffered. Furthermore, Trotsky, in making virtue out of necessity, went so far as to envisage labor militarization as lasting through the whole transitional period, until the time that socialist consciousness would make everyone desire to work for the common weal. Until then, the workers would have to be compelled to do what was needed, and it was the leadership who knew what it was. Bukharin at that time took a similar line. Both quickly changed their tune once war communism was over. Thus Bukharin feared that groups of workers will fail to understand all proletarian tasks, and so one needed labor conscription and direction of labor, the concentrated coercion of the proletarian dictatorship, the militarization of economic command functions. He saw no point in so-called freedom of labor. 32. These debates may seem to be of fundamental importance. It might appear that they were concerned with the conscience of the revolution and the very essence of the nature of the Soviet state. Those who take this view may therefore deplore that so little space has been devoted here to the arguments of the protagonists. The arguments were of course deeply felt. Yet one must ask oneself whether the debates really made much difference to reality. It was natural that some communists would advocate direct working class control over the factories, and that this would conflict with the need for discipline and order. It was natural, too, that the advocates of discipline and order would triumph, especially in the chaotic conditions of the period. The issue of whether or not the apparatus of economic control should be under the trade unions, which seems so fundamental, was surely in a very real sense a pseudo-issue. If the trade union apparatus had taken over the tasks of running industry, it would have become transformed into another version of VSNKH, the Economic Department of Government. It was quite impossible for the unions to retain their characteristics in this new role. As for the militarization of the economy, Trotsky's mistake was surely to ignore the longings of the demobilized soldiers and overwrought citizens for the status of free workers. The unions were 68. Of course incorporated into the system and used as a transmission belt between party and masses. Nor was Lenin opposed to ad hoc militarization. Here, for instance, is one of his draft decrees, in a belt stretching 30 to 50 versts on both sides of the railway lines, introduce martial law for labor mobilization to clear the tracks. 33 He repeatedly urged the mobilization of the bourgeoisie for compulsory labor. A resolution approved by him during the height of the argument with Trotsky favored sound Zhidorov forms of the militarization of labor. 34 Yet the fact remains that acres of scarce paper and tons of scarcer ink were devoted at this time to this particular discussion, by Lenin and many others. So we can identify the following characteristics of war communism. 1. An attempt to ban private manufacture, the nationalization of nearly all industry, the allocation of nearly all material stocks, and of what little output there was, by the state, especially for war purposes. 2. A ban on private trade, never quite effective anywhere, but spasmodically enforced. 3. Seizure of peasant surpluses, prodrazverstka. 4. The partial elimination of money from the state's dealings with its own organizations and the citizens. Free rations, when there was anything to ration. 5. All these factors combined with terror and arbitrariness, expropriations, requisitions. Efforts to establish discipline, with party control over trade unions. A siege economy with a communist ideology. A partly organized chaos. Sleepless, leather-jacketed commissars working round the clock in a vain effort to replace the free market. By the beginning of 1920, the White armies were fleeing on all fronts, and the Bolsheviks were in control of an exhausted country. The time had come to consider the basis on which reconstruction could be achieved. No longer was it possible, or 69. Necessary, to subordinate all considerations to the struggle for survival. The means of recovery were now to hand. At the end of 1918 and for much of 1919 the Soviet-held territory of Russia was cut off from most of its customary sources of textile materials, Turkestan and the Baltic states, from oil, from the Donets coal basin, from the wheatlands of the North Caucasus and of the Ukraine, from most of its iron and steel plants. All these had returned to Soviet hands. True, they were in a deplorably run-down or decrepit state. But the resources were available, and needed to be activated. The task of reconstruction had to be tackled and the attention of the party leaders was increasingly devoted to this. The Polish invasion, May 1920, the subsequent Russian advance on Warsaw, and the painful retreat, interrupted for a time the process of rethinking, by providing yet another reason for emergency measures. But fighting with Poland ended in October 1920. However, the key problem was the relationship with the peasants, and also the related problems of freedom of trade and of private small-scale industry. It was becoming increasingly clear that the state organs were quite unable to cope with running all sections of industry and with the processes of material allocation, rationing and trade. Requisitioning, prodrazverstka, was bitterly resented by the bulk of the peasants, and agricultural recovery was impossible unless they could be given some incentives and a sense of security. State farms were not an acceptable solution and the peasants were strongly opposed to the transfer to them of any usable land which they themselves wanted. Trotsky may have appeared to be an extreme supporter of discipline, in that he favored militarization of labor in 1920. Yet the same Trotsky was the first prominent Bolshevik to accept the need to abandon prodrazverstka, to substitute a tax in kind and to allow greater freedom for trade, or at least to barter. He said as much in February 1920. We have now learnt that a similar proposal had been made by U. Lerin to the Third Congress of the Sovnarkozy, Economic Councils, at the end of January 1920, and received some support, for example from Rykov, whereupon Lenin and Krestinsky insisted not only on rejection of the proposal but also forbade its publication, which is why it has surfaced only very 70. Recently. 35 The Mensheviks, for example F. Dan, also argued for abandoning Prodrazverstka. But Lenin was implacable. Yet he was on record as saying that requisitions were a necessary and temporary phase, arising from the emergency situation and the general destitution of the country. He could surely not have imagined that peasants would or could be persuaded, for long, to hand over their surpluses for what he himself described as colored pieces of worthless paper. He seems to have hoped for some sort of organized product exchange, which would still cut out private traders and keep the peasants wholly dependent on state sources of supply. Certainly the speeches of the time, and also such novels as Cement by Gladkov, show that a great many party members were devoted to the proposition that free trade and private manufacturing were sinful, that to allow such things was to surrender to the enemy, and that the widespread black market was an evil to be firmly suppressed. Later on, Lenin admitted that he too was affected by the prevailing atmosphere. On April 29, 1920 he said, "We say that the peasants must give their surplus grain to the workers because under present-day conditions the sale of these surpluses would be a crime. As soon as we restore our industry, we will make every effort to satisfy the peasants' needs of urban manufactures." 36 Yet 2 days earlier he had said, "We will not feed those who do not work in Soviet enterprises and institutions," 37, which meant it was a crime for them to eat. In fact, he seems to have gone right off the rails. Far from modifying the extremes of war communism, the decrees adopted towards the end of 1920 were more extreme than ever. Prodrazverstka was strongly reasserted. Aware of the accursed vicious circle, no industrial production meant no food in towns, no food in towns meant no industrial production, he tried to break out by more ruthless requisitioning. The peasants, he knew, needed industrial products, not paper money. He was willing to say that we admit ourselves to be despots to the peasants. But he insisted on their duty to deliver up their surpluses. Even as late as December 27, 1920, speaking to a conference in Moscow, he urged still more attacks on alleged kulaks, a category he refused to define. Men on the spot would know, a man who 71. Bought a horse for 5 poods of grain was a kulak, for instance. When a delegate implied that delivery obligations of his area, Stavropol, North Caucasus, might be reduced, so as to avoid confiscations, and so as not to destroy the economy, Lenin told him, "Act as you acted before. With strict conformity to the decree of the Soviet regime and your communist conscience," which clearly meant confiscate. 38 To be fair, on the very same day he found himself in a minority when he proposed the issuing of bonuses in kind to peasant households who produced more. His colleagues thought that bonuses should go only to agricultural associations of various kinds. Lenin replied, "We have 20 million separate households, which are individually run and cannot be run otherwise. Not to reward them for increasing their productivity would be basically wrong." 39 On February 8, 1921 Obolensky proposed to the Central Committee that Prodrazverstka should be abolished and Lenin apparently approved. 40 He started making drafts of resolutions on the subject. Yet as late as February 24, 1921, faced with what he described as kulak risings and a catastrophic situation, he blamed the peasant risings on an SR conspiracy fomented from abroad. Why? The connection may be seen because the rebellions occur in those regions from which we take bread grains. 41 Such an absurd statement suggests he was overwrought, or just not thinking. But by then he was about to make up his mind that change was necessary. In December 1920, too, an attempt was made to control by decree the sowing and harvesting on the 20 million peasant holdings. Of course, this could not be made effective. But the declaration of intent was made, and organizations to carry it out were set up, Pozivkomi, sowing committees, which is a significant index to the party's mentality at the time. The same extremism showed itself in industrial policy. Here too, as on the food front, Lenin in the same year thought in terms of organized action, priorities, suppression of the market. Industry must be started again, food must be provided. We must concentrate all our efforts on this task. It has to be solved by military methods, with absolute ruthlessness, and by the absolute suppression of all other interests, so he said to the executive of the Soviets on 72. February 2, 1920. 42. Perhaps it is in the last few words of this quotation that one finds the clue to the policy pursued in that year. Collapse was total. Priority of reconstruction must also be total. But the great illegal underground market economy, defying all efforts to control it, was sucking resources away, corrupting the apparatus and the proletariat alike. Very well, suppress it totally. So they must have argued. Only a year previously Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, both at this time known for their leftism, had quite explicitly stated, in their ABC of Communism, that nationalization of small-scale industry would be absolutely out of the question, see page 63. So Lenin would hardly have been acting under pressure from them. This whole leap into extremism in the last months of 1920 plainly perplexed Kritzman, who made no attempt to explain it. He quoted the decree nationalizing all small-scale industry, which was dated as late as November 29, 1920, though by then most of it had already been either nationalized or paralysed. Of course, the administrative organs were quite unable to cope with thousands of tiny productive units. Chaos increased. Thus in that year efforts were made to retain, for the reconstruction period at least, the characteristic methods of war communism. But this proved impossible. Events forced their hand. Peasant riots grew in intensity as the menace of a white victory in the Civil War receded. Bandits roamed wide areas. In some provinces it proved necessary to dispatch large armies to suppress rebellion, particularly the Antonov Rising in Tambov. Food supplies were gravely endangered. The final straw was the Kronstadt Rising, when the sailors rebelled against the miserable conditions of life, and in their slogans reflected the peasants' hostility to the party's policy. This rising began on February 28, 1921. But probably on February 8, at latest on February 24, 1921, there were clear indications that Lenin had seen that a drastic change of line had become necessary. He expressed willingness to consider the end of Prodrazverstka. 43. The rising may, however, have helped to convince even the more extreme of the Bolshevik leadership that a sharp about-turn was a matter of life or death for the regime, and therefore also for them. The new economic policy was born. We must now return to the theme with which we started this chapter. Was war communism a response to the war emergency and to collapse, or did it represent an all-out attempt to leap into socialism? I have already suggested that it could be both these things at once. Perhaps it should also be said that it meant different things to different Bolsheviks, and this is an important element in our understanding their view of the about-turn of 1921. Some felt that the days of 1918-20 were not only heroic and glorious days of struggle, leading to victory against heavy odds, but were also stages towards socialism or even the gateway to full communism. Some of these men were deeply shocked by the retreat, which seemed to them a betrayal of the revolution. Others saw the necessity of the retreat, but were above all concerned with limiting its consequences and resuming the advance at the earliest date. Still others, some of the future right wing among them, looked forward to a prolonged pause, and saw in war communism at best an unavoidable series of excesses. For them a large private sector in small-scale industry and trade, linked with an overwhelmingly private agriculture, was the condition of political security and economic reconstruction, and this would go on for a long time. These attitudes were by no means clear-cut. Lenin himself admitted that he had been over-sanguine about the war communism period. More strikingly still, Bukharin swung from the extreme left to become in the end the ideologist of caution and compromise, as we shall see in the next chapter. Evidence as to how the Bolsheviks saw the events of 1918 to 21 may be found in some fascinating debates held in the years 1922-4 at the Socialist, later Communist, Academy. The men who spoke were still able to express frank views, to disagree with one another, speaking of events which they all remembered vividly. This was no official post-mortem, or the smooth cleaned-up version of later party histories. It is therefore worth quoting what the various views were, even though all too briefly. E. A. Preobrazhensky, you know, Matt, in 1918 we introduced nationalization only on a very modest scale, and only the Civil War compelled us to go over to nationalization all along the line. 44 VP Milyutin, one-time head of VSNKH, in early 1918 we had no war communism, no all-round nationalization, and it is wrong to say that there were slogans advocating all-round nationalization. On the contrary, we moved cautiously towards taking over a few trustified sectors of industry. 45 A. Bogdanov, two elements determined war communism. The element of catastrophe, this is what made war communism necessary in Russia. The second was a formal element, communism had to be achieved. But who could do it? He who knows how. I will remind you of the Paris Commune. There, in a besieged city, it was necessary to carry out at least some communist measures. I remember in 1918 how Lenin tried to prepare the ground for the thought that for the present we needed only state capitalism. Yes, we were cautious. I recall how the Bolsheviks felt when power fell into their hands. The first feeling was one of disarray. Rastiryanovs. These were men given by history a gigantic burden to carry. They tried to act cautiously, but military revolutionary necessity developed and compelled them, life compelled them, to act as they did. 46 B. Gorev, ex-Menshevik. The most terrible enemy of the proletariat is the petty bourgeois peasantry, and this enemy must be neutralized. In this sense the experience of the Russian Revolution shows that the nationalization of petty trade should be the last phase of the revolution, and not the first. The difficulty was not in the logic of civil war, as Comrade Preobrazhensky thinks, but in the fact that the rebellious proletariat demand equality, that is consumer communism, i.e. he gives weight to pressure from below. 47 V. Fursov, minor communist NEP was arising already in 1918. Then came the period of civil war, war communism appeared. Our movement towards communism thereby slowed down, since socialist construction is impossible when all production potential is utilized unproductively. The war ended. The inevitable NEP 48 appeared, the first stage of our move towards socialism. NEP may be detestable and disagreeable for us, but it is inevitable. Is it a concession, a step back from our ideals? Yes. A move back as against our past? No, since we have nothing to retreat from. We are just beginning to advance. NEP is the advance line of socialist construction. 49. L. N. Kritzman, war communism was a natural anarchistic economy. Not a socialist form, but transitional to socialism. 50 U. Larin, we had to run the economy in the almost complete absence of normal economic conditions, and so inevitably the planned economy turned simply into the allocation of whatever was available. That is the principal reason why the planned economy under war communism took the form of administrative measures, not of economic regulation but of administrative allocations. 51 Trotsky, writing in 1920, had this to say: once having taken power, it is impossible to accept one set of consequences at will and refuse to accept others. If the capitalist bourgeoisie consciously and malignantly transforms the disorganization of production into a method of political struggle, with the object of restoring power to itself, the proletariat is obliged to resort to socialization, independently of whether this is beneficial or otherwise at the given moment. And, once having taken over production, the proletariat is obliged, under the pressure of iron necessity, to learn by its own experience a most difficult art, that of organizing a socialist economy. Having mounted the saddle, the rider is obliged to guide the horse, in peril of breaking his neck. 52. Of course, the above quotations may have an element of ex post justification about them. But it would still be oversimple to conclude, with Wiles, 53, that war communism represented a model of fully fledged quantitative planning, or, with Paul Craig Roberts and Laszlo Samuli, 54, that it was due almost solely to ideology, to trying to follow Marx, though similar arguments can now be encountered in Russia too since 1989. It could be argued, on the contrary, that Dobb and the Soviet scholar Gimp Elson give too much weight to circumstances, too little to ideology. My own view, already stated, is that both factors played a major role and reinforced each other, and this differs little from the conclusions of Silvana Mal, in her full-scale survey of the period. 55. The elements which could be explained by this being a siege economy were overlaid and sometimes overwhelmed by ideological Marxist enthusiasm. But it is not inappropriate to remind oneself that men who considered themselves orthodox Marxists, such as Plekhanov, Koskay, Martov, strongly opposed the theory and practice of war communism. J6. What did Lenin think? In 1920 he could still talk of reconstruction by enthusiasms such as voluntary extra work, the so-called subotniki, and by continuing strict centralization of economic life. We have already seen how he seems to have become over-enthusiastic in 1920. Evidence can be multiplied. Thus on October 16, 1920 he telegraphed the Soviet authorities in the Ukraine and urged them to develop collective cultivation, confiscate the money reserves of so-called kulaks, over and above the workers' norm, whatever that was, to collect fully all bread grain surpluses, to confiscate the farm implements of kulaks. 56. True, every now and again he told his comrades that they were going too far, as when, commenting on a draft decree on confiscation of property, he objected to the confiscation of all money held by anyone which exceeded the annual income of a worker, and also the confiscation of all books owned by anyone in excess of 3,000 volumes. 57. But it is clear that by 1920 Lenin was himself going too far, too fast. He became finally convinced of the necessity of retreat and, true to his nature, he made of the necessity a set of basic principles, of which much more will be said in the next chapter. The new policy was to be carried through seriously and for a long time. In his notes he has left us some interesting insights into his thought processes. One such note reads, 1794 versus 1921-58. The Jacobins, in the French Revolution, had found that the terror and economic centralization had lost their raison d'etre with the victory of 1794. The beneficiaries of the revolution, especially the more prosperous peasants, had pressed for relaxation and freedom to make money. This had swept away Robespierre, and the whole revolution moved to the right after Thermidor, the month of Robespierre's downfall. All Russian revolutionaries had the example of France vividly before them. Lenin's notes show that he intended to carry out the economic retreat to avoid a head-on clash with the forces that broke Robespierre. Robespierre, in his view, failed to take into account the class nature of his enemies, had struck out against individuals and had been swept away in the end. He, Lenin, would avoid such political consequences by keeping the levers of political power firmly in the hands of a disciplined party. So it was not a coincidence that the beginnings of NEP were accompanied not only by the final ban on all political parties other than the Bolsheviks, but also, at the 10th Party Congress in March 1921, by a ban on factional organization within the Bolshevik Party itself. In the years 1921-2, and for a few years thereafter, the entire social-economic balance shifted. The private sector, the petty bourgeoisie, came to act in a way that seemed to be in total conflict with the ideology and practice of the war communism period. The role of the market, in relations with the peasants and even within the state's own economic sector, was dramatically enhanced. Yet when at last the bitter logic of circumstances convinced Lenin of the need for change, the full extent and consequences of the change were not, at first, discerned. We have seen how, all the way up to February 1921, Lenin kept stubbornly on the course of all-round nationalization, centralization, the elimination of money, and, above all, the maintenance of Prodrazverstka. There was no pressure on him from his colleagues to change this policy. Events, rather than the Central Committee, provided a potent means of persuasion. The first public sign of second thoughts came in a speech at the plenary session of the Moscow Soviet, on February 28, 1921. He saw the point of a delegate's argument to the effect that the peasants needed to know what they had to deliver to the state, i.e. that the seizure of surpluses be replaced by a tax in kind, prodnalog. They would consider this proposal. Once this idea was accepted, however reluctantly, it was bound to lead to a reconsideration of the entire basis of the war communism economy. As already mentioned in the last chapter, any hesitations he may have had left on the subject were overcome when the peasant risings in many parts of the country were followed by the Kronstadt sailors' revolt. This occurred during the sessions of the 10th Party Congress in March 1921. As emergency military measures were improvised to crush the revolt, so Lenin proposed the substitution of food tax, prodnalog, for confiscation of surpluses, prodrazverstka. The decisive decree went through the party and Soviet organs during March 1921. The tax in kind was fixed substantially below the requisitioning targets of the previous year, and therefore well below the actual needs for produce. Thus the delivery quota for 1920-21 had been 423 million poods, whereas the grain tax in kind for 1921-2 was fixed at 240 million poods. For potatoes the figures were respectively no and 60, for meat 25.4 and 6.5, and so on. 2 in 1924 tax in kind was replaced by a money tax, but this was after the stabilization of the currency was well underway. After payment of tax, the peasants were to be free to use the rest of their produce as they thought fit, and could sell it in the local market, in the words of the original decree. But this would make little sense if the object was to encourage sales of food to the food deficit areas, and so this limitation was quickly forgotten. And since it was absurd to contemplate peasants traveling hundreds of miles to sell their own goods in remote industrial cities, the legalization of private trade was inevitable too, despite the strong feelings of revulsion which private trade inevitably caused among many party members. Again, at first it was hoped to control such trade strictly, to limit it. Freedom of trade, said Lenin to the 10th Congress, even if at first it is not linked with the White Guards, like Kronstadt was, nonetheless inevitably leads to White Guardism, to the victory of capital, to its full restoration. 3 Yet in practice the desperate need for free exchange of goods was such that, once trade of any kind was legalized, March 1921, it grew like a snowball and swept away restrictions. Cooperative trading was encouraged, and was particularly successful in selling consumers' goods in the countryside, as well as goods of all kinds in towns alongside the state retail network, which was gradually being built up from the ruins of war communism. However, private traders were allowed gradually to enter into trade deals of almost every kind, selling to peasants, buying from peasants, buying from and selling to state enterprises, selling goods made by state factories as well as those made by a resurgent private manufacturing sector, of which more later. At first, when the party was persuaded of the need for change, it was thought that the retreat would be limited to the substitution of commodity exchange produktugmen, for confiscations. Speaking in October 1921, Lenin frankly admitted this had been an error, an illusion. The only way was trade, and the state and party would have to learn to trade. What is the use of talking to us about state trade, argued a delegate. They didn't teach us to trade in prison. Lenin replied. Were we taught to fight in prison? Were we taught how to administer a state in prison, for the logic of events, or the elemental forces of the petty bourgeois environment, swept aside efforts to restrain them? Nonetheless, the party firmly held to the decision to retain in the hands of the state the commanding heights of the economy, banking, foreign trade, large-scale industry. but it was recognized that the attempt totally to nationalize manufacturing was an error. Under the conditions of 1921, with shortages of every kind, especially of fuel, many state-operated enterprises had to be closed, and some of these, as well as small workshops nationalized in the previous 2 years, were leased to private entrepreneurs and cooperative groups of various kinds, payment being in goods, or taxes in money. Such small enterprises as escaped the nationalization decrees were allowed to reopen. On May 17, 1921, the decree nationalizing all small-scale industry was formally revoked. On July 7, 1921, every citizen was authorized freely to undertake handicraft production and also to organize small-scale industrial enterprises, not exceeding 10 to 20 workers. Leasing of enterprises in the possession of VSNKH was regulated by a decree of July 5, 1921, and leasing continued through 1922. Already early in 1922 over 10,000 enterprises had been leased, on terms of 2 to 5 years on payment of 10 to 15% of output, but of these the large majority were windmills. 3,800 were appreciable enterprises, employing 15 to 20 persons, and 50% of the lessees were private individuals, some of them former owners. 5 By October 1923 the number of leased enterprises had risen to 5,698, employing an average of 16 workers. Of these, 1,770 were in food processing, 1,515 in hides and skins. Outright denationalization was rare. 76 enterprises were returned to their former proprietors by the Presidium of VSNKH, an unstated number by provincial organs. 6. The new economic policy was universally referred to as NEP, and the privateers who flourished under it were known as NEPmen. It was a form of mixed economy, with an overwhelmingly private agriculture, plus legalized private trade and small-scale private manufacturing. We shall show later on that the NEPmen did make considerable headway. However, the authorities did not allow the creation of big private enterprises, though a total of 18 private enterprises did employ between 200 and 1,000 workers each in 1924-5. The vast majority of those engaged in manufacturing and mining worked for the state. But the still feeble economy was struck at once by a disaster of the first magnitude. The cumulative effect of years of Prodrazverstka had caused a marked reduction of sowings, and on top of this there was a severe drought in the east and southeast. The result was an appalling famine. The 1920 grain harvest, only 54% of the 1909-13 average, was bad enough. In 1921 the harvest was only 37.6 million tons, only 43% of the pre-war average overall, but far worse in the affected areas. 8 uncounted millions died. Relief measures were taken. The tax in kind had to be waived in the affected provinces. But supplies in the hands of the authorities were far too small to render effective help to the starving. An emergency relief committee was formed, with prominent non-communists, even with anti-communists such as Prokopovich and Kuskova, as participants. They were soon afterwards arrested. American aid was accepted, under the auspices of the American Relief Administration. Scarce resources of foreign currency were used to purchase grain. Yet shortage of food, the breakdown of transport and general disorganization limited the effectiveness of relief measures. Diseases such as typhus carried off many. Millions of hungry survivors wandered in search of some sort of food into the more fortunate provinces. With the fuel crisis causing the closure of many state-operated factories, 1921 was a nightmare year for people and government alike. Towards the end of the year and in 1922 there emerged a nightmare of a different kind. The leadership decided that the time had come to abandon the system under which state industry had been operating. Hitherto, as has already been mentioned, they had produced regardless of cost, receiving all their money expenses from the state. The various factories were under divisions, Glavki, of VSNKH, they produced to their orders, and received materials and fuel, when they received them at all, in order to carry their orders out. Wages had almost lost their significance, and rations and services were mainly free. The result was a monstrous growth of bureaucratic tangle, an unworkable degree of centralization, Glavkism, waste, and inefficiency. It was found necessary to close many enterprises because there was no fuel and no materials. While desperate efforts were made to restore rail transport and the fuel industries, and by the end of 1922 substantial progress had been made in that direction, the opportunity was taken to rebuild state industry on a new commercial basis, to shed surplus staff and to compel more efficient operation by making management pay its way. Wages were once again paid in cash, and in July-August 1921 services were again charged for. Rationing was abolished on November 10, 1921. No more was heard of the abolition of money as a means of leaping into socialism. Much was heard instead of the urgent need for a stable currency, in which calculations and payments could be made. State industry and state trade was henceforth to operate on economic or commercial accounting, Jakosriskiat. Materials and fuel had to be bought. Workers had to be paid. The necessary resources would have to be obtained from sales. No more spoon-feeding, and no easy sources of credit. This stern medicine was contained in a government decree of August 9, 1921. To enable industry to operate in this way, it was necessary to divide it into autonomous units, instead of treating it as if it were part of one great firm of which VSNKH was the board of 83 directors. These units were, in most cases, known as trusts, which controlled varying numbers of enterprises, predprijatiya, i.e. factories, workshops, mines. A few large plants were themselves considered each to be the equivalent of a trust. They were all now to operate commercially. At first there were various limitations on their freedom to sell or purchase, though the major part of industry had already during 1921 been told to sell what they could where they could. But by early 1922 the trusts, or large autonomous enterprises, were having to fend for themselves. Profit-making and the avoidance of losses were to be the operational criteria. There was, as a rule, no definite obligation to give priority to supplying the state. If privateers offered better prices, they handled the goods. If private contractors or intermediaries gave better service than the trading organizations which were slowly replacing the materials allocation bureaucracy of the war communism period, then here too the Nepman got the business. As Lenin said, communists had to learn to trade. But by 1922-3, the economic year ended on September 30, 75% of all retail trade was in private hands. 10 conditions in 1921-2 were anything but conducive to commercial accounting and orderly trading. There was famine and desperate general shortage. Factories had few reserves, and trusts had little cash. To obtain liquid assets they had to sell, and sell quickly. Yet the general poverty was such that few would buy. Paradoxically, the feeble industrial effort managed to cause a glut on the highly disorganized market. Trusts competed with one another in trying to sell even raw materials and equipment to raise cash. They opened their own stalls in city streets to do so. This was the so-called razbazarivany, or disposing of assets by bizarre methods. All this led to a relative fall in prices of industrial goods as compared with, very scarce, foodstuffs. Note the word relative, both were rising fast with the inflation. Prices often failed to cover costs. Unsaleable goods piled up amid universal shortages. Trusts were unable to pay their inflated staffs, and unemployment grew rapidly, even though over half of the pre-war proletariat had fled from the towns. The apparently vital need for more output coexisted with its unsaleability. Such were the immediate consequences of the sudden immersion of industry in the cold bath of commercial principles. But we shall see that by 1923 the tables were turned. Lenin was prepared to go to almost any lengths to restore the economy, feeling, with justice, that this was essential for survival. He fought hard to convince doubting comrades that foreign concessions were an entirely proper way out of the problem of reconstruction, and his works and speeches at this period abound in references to the subject. Some said, "We chased out our own capitalists, and now we call in foreign capitalists." Lenin insisted that, by letting foreign capitalists operate oilfields, exploit timber resources and so on, the Soviet state would obtain materials of which it stood in desperate need, and some modern equipment would be provided by the concessionaries. A major move in this direction might have led to a big enclave of foreign-owned industry inside Bolshevik Russia. Lenin had exaggerated hopes of this, and gave publicity to a few ambitious capitalists, such as the American businessman Vanderlip, who came to Moscow with various proposals. However, in the end it came to very little. Only 42 concession agreements were made, and only 31 of those functioned, mainly in timber. In 1924-5 only 4,260 workers were engaged in 13 significant concession enterprises. 11 all 68 concessions which existed in 1928 accounted for 0.6% of industrial output. 12 Probably the main reason was the acute distrust of the Bolsheviks on the part of the capitalists abroad, which is hardly surprising in view of the chaotic state of Russia at the time, the declared hostility of the Bolsheviks to the capitalist order, and the fact that they had denounced and defaulted on all past Russian debts, confiscated foreign property, etc. Foreign trade, however, began to grow again. In 1921 this was still deeply affected by immediate emergencies. Grain and coal were imported to deal with critical situations. But a more normal trade pattern began slowly to emerge. A trade agreement was signed with Britain in 1922, and other countries followed suit. In fact, in 1922 there were some complaints from trusts about competition from imports, since some consumers' goods were purchased to provide incentives for the labor force. Imported locomotives, farm machinery, electrical and other equipment contributed greatly to recovery. Exports in 1924-5, though only a little over a third of 1913 levels, were 9 times above those of 1921-2. 1.3. Transport. As already indicated, the transport situation in 1921 was appalling. Over half of the available locomotives were described as sick and the repair shops were incapable of coping with their tasks, for lack of manpower, equipment, and fuel. Indeed, in 1921 the principal bottleneck in the railways was poor supplies of fuel for locomotives, and even the few that were in good health could not run. Great efforts were made to build up stocks of fuel, and scarce foreign currency was used to import locomotives and components. In 1922-3 45% or more passengers and 59% or more goods were moved than in the previous year. Recovery continued. In 1923-4 rail transport carried 54% of its 1913 traffic. Already in 1926-7 it surpassed 1913 levels. It is interesting to note that the estimate made in 1922 concerning the recovery of rail transport proved to err greatly on the side of caution. By 1926-7 it had been expected that only 62.7% of the pre-war level would be reached. In this and in some other respects, the ability of the economy to do better than bourgeois specialists expected may have influenced the minds and attitudes of the political leadership, and affected their subsequent behavior when faced with warnings from these specialists about over-optimism. Road transport consisted at this period almost wholly of horse-drawn vehicles. Even in 1925 the whole vast territory of the Soviet Union contained only 7,448 cars, 5,500 lorries, and 263 buses. 14. Currency reform. The logic of NEP required, as we have seen, a stable currency. Meanwhile the ruble continued to depreciate with startling rapidity. The virtual abandonment of price control, under conditions of the most acute scarcity, gave a new twist to the inflationary spiral. During the war communism period, as we have seen, many a Bolshevik leader accepted the proposition that it was possible, or soon would be, to do without money. Now the word money could be used again, instead of such evasive abbreviations as Sobzhnuk, Soviet token. It was one thing to desire currency stabilization, however, and another to achieve it. At first there were various experiments designed to find a stable unit of account. Thus the budget drawn up in 1922 was in terms of pre-war rubles, the then existing ruble being 60,000 times greater. But rapid depreciation led to a sharp rise in this figure. There were various devices such as the gold ruble, once again linked with pre-war purchasing power, a circumstance which led Preobrazhensky to assert that the value of this kind of Soviet money was based on the memory of what prices had been in 1913. Loans were raised and payments demanded in this unit of account, though the actual cash in use was still the rapidly depreciating ruble which poured from the printing presses. The first loan of the NEP period was levied in terms of Ri. The decision was taken in July 1922 to create a new unit, the Chervonets, backed by gold, and to pass as quickly as possible to a stable currency, a properly balanced budget and sound finance, based on a gold standard, though without any freedom to buy or sell gold, and with a strict government monopoly of foreign trade and foreign dealings generally. Memoranda by Lenin include a request to the Commissar of Finance, Sokolnikov, to send him a note setting out his proposals for the free circulation of gold. 15 Even though this did not happen, it is an interesting fact that such ideas were moot and were contemplated by Lenin himself. Indeed, for a short while the Chervonets was quoted and bought and sold in foreign exchange markets. But through the rest of 1922 and all of 1923, the Chervonets and the paper ruble coexisted unhappily, the latter becoming so utterly valueless that Bazarov quipped that the time is not far distant when the sum of those nominal rubles will exceed the number of all atoms or electrons of which our planet is composed. 16 The Chervonцы were few, in heavy demand, and only available in large denominations. The ruble or sobzhnak was still legal tender for most purposes. The ruble currency in circulation increased as follows. Milliards, January 1921 1169, October 1, 1921 4529, September 1, 1922 696,141.1, January 1923 1,994,464. Already in October 1922 one pre-war kopeck equaled something like 100,000 of these so-called rubles or sobzhniki. No wonder in villages transactions were accounted in poods of bread grains, which became a general unit of account. 17 Soviet scholars and politicians earnestly debated the nature and purpose of money. 18 For nearly 2 years there was bipaperism, a unique phenomenon. The Chervonets, equals 10 new stabilized rubles, became sole currency in February 1924. One of these new rubles was equal to 50,000 sobzhniki of 1923 issues, and one sobzhnak ruble of 1923 represented 1 million sobzhniki of 1921 issue. So 50,000 million was the approximate devaluation ratio. When finally withdrawn, the sobzhnak circulation reached 809,625,216,667,200,000 rubles. 19 It is only right to mention that Germany in 1923 achieved even more, if for somewhat different reasons. This entire operation was carried out under the aegis of the State Bank, created in October 1921, and of the People's Commissariat of Finance, Narkomfin, under the energetic and competent Commissar, Sokolnikov. Not very surprisingly, these institutions during the 20s were the cautious conservative guardians of financial orthodoxy, aiming at the preservation of a balance which had been achieved amid so much difficulty. In 1922 several other banks were created, with the aim particularly of facilitating the necessary credits to industry, Prombank and Electrobank, the latter to finance electrification, to municipal enterprises, Bank, and agriculture, Cooperative Bank, with state bank participation, as well as private shareholders. The problem of balancing the budget, without which currency stabilization would have remained a pipe dream, was solved by levying a variety of excise taxes, commuting agricultural tax in kind and the corvée into money payments, taxes on private and state enterprises, income and property taxes, and a whole range of others. E.g. a military tax levied on those who had no right to serve in the Red Army, plus voluntary and forced savings, such as a 6% bond issue which was placed by coercion amid capitalist elements. In the financial year 1923-4 the budget was balanced, in 1924-5 there was a surplus. 20. The financial and economic year, until 1930, covered the period 1 October-30 September. Scissors crisis. However, 1923 brought a fresh crisis. From a situation in which the terms of trade between village and town were too favorable to the former, though under conditions of famine the peasants were unable to take much advantage of this, the changed circumstances led to an opposite distortion, a rapid move in relative prices in a direction unfavorable to the village, so unfavorable indeed as to discourage agricultural marketings and to constitute a political menace, since the precarious political stability of the regime depended on peasant acquiescence, or at least a decision on their part not to rebel. The reasons for this remarkably rapid change were the following. Firstly, agricultural production recovered more rapidly than industry. The 1921 famine led to a decline in the area sown in the following year, since there was a shortage of seed and able-bodied peasants in the affected provinces. This is shown in the table on page 89. However, the 1922 harvest was fairly good. By 1923 the sown area reached almost 90% of the pre-war level, and while the harvest was still far below 1913 levels, the shortage of food was no longer desperate. By contrast, the ruined industrial structure took much longer to repair. The same table shows that industry in 1923 was relatively much further below 1913 levels than was agriculture. Industry was handicapped by the destruction of its basic capital, years of neglect in maintenance, shortages of spares and of skilled labor, of knowledgeable management, of fuel, materials, means of transport. The general chaos of previous years had led to a shift away from industrial and towards food crops, so that, for example, the acreage under cotton had fallen from 688,000 hectares in 1913 to 70,000 in 1922. It was impossible to find currency with which to import sufficient materials to restart the textile industry quickly. In 1922 its output was only 26% of pre-war, while agriculture reached 75% or 21. Secondly, the chaotic conditions in which newly formed state trusts unloaded their goods and materials in competition with one another did not last. Credits began to be available from the reorganized banking system. VSNKH reacted to the 1921-2 experience by creating syndicates during 1922-3. These were government disposal agencies which limited or eliminated competition between trusts, and they joined together for the purpose of 90 NEP. Joint selling. This placed them in a strong position to demand higher prices when, as was often the case, the state sector of industry was the dominant producer of the items in question. Thirdly, state industry was inefficient, operating far below capacity, with heavy overheads and much overstaffing. Labor productivity was far below pre-war. Costs were therefore high. Fourthly, the wholesale and retail distribution system was exceedingly inefficient and costly. According to Preobrazhensky, the average trade margin in 1913 was 17.3%. It had now grown to something like 60% or 22. Fifthly, the government was in fact the principal purchaser of bread grain, despite the substantial role of the nepman, and it sought to buy at low prices. Finally, the peasants were losers in the inflationary race, when money depreciated daily, because even a week's delay in a journey to town to spend the money meant heavy loss. The peasants seemed to have been the last to get the new Chervonets currency. The price scissors parted, in the sense that industrial prices were above, agricultural prices below, their 1913 prices. On October 1, 1923, in terms of the newly stabilized currency, industrial prices were 276 per center of 1913, agricultural prices 89 per center. The same source shows the stages by which this remarkable shift in relative prices was achieved. Thus, by October 1923, when the scissors crisis reached its peak, industrial prices were 3 times higher, relative to agricultural prices, than they had been before the war. It was hardly surprising that this caused trouble. To some extent this wide price divergence was self-correcting. The peasants were the principal purchasers of manufactured goods, and state industry experienced severe difficulties in selling. Seasonal factors also led to a rise in agricultural prices in the months that followed. However, the government reacted strongly, and helped to restore a less unhealthy price relationship. Vigorous attempts were made to force prices of state manufactures down. There were decrees controlling prices, or preventing increases without authorization. There were drives to reduce surplus staff in industry and in the trade networks, to improve and extend the system of consumer cooperatives, to tighten credit so as to compel trusts to unload stocks. Industrial output meanwhile continued to recover rapidly, though still far below pre-war levels, see above. VSNKH, thoroughly alarmed, was exercising its still considerable formal authority over the state sector of the economy, and a combination of all these factors led to a partial closing of the blades of the now notorious price scissors. During the financial year 1923-4, industrial selling prices fell by 23.3%. A People's Commissariat for Trade was set up, which tried with marked success to enlarge the area of state trade and to sell manufactured goods in rural areas at prices below those charged by Nepman. By April 1924 the agricultural price index had risen to 92, 1913 equals 100, and the industrial index had fallen to 131, 23 in terms of the new stable currency. By then voices were being raised declaring that the blades had come too close together. This formed part of the debate about the future of NEP and the basic strategy of the Soviet regime, which will be discussed in the next chapter. So the NEP system of mixed economy weathered the storm and, with the establishment of a stable currency and balanced budgets, entered into calmer waters by 1924. The years 1924 and 1925 may be described as high NEP. Before discussing the issues and arguments which arose and which, in due course, ended the system, we must take a look at the system as it was during this period. How did it work? Was there any planning and, if so, by whom? What was the relative weight of the private sector? How autonomous were the trusts, and what were the powers of VSNKH? What was happening in agriculture? What was the situation of the workers and of the trade unions? To these and similar questions the rest of this chapter will be devoted. Let us begin with planning. VSNKH was decentralized by the trustification of 1921-2, but was still the headquarters of Soviet state industry. Of the 430 trusts functioning in 1922, 172 were subordinated to VSNKH directly or via its local organs, Prombureau, and 258 to local Sovnarkozy, councils of national economy. To take an example, 33 trusts in the metal goods industry were subordinate to VSNKH, controlling 316 factories employing 218,344 workers, while the 24 provincial trusts ran 95 factories employing 12,701 workers, i.e. these were mainly small-scale. Trusts were in total command of their factories, the latter having no financial autonomy and, as a rule, no separate profit and loss accounts or separate legal personality. They had, roughly speaking, the same status as a subdivision of a Soviet enterprise in the 60s, or of a subunit within a centralized Western corporation. Indeed, the term enterprise, predpriyaty, was not used to describe them. Their entire output was planned and sold by the trust, who supplied them with the funds they needed, e.g. to pay the labor force. Gradually the situation changed, but it was not until 1927 that the directors of what came to be called enterprises within the trusts acquired defined rights and duties, though not yet a legal personality. Actual powers of directors varied greatly within different trusts, and there was little attempt at this period at standardization of practices. According to a resolution of July 29, 1922, VSNKH operated its control over industry by 1. Methods of an economic character, the financing of industry, the organization of industrial credit, price policy, etc. 2. Methods of an administrative character, appointment and dismissal of responsible officials of trusts and other trading and industrial units, the transfer of material resources from one branch of industry to another, from enterprise to enterprise, and so forth, in conformity with the industrial plan. 3. Methods of a production planning character, the drafting of production and disposal plans, inspection and checking on their execution, ensuring the conformity of the industrial plan with the general plan, etc. That is to say, becoming in substance the Commissariat for Industry and Trade, VSNKH is the real boss, Hosyain, over the enterprises within its jurisdiction. All talk of the narrowing of VSNKH's functions and the transfer of part of these to improvised facultativní, perhaps optional, industrial units represents vulgar free tradism, fritraderstvo, sic. One senses in this a concern to assert the authority of VSNKH, but it would be a great error to take such formulations literally. It is not only that the resolution in question had no legislative effect. Even legal decrees in those days of uncertain revolutionary legality seldom described the real situation, and were in any event badly or vaguely drafted. Decrees defining and redefining the functions and internal organization of VSNKH were numerous, and no attempt will be made here to trace the many changes. A decree of November 12, 1923 repeated many of the points cited above, but in a less assertive way, with more emphasis on trusts and on relations with other bodies. Thus point D of Section 2 of the decree gives VSNKH the function of formulation of the production plan and budget of industry of all Union significance, the examination of production plans and industrial budgets of Union republics, the formulation of a general production plan and budget for the industry of the entire Soviet Union and its submission through Gosplan for confirmation to the Council of Labor and Defense, STO. The new emphasis on Union republics was due to the formation of the USSR as a federal state in 1922. The function of control over its subordinate units is several times qualified by reference to conformity to existing legislation, presumably designed to prevent too much interference from above with the trusts. VSNKH in 1923-6 included the following sections: departments or units. 1. The chairman and presidium of VSNKH. 2. Internal administration. 3. Chief Economic Administration, GEU, with the Industrial Planning Commission, Promplan, attached to it. 4. Central Administration of State Industry, THIRD-WORLDISM, with numerous industrial subdivisions. 5. Chief Administration of the Armaments Industry. 6. Scientific Technical Department. The metal industry and electricity generation came under the successors of the former Glavki, Glavmetal, Glavelektro, which, for some odd reason, were directly subordinated to the presidium of VSNKH and not to THIRD-WORLDISM. In addition, other specialist committees were attached to VSNKH. 5 Republican Councils of National Economy, Sovnarkozy, were also set up, with powers over less important industries and the right to be consulted by VSNKH. Provincial and regional councils continued to exist, with powers that varied greatly. In some cases they administered all Union industry in their area, in others only purely local industry. So at this period state industry of all Union significance was under the authority of VSNKH, which, except for metal and electricity, operated its control through the above-named THIRD-WORLDISM and its industrial sector divisions, sometimes directly and sometimes through local organs. Its general policy functions were largely duplicated by the Chief Economic Administration, GEU, of VSNKH, its planning functions by Promplan within GEU. Promplan, in turn, duplicated some of the planning functions of Gosplan, which was under the STO, not VSNKH. This clumsy administrative machinery was rearranged rather more logically in 1926-7, when both the GEU and SIGPROM were abolished, and the industrial sector divisions were once more given the name and status of Glavki and placed directly under the presidium of VSNKH, as also was the planning unit Promplan. These changes may, however, amount to no more than different labels on the doors of mostly the same officials and offices. They do not begin to show us the actual functions of VSNKH, the extent of central control over trusts by its administrative subdivisions, or the extent to which in fact there was any real planning in the 20s. This is not easy to define or describe. The best and most detailed account is undoubtedly by Carr and Davies. 24. This shows that there was marked inconsistency between industries and dates. Thus some key sectors of heavy industry, which supplied strategic items for the economy, were given orders as to what to produce and for whom, and therefore the appropriate division of VSNKH exerted, vis-a-vis the trusts, power of detailed supervision and control, in many respects similar to the powers of ministries vis-divas enterprises in the later Stalin model. On the other hand, many trusts, especially in the consumer's goods industries, made up their own production plans by reference to the market, and VSNKH did little to interfere. Indeed, in the case of textiles, the VSNKH division, Glaftextil, was almost powerless, the trusts dealing above all with the textile syndicate, the state wholesaling organization which came to act as agent for supplies to the textile industry and to exercise a dominant role, so much so that Glaftextil was abolished in 1927 as superfluous. Various organs of VSNKH gave orders on all sorts of issues. Many trusts were in effect wholly autonomous most of the time. No clear picture emerges, except that, firstly, control over new investment was much tighter than over current business, and, secondly, control of all kinds became stricter towards the end of the decade, as resources became tighter. There will be more about this in Chapter 6. We must now look briefly at the planning mechanism as it existed at this time. Gosplan, as we have seen, was set up to assist the Council of Labor and Defense, STO. The latter body was nominally a commission of the Council of People's Commissars, but in fact it was the effective economic military cabinet, was presided over by Lenin while he was still capable of work, and included among its members the chairman of VSNKH, as well as the commissars of war, labor, transport, agriculture, supplies, and a representative of the trade unions. 27. Its decrees carried legal force, as if they were issued by the government. Gosplan, at first officially known as the State General Planning Commission, was set up on February 22, 1921 to work out a single general state economic plan and methods and means of implementing it. The members were appointed by the STO. Its duties were redefined on August 21, 1923, its title being now the more familiar State Planning Commission. The first paragraph concerning its functions was reprinted almost verbatim as above. It was also to help to prepare the budget, examine basic questions concerning currency, credit, and banking, industrial location and standardization. It had an essential coordinating function, in that it had the right to examine and express its views on all plans and production programs put forward by people's commissariats, including VSNKH. It can be seen that duplication and some rivalry with the planning division of VSNKH inevitably arose. Thus the work of preparing the control figures for 1925-6 was undertaken only by Gosplan, and Krzyzanowski, Gosplan's head, complained to the 15th Party Congress about the lack of cooperation with other agencies. However, as already pointed out, the word planning had a very different meaning in 1923-6 to that which it later acquired. There was no fully worked out production and allocation program, no command economy. The experts in Gosplan, many of them non-party or former Mensheviks, worked with remarkable originality, struggling with inadequate statistics to create the first balance of the national economy in history, so as to provide some sort of basis for the planning of growth. The pioneering contribution of Russian economics at this period will be the subject of comment in the next chapter. The point is that what emerged from these calculations were not plans in the sense of orders to act, but control figures, which were partly a forecast and partly a guide for strategic investment decisions, a basis for discussing and determining priorities. An expert committee of VSNKH, known as OSVIC, Council for the Restoration of Basic Capital, studied the capital assets and needs of various branches of the economy, and produced a series of reports and recommendations, 1923-5, which affected government thinking. But neither was this yet operational planning. So neither Gosplan nor VSNKH could provide, or tried to provide, output plans for all trusts and enterprises, except some in some key sectors. Most trusts made their own arrangements, with only partial supervision from above. They varied greatly in size and modus operandi. Some were very large indeed, such as the Baku Oil Organization, which, being responsible for the bulk of Soviet oil production, was closely linked with the relevant subdivision of VSNKH. Others were more remote from the control of VSNKH, and made contracts freely with other trusts, with private traders, cooperatives, and the like, negotiated credit arrangements with the bank, or with each other, guided very largely by the profit motive, with spasmodic efforts at price control by the center, though there was a marked tendency towards tighter control later in the decade, as we shall see. Dzerzhinsky, chairman of VSNKH and head of the Chayka police, wrote in 1924, "We have almost every trust doing just what it pleases, it is its own boss, its own Gosplan, its own Glabmetal, the metals division of VSNKH, it is its own VSNKH, and if anything does not work out right it hides behind the backs, and receives the support, of local organs." 28 He sought, with only modest success, a tighter degree of control over the trusts. Already some of the trusts themselves were felt to be too unwieldy and too large for economic operation. Thus one finds the 12th Party Congress, 1923, urging trusts to give more initiative to the enterprises comprising them, also to calculate profitability and to issue bonuses at enterprise level. But little was changed until much later. With the coming of NEP, the problem of price control became particularly acute, especially under conditions of scarcity of goods, when wages were again being paid in money, and free rations and services were ending. A decree of August 5, 1921 set up a prices committee attached to the Commissariat of Finance. It had power to fix wholesale and retail prices for goods made or sold by state enterprises, as well as prices at which government agencies were to buy from others, for instance private peasants. However, these controls were largely ignored, and in 1922 were replaced by so-called approximate, orientirovochny, prices, which soon came to be regarded as minima, so the trusts pleased themselves. Exceptions were the selling prices of some monopolized commodities, such as salt, tobacco, kerosene, and matches, and where prices were genuinely fixed by the government, though private traders sold them, when they could get them, at any price which the local market could bear. A commission on trade attached to the STO, set up in 1922, endeavored with some success to establish direct links between state industry and consumer cooperatives, and to cut out private commission agents, but had no effective way of controlling prices. 29 The coexistence of private and state, plus a largely autonomous cooperative, sectors, under conditions of inflation, transport breakdowns, and administrative inefficiency, led to some very substantial price fluctuations. We have already referred to the price scissors crisis of the autumn of 1923 and the great difficulties experienced at this time by state industry in selling their high-cost products, which became even dearer when they finally reached the consumer, especially in rural areas, through many private intermediaries. The Nepman was almost the sole seller in many rural areas in 1923. Where a rural cooperative existed, it was exceedingly inefficient. The following table, showing the figures for October 1923, illustrates this. With such colossal margins, the cooperatives could hardly compete effectively with Nepman. Even in Moscow, where in 1922 a commodity market center, Tovarnaya Birzha, was set up under official auspices, the Nepman controlled 14% of purely wholesale trade, 50% of mixed wholesale retail trade and 83% of retail cooperatives. Taking 10% and the state only 7%. Wholesale trade in textiles in the country as a whole until March 1923 was at least 50% in the hands of private capital. Private trade in 1922-3 constituted 78% of all retail trade, the proportion falling to 57.7% in 1923-4, 42.5% in 1924-5, 42.3% in 1925-6 and 36.9% in 1926-7. 30. However, this falling percentage at first represented an increase in absolute volume, within a rapidly growing total trade turnover. Both wholesale and retail private trade rose by about 50% in 1925-6. It was in the next year that the absolute volume of private trade began to fall. Private trade filled the gap left by the inadequacy of the state and cooperative network. As already noted, it dealt with goods produced by state enterprises, as well as the bulk of the products of private industry and handicrafts, of which more in a moment. From 1923, at an increasing rate, the government expanded the state and cooperative network, and their share in the trade turnover rose constantly. At first this was by competition, and diverting more state-produced goods through official channels. Later on, the Nepmen were squeezed out by methods of less agreeable kinds, as we shall see. As for industrial production, in 1924-5 the situation was as follows: large-scale industry roughly coterminous with factory as distinct from workshop production was overwhelmingly in state hands. A mere 1.82% was private. However, the total output of small-scale and handicrafts industry was divided as follows. This shows the domination of the private sector in small-scale industry, and also just how small-scale this industry was, with so large a proportion of it conducted on an individual or family basis. These private activities were greatly dependent on supplies of materials from state industry, and most of the workshops were leased from the state. A Soviet historian commented, "This placed in the hands of the state a powerful weapon for controlling small-scale production." 31 Employment in private industry rose as follows. Percent. 1924-5 plus 13. 1925 to the power of 6th plus 20. 1926-7 plus 2 or 5. This was followed by a catastrophic fall, the reason for which will be discussed later. Basic funds, capital, in the private sector as a whole increased in each of the years in question. 32 However, the government was rapidly achieving an effective dominance, and, once the state and especially the cooperative trading network was effectively extended into rural areas, it could squeeze out private trade by starving it of manufactured goods, and private industry by starving it of fuel and raw materials, as and when it chose. In fact, state-encouraged and state-supported cooperative retail trade multiplied exceedingly rapidly. In 1922-3 its share in retail turnover was only 10%, as against 75% for private trade. In 1926-7 its turnover had risen 19 times in constant prices, the picture evolving as follows: 33. 1922-3 1926-7, millions of rubles. State 512 1,817. Cooperative 368 6,838. Private 2,685.063. Total 3,560 13,718. The figures, in rubles of constant value, show the extremely rapid rate of recovery which characterized the first years of NEP. In agriculture, the private sector was predominant throughout the NEP period. There were few collectives and communes in 1918 to 20, in subsequent years there were even fewer. Even as late as 1927 the situation was as follows. Sown area, %. State farms 1.1. Collective farms, all types, 0.6. Individual peasants 98.3. The effect of the land reapportionment of 1917 to 18, together with the further measures of class war in the villages in 1918-20, led to the elimination not only of the landlords' estates but also of many of the larger peasant holdings too. Millions of landless laborers, or ex-peasants who had returned from town in the days of war communism, had acquired land. Therefore the number of peasant farms rose sharply. From roughly 17 or 18 million on comparable territory before 1917, exact comparisons do not seem to be available, the number of family holdings rose to 23 million in 1924 and 25 million in 1927. Poorer peasants had gained land at the expense of their neighbors. The average size of land holding fell, the extremes of riches and poverty diminished. The years of revolution had undone much of the positive effects of the Stolypin reform. The traditional peasant community had presided over most of the land redistribution in 1918. It now had more power than at any time since 1906 to redistribute peasant holdings, to insist on traditional strip cultivation. In 1925 over 90% of the peasants belonged to village communities. It could be asserted that 350,000 such communities controlled the economic life of the village. 34 Thus the effect of the revolution was, in a technical sense, reactionary. Land was sometimes scattered over dozens, sometimes 100, strips located in widely separated fields, and subject to redistribution. The three-field system was predominant, and modern crop rotations little used, as they did not fit the mere arrangements. According to evidence cited by Lewin, even as late as 1928, 5.5 million households still used the saka, wooden plow, and half the grain harvest was reaped by sickle or scythe. 40% was threshed with flails. Such modernization as had begun earlier in the century was largely lost. All this set big problems before the regime. The situation was exacerbated by class attitudes. The simple categories of kulak, middle and poor peasant, to which should be added the landless laborer, batrak, were in reality anything but simple. Much was written and more was spoken about peasant stratification, and statisticians and analysts labored to fit Marxist-Leninist definitions to complex phenomena which refused to conform to the prepared labels. Theodor Shanin has pointed out, in his Awkward Class, 35 that intergenerational mobility and intermarriage caused real peasant attitudes to diverge from the oversimplified class categories used in party debates. Since the whole question was political dynamite, disinterested research was at a discount, or risky. As Carr put it, it was no longer true that class analysis determined policy. Policy determined what form of class analysis was appropriate to the given situation. 36. An admirable account of the situation may be found in the work of Moshe Lewin, and what follows is largely based on his researches. The difficulty was that each category shaded into the other. The landless may have had some land, but so little that one or more members of the household spent much of the year working for another peasant, or for the mir, e.g. as shepherds, or in seasonal employment away from the village. The poor peasant, bedniak, by definition had not enough land to feed his family, and he too hired himself out for part of the year, or members of his family did. It must be remembered that the peasant household, dvor, usually included several individuals of working age, and this too made classification somewhat complex. The middle peasant was often very poor indeed by any reasonable standard, and at the lower levels was indistinguishable from the poor peasant, in that members of the household frequently had to hire themselves out, but some also made use of hired labor themselves. Many so-called middle peasants were among those who had no horse, 40% of all peasants in the Ukraine, 48% of those in Tambov province, etc. Sometimes the analysts used the term malomishny, weak, a term which covered the less well-favored middle peasant as well as the poor. Those above this ill-defined level would be classed as zhidakny, prosperous, or krepky, strong, and this would include some arbitrary proportion of middle peasants as well as the so-called kulaks. Nove has argued that in 1918 the kulaks, the real ones, had been eliminated, that they did not really exist in the 20s, a view challenged by Danilov. 37 What, then, was a kulak? This too was a category redefined by statisticians to suit the political circumstances, or redefined by politicians who ordered statisticians to produce appropriate figures to prove their point. Kulaks were generally deemed to number somewhere between 5 and 7% of the peasantry. Yet by far the larger number of these were, by Western standards, poor. 2 horses and 2 cows, and enough land to ensure a square meal the year round and something to sell, might qualify a peasant for the designation kulak. Yet, according to data collected by Lewin, only 1% of the total number of peasant households employed more than one laborer. Some kulaks were able to act as usurers. The word kulak, fist, was originally a term of abuse related to this particular function. Some were able to lend their poorer neighbors grain when, as often happened, they ran out of food in the spring. They were also able to hold stocks of food and so benefit from higher prices, whereas the less well-off peasants had to sell quickly after the harvest, when prices were low. They often had such machinery as was available, and benefited from hiring it out, as well as hiring out a horse or bull or other scarce beast. Kulaks had initiative, they had commercial sense. They excited jealousy at times, but they were also what every ambitious peasant wanted to become. The numbers of alleged kulaks seemed to be growing. But some of the employers only used hired labor for a very few months in the year. The government's dilemma from the first was this. There was the attempted class analysis. All peasants had a kind of dual allegiance, being semi-proletarian, semi-petty bourgeois. They vacillated, they could provide fertile ground for the resurrection of capitalism. On the other hand, the USSR was the Republic of Workers and Peasants. NEP was based on the link or alliance, smykha, between them. The political conclusion was drawn, remembering Lenin's old dicta, that the poorer peasants would be allies, the middle peasants perhaps tolerant associates, the kulaks represented, by definition, the enemy, the menace. If any middle peasants, by their success, became kulaks, then they too joined the camp of those who would see the Soviet regime as a hostile force, and who would be busily secreting or engendering capitalism and political opposition. However, to define any peasant who made good as an enemy would make nonsense of the principle of the smykha. Even more important, perhaps, was the fact that it made economic nonsense to penalize success when, above all, more production and more marketings were needed. Here, underlying all the factional disputes in the party over the peasant, which will be treated in the next chapters, were some very real perplexities and dilemmas. Meanwhile, recovery had to take place within an institutional setting of a semi-medieval character, under which the vast majority of smallholder peasants had little opportunity, incentive, or resources to improve their methods of production or to use machinery. Their way forward as individual peasants would only be through consolidating holdings, increasing commercial production, and in general following the path which 2 million peasants had begun to tread on the morrow of the Stolypin reforms, see Chapter 1. But for Bolsheviks this was a path which led, or might lead, to capitalism. Lenin, in one of his last works, saw a way out, cooperation and also mechanization. Gradually, cooperation would wean the peasant from individualism. Shown the advantages of mechanized cultivation, shown the power of the tractor, he would in time become converted to socialism. But for a long time to come he had to be handled carefully, and certainly he must not be forced, he must be patiently persuaded. This was accepted by all factions in the first years of NEP. Rural consumer cooperatives were favored because, inter alia, they accustomed the peasants to cooperation. They were therefore deemed to be an installment of Lenin's cooperative plan. As for producers' cooperatives, little was said about them, and even less done, as may be seen from the figures cited on page 103. Typical of the period, and unquestioned at the time, was the assertion of N. Meshcheryakov, in a speech on a most formal occasion, an academic meeting in honor of Lenin shortly after his death. Lenin was a determined enemy of any sort of coercion in the area of agriculture. Lenin said that only a fool could think of coercion in relation to the peasantry. There is only one road, that of persuasion. 38. It matters little in the present context that this was hardly a correct characterization of what Lenin actually did in 1918-21. This is how his views were interpreted in 1924. The peasants were handicapped not merely by the obsolete system of land holding. The First World War and the Civil War had carried away many of the horses, which was one reason why many even of the middle peasants did not have one. There were heavy losses in other categories of livestock. Sowings of industrial crops had fallen sharply, partly as a result of industrial collapse, partly because of the priority given by the peasants to subsistence crops. It was a characteristic of the Russian peasant to produce mainly for subsistence. In pre-revolutionary times, according to Soviet calculations, landlords and kulaks provided between them 71% of marketed grain. The middle and poor peasants, numerically far superior, managed less than 29% and consumed most of their production themselves. Only 14.7% of their crops were marketed. The revolution had greatly added to the middle and poor peasants, and greatly reduced the number and scope of operations of the kulaks. So inevitably there arose a contrast between total output, which recovered first, and marketings which lagged behind. The size of sown area and harvests and numbers of livestock showed rapid rise from the famine conditions of 1921. The following are the relevant figures. 1913, 1922-1925. Sown area, million hectares, 105.0, 77.7 104.3 grain harvest, million tons, 80.1, 50.3 72.5 horses, million head, 35-5, 24-127- cattle, million head, 58.9, 45.8 62.1 pigs, million head, 20.3 asterisk, 12.0 21.8. Asterisk 1916, source, Sotsialistic Iskustro, Moscow, 1934, p4. By contrast, grain marketings remained below pre-war. The extent of the shortfall was deliberately exaggerated by Stalin. He claimed that in 1927 the proportion of grain marketed was only half of what it had been in 1913. This figure has been repeated by numerous authors, Soviet as well as Western. The Soviet writer Moshkov as well as the American analyst J. Karchev. 107. Pointed out that Stalin substantially understated the level of marketings in the late 20s, and he also distorted the picture by comparing them with the single year 1913, which was abnormally favorable. Both Moshkov and Karch would agree that marketed grain amounted to 16.7 million tons, about 25% of production, in the years 1909-13, and that it was something of the order of 16 million tons as an average of the years 1926-8, or roughly 21% of total output, and not 13% as claimed by Stalin and others. However, R.W. Davies has shown that, on a narrow definition of marketed grain, Stalin may have been right. 39. Even if one allows fully for Stalin's statistical devices, the fact remains that marketings were below pre-war, while the need for grain was increasing and would quite obviously increase rapidly as industrialization got underway. The principal reason for low marketings has already been mentioned, the shift to a small peasant subsistence type economy. In 1925 the peasants were eating better, selling less. Contributory reasons, however, were unfavorable terms of trade with the towns, especially in the scissors crisis period, and the blades of the scissors, as we shall see, parted again in due course. The efforts made to expand livestock numbers, livestock have to be fed, the greater attractiveness of industrial crops, after 1923, and, last but not least, the results of deliberate government efforts to control grain purchase prices. Thus as early as 1924-5 decisive measures were taken to bring order into the system of grain procurements, to strengthen planning and regulation, to push out the private traders. In 1925-6 measures were taken which reduced private trade in grain. Z40 already the government was the dominant purchaser, buying 75% of marketed grain in 1925-6. With the abandonment of tax in kind in 1924, a money tax being substituted, the government was more than ever interested in paying as low a price as possible for the staple crop, grain. We shall see the effects of this policy on later developments. Exports were a principal sufferer from the low marketings, as the following figures show. In 1913, a good harvest year, grain constituted 40% of total exports. The peasants on their part reacted variously to the new situation and the opportunities it afforded. They naturally welcomed free trade and the private trader. Some better-off peasants tried to expand their activities. Opportunities were not lacking, when so many of the poorer peasants had insufficient land on which to live, and leased it officially or unofficially to a more prosperous neighbor and went to work for him. There are contradictory statistics on all this, no doubt due to the influence of factionalism on statisticians. This confused Soviet researchers in later years. Thus whereas, as we have seen, Gladkov's book gave peasant households hiring labor as 1.9% of the total, another historian gave the figure as 7.6% for the same year, 1925. He also recorded 1.7 million landless laborers, 41, whereas Gladkov pointed out that 450,000 of these were employed as herdsmen by village communities and not by kulaks. But obviously peasant differentiation deepened, a richer peasant class was emerging. This was, of course, a quite natural and inevitable development within the peasantry, and the government did not like it, the more so as the traditional peasant meeting of elders, Skod, was a much more effective authority than the feeble and ineffective rural Soviet. The party was exceedingly weak in the villages. However, up to and including 1925, priority was given to encouraging output and sales, and therefore the less poor peasants received some encouragement, to the dismay of party activists in villages, and of those poor peasants who expected special favors. This, as will be shown later, was the subject of much bitter argument. There is much evidence, presented especially by Yuri Goland, 42, to the effect that most rural party cadres were opposed to the policy of 1924-5, seen by them as excessively pro-peasant. At the 14th Party Conference, in 1925, U. Larin, criticizing Bukharin, said, "He demands of us a promise that we will never, i.e. not in 15 or 20 years, confiscate or expropriate kulaks, semi-landlords, the upper bourgeois strata. This we cannot give. We will confiscate, expropriate, large private enterprises when the time comes for so doing." Clearly, these views were widely shared in the party. Stalin, at that time Bukharin's ally, said in his speech in January 1925 to the Moscow Provincial Party Conference, "The trouble, comrades, is that many of our comrades do not and will not understand the vital importance of this peasant question. They say that the leaders in Moscow find it fashionable to talk of peasants. This cannot be serious. This must be diplomacy, needed for the outside world. We can go on with previous policies. If the Moscovites did not sit in their offices and came to the localities, they would see what the peasants really are and how taxes are collected." Kayunin complained about discriminatory measures towards the better-off peasants. Goland cites a contemporary party critic, Yat Burov, who collected much evidence of resistance by party cotters to the so-called new course in the villages, our party cannot really give up its political power to the peasantry, and so on. So when Stalin shifted his ground, he had support below. As for the peasant attitude to the regime, this must have been very mixed. True, they had gained land. However, they were well aware that they had seized the land themselves. Furthermore, they had been much shocked by their experience of requisitions in the war communism period, and had little understanding of or sympathy for the typical, overwhelmingly urban, communist officials. The party leaders' many pronouncements about the petty bourgeoisie that surrounded them must have given ground for uneasiness among those who read such pronouncements. Events would show that there were grounds for this distrust. The peasant, in any case, had the natural ambition to acquire more land, another horse, a cow, perhaps a laborer. Then, he knew, he would be classed as a kulak, publicly reviled as a menace and a bloodsucker, perhaps taxed heavily, and always conscious of appearing to be a menace in the eyes of at least some of the men in the Kremlin. Peasants, for the regime, were the accursed problem. One imagines that most of the peasants reciprocated such sentiments. The fact that urban employment opportunities remained modest until the end of the 20s had one other consequence: the already considerable degree of rural overpopulation, in relation to land resources, was growing worse as the natural increase of the population replaced the heavy losses from war, famine, and pestilence. What of the workers, the proletariat in whose name the party exercised its dictatorship? The fall in their numbers during the period of war communism has already been noted. According to Soviet sources, 43 the total number of wage and salary earners had fallen from roughly n million in 1913 to only 6 million in 1921-2. The number of industrial workers more than halved in the same period. With the coming of NEP and of recovery, conditions altered drastically, but at first it seemed to be a matter of jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. With the abolition of free rations and services, the workers had to buy everything with a wage of minuscule proportions, which was being eaten away by raging inflation. Of course, the shortages of all kinds made a standard of life well below pre-revolutionary levels inevitable. However, during war communism, at least the worker was favored, usually receiving higher rations and sometimes a pair of requisitioned bourgeois boots or trousers into the bargain. Now came NEP. In real terms, i.e. in constant rubles, wages in 1922 came to 9.47 rubles per month, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of the then existing Sovsnik rubles. The 1913 wage level in those same prices was 25 rubles. 44 private traders charged prices which dismayed the underpaid proletarian, and made profits which made him wince. The conversion of workers' pay into purely money wages did not happen at once. At its lowest, in the first quarter of 1921, only 6.8% of wages were paid in money, the rest being issued free in the form of goods and services. Only in the middle of 1922 did over half of the wage take the form of money, and even in the first quarter of 1923, 20% of the wage was in kind. 45 there were strikes, discontent, complaints. The trade unions, still responsive to pressure, made representations. Conditions improved as more goods became available. The average monthly wage of workers in constant rubles was as follows. Monthly hourly, rubles, kopecks. 1913 30 to 49 14.2 1920 to 21 10.155 to 4 1921 to 2 12.157 to 3 1922 to 3 1588 8.9 1923 to 4 20.75 11.7 1924 to 5 25.18 14 to 3 1925 to 6 28.57 16.6. The statistics are of doubtful accuracy, given the great variety of local prices and the inflationary twists and turns, but they do reflect the consequences of rapid recovery of production. Farm prices, as we have seen, were relatively low after 1922. 1925 was a particularly favorable year, as all statistics show. The comparison with 1913 is more favorable if one takes social services into account. These, for the proletariat, were relatively generous. Already had adopted advanced labor legislation, and the labor code of the war communism period would have been very advanced indeed if it had been possible to make a reality of it in the chaos of the time. The labor legislation of 1922 reasserted some of the principles of past decrees, and laid down some new ones. Workers were entitled to an 8-hour day, less in heavy work, 2 weeks holiday with pay, social insurance benefits, including sick pay, unemployment pay, medical aid. Collective agreements between management and unions would regulate wages and working conditions. A disputes commission, with the union strongly represented, would consider grievances. The regime could point with pride to such legal enactments, they were well ahead of their time. 46. However, a grave problem emerged, that of unemployment. It rose particularly rapidly in 1923, when trusts were finding it difficult to sell their goods, and when the government's policy was to encourage profit-making, and the elimination of surplus jobs and featherbedding. With so much pre-war industrial capacity still out of use, there was not enough work to go round, even for the reduced urban labor force. Unemployment reached 1.24 million in January 1924, and fell to 950,000 in the next year, but began rising again to reach a figure of 1.6 million in 1929. 47. This might not at first sight seem serious, since unemployment in Britain was of about this magnitude at the time, and Britain was a much smaller country. However, this would be a misleading impression. The vast majority of the population of the Soviet Union were peasants, and peasants, whether or not they are in fact lying on the stove and counting fleas, are not considered to be unemployed. Taken as a percentage of the employed labor force, 1.46 million was a very high figure indeed. There were only 8 million workers and employees in 1924, still well below 1913 levels. Thus the problem of unemployment was serious, and remained so until the end of NEP and of the decade, when a very different policy rapidly caused an acute shortage of labor. The social consequences of high unemployment affected the young people in particular, partly because the progressive labor legislation of 1922 gave them special privileges, including a 6-hour day, which naturally made the employers, be they state managers or private NEPmen, think twice about employing them. Youth was already much shaken by its experience in the Civil War. The number of orphan vagabonds, besprzorny, was a menace to public order. The fact that there were so few honest jobs for them to do was of no help in rehabilitating them. Crime rates were high. Wage determination was supposed to be centralized. A unified 17-grade wage schedule was adopted in 1922. But this was unenforceable and was systematically ignored in favor of local bargaining. The trade unions had, on a formal level, increased authority to protect the workers and advance their interests. However, the union leaders, among whom Tomsky was particularly prominent, were in a dilemma. They were senior party. 113. Officials, with the closest links with the party leadership. Times were very hard, it was everyone's duty to pull together. The boat should not be rocked. Strikes would delay recovery and were to be discouraged. It is true that in 1919-20 the trade union communists functioned as a quasi-autonomous group, as witness their rejection of Lenin's views on managerial authority, see Chapter 3. However, party discipline had perceptibly tightened since then, particularly since Stalin had assumed the general secretaryship of the party in 1922. With Lenin out of action from the end of 1922, his successors were increasingly intolerant of dissent. In any case, the exercise of power in a hostile environment, around us, the petty bourgeoisie, predisposed them to stand together vis-a-vis the unpredictable and fickle masses, even though they could and did fight each other in the corridors of power. The unions did have a clear and legitimate role as far as private employers were concerned. but they did not use their power to fight them, as this would have been contrary to the spirit of NEP. The dearth of all commodities required everyone to produce more. In state enterprises, the Trade Union Committee Secretary played a significant role alongside the manager and the party secretary. This kind of triumvirate management persisted through most of the 20s. No doubt it was a step forward from workers' control, but it was still not an efficient method. However, since all the spitzy, specialists, and most managers were bound to be bourgeois and so of doubtful loyalty, this was a way of ensuring that each was provided with two watchdogs. Given that tradition required some more direct workers' participation, there were also production councils proizvodstvenai sobshchania, and, in 1924, production commissions, the latter being permanent consultative bodies within factories, representative of the employees. 48 They seem not to have had much effect on management practices, but they did have an educational purpose. Out of the workers that came forward in these bodies were chosen many future managers of a new type. They were sent off on training courses which provided new cadres, no longer of bourgeois origin. In Leningrad alone, by April 1925, 900 such individuals were nominated for training for various administrative, technical, and economic posts. 49. 1925 may be said to have been the high point of NEP. The party's peasant policy was at its most tolerant. Real or alleged kulaks were allowed to increase output. The humorist Zoshchenko wrote a story at this time about a kulak whose house was burning down. The poor peasant fire brigade did not rush to put the fire out, but neither did the kulak. He was insured. So the fire brigade was deported for left-wing deviation. The leftists, as will be seen, were accusing the leadership of being soft on kulaks. At the same time, while expanding state trade, the government was allowing NEPmen to function, as traders and as petty manufacturers and artisans, without much let or hindrance. A nationalized industry was operating on a largely decentralized basis. There was much talk of plans and planning, but no command economy. Growth was rapid, and so the system seems to be succeeding beyond reasonable expectation. But this growth was based to a great extent on the reactivating of existing capacity, the reabsorption of available factory labor. Thus, according to Kviring, 50 gross investments in 1924 to 385 million rubles, were not greatly in excess of depreciation allowances, 277 million rubles, and yet the rate of growth in production in that and the next year was very rapid. Further progress would require a much greater investment effort, devoted more to building new plant than to repairing and renovating old ones. Just as to repair old sick locomotives and to relay damaged track cost much less than building a totally new railway, so, as the period of reconstruction came gradually to an end, the rate of return on investment was found to decline substantially. Far-sighted party leaders could discern new problems and pitfalls ahead, calling perhaps for new policies. Some of these leaders were already looking with distaste at the NEP compromise. Their arguments will form an integral part of the next chapter. 5. In the previous chapter we have been giving an outline of the evolution of the economic system within the general pattern and assumptions of NEP. It is now necessary to pass from a description of an evolving situation to an analysis of the discussions of the 20s, which were of the very greatest political and economic importance. They have a significance far beyond the period and location in which they took place. Many developing countries today face similar problems: the financing of capital accumulation, the strategy of economic growth in industrialization, the role of the peasantry after land reform in the context of development. These problems have arisen in many places outside Russia. It may be said that they arose in Russia first, or rather that politicians and economists first became conscious of such problems in the Soviet Union. Far be it from me to suggest that the Stalin solution of such problems is a model for any developing country. Elsewhere the answers to the questions posed may be very different. It remains both interesting and important to study the thought patterns of politicians and economists in the Soviet Union in these years, when relatively frank discussion was still possible, and hard-hitting debates took place in academic and political circles. Although Stalin's political machine already controlled much of what was going on, it was still possible to conduct a genuine public debate on burning issues. First of all, what exactly was the nature of NEP? Lenin had left behind, in his articles and speeches, a number of interpretations which were by no means consistent. His successors, busily engaged in a political struggle and anxious to preserve the Bolshevik regime, all tried to present themselves as orthodox Leninists. So it would be proper to return in thought to 1921, to the end of chapter 3. It was already shown there that Lenin had been thinking of 1794, of the need to avoid Robespierre's fate by timely retreat. He used the word retreat repeatedly. In referring to war communism, he used the parallel of Port Arthur, which had been unsuccessfully attacked by the Japanese at the beginning of the siege. They then withdrew, regrouped their forces and resumed their assault more methodically, succeeding in the end. The moral seemed to be that some unsuccessful attacks were a necessary precondition to a victorious advance, since otherwise the right road could not be found. On either of these two interpretations, NEP represented a forced and highly undesirable retreat, and logically the next step should be to regroup and to resume the advance in due course. Yet at other times Lenin hotly denied that NEP was undesirable. He argued that, but for the necessities of war, it would have been possible to continue the much milder policies which were begun early in 1918. In still another mood, Lenin would point to the errors and stupidities of the war communism period, to excessively sweeping nationalization, over-centralization, etc. However, on this view NEP could hardly be regarded as retreat at all. If the economic system of 1918-21 was either a forced reaction to an emergency situation or an error, then a return to the status quo ante-June 1918 was a return to the correct road, and not a withdrawal in the face of the superior forces of the enemy. What then was in Lenin's mind when NEP was fully established and fate removed from him the power of movement and coherent speech? Did he, as Bukharin believed, draw from the horrors and excesses of war communism a cautious, gradualist conclusion? NEP, he asserted, was intended seriously and for a long time. How long is a long time? Lenin himself answered this question by hinting that 25 years would be a rather pessimistic view. One Lenin and all his comrades must have believed that the advance would be resumed, otherwise they had no raison d'être as Bolsheviks at all. They were bound to regard the ultimate achievement of socialism as the one possible justification for their being in power. But when was the advance to be? 117. Resumed. At what speed? In what direction? Above all, what was to be done to convert or transform the peasant majority of the population, and how was the industrialization of Russia to be pursued after the period of reconstruction had come to an end? Questions such as these interacted with political issues, concerned with the power position of individuals and factions and the succession to Lenin. In disentangling the various strands of the argument, it is important to distinguish between a number of aspects of a highly complex situation. There was first and foremost the basic dilemma of a Bolshevik revolution, triumphant in the name of Marxism and the dictatorship of the proletariat in an overwhelmingly peasant country. The party had power, the pre-revolutionary productive capacity had been, or was being, restored. By 1925-6 the party had to face a vast question of political economy, how to transform the entire social economic situation by deliberate action from above. If this was to be done by planning, then by what kind, enforced by what mechanism? A large increase in savings, in accumulation of capital, would be necessary. Who was to bear the sacrifices, and how severe would these sacrifices be? In debates in Russia under Gorbachev the point was repeatedly made, notably by U. Afanasiev, Gifter, and Tsipko, too, that Bolshevism and NEP were inherently incompatible, that both ideological and practical economic considerations would speedily drive the leadership into a collision course with the essential features of a mixed market-orientated economy. Such a view has much to commend it. Another aspect of the problem concerned national security. Of course, Lenin and Stalin were not the first to see the intimate relationship between industrial development and military potential. Wit, 30 years earlier, had known all about this and had been greatly influenced by such considerations. However, the isolation of the Bolshevik Revolution, alone in a world dominated by imperialist powers, lent a special urgency to the situation, as this was seen by the leadership. The extent and the vigor of intervention during the Civil War were exaggerated, but the fact that intervention had occurred strengthened the predisposition to believe that another series of imperialist conspiracies would soon challenge the security of the Soviet state. In the middle 20s the Western powers were quiescent, but the recurrent alarms about the plots of Chamberlain and Poincaré were only partly a matter of deliberate invention for political reasons. The fears seem to have been genuine. The breaking off of diplomatic relations by Britain in 1927 lent some substance to these fears. There was also nervousness about the Japanese in the Far East. The importance of these attitudes in the present context lay in their impact on the speed of industrialization and on its direction and pattern. The higher the projected rate of growth, the greater the savings and sacrifices. Equally clearly, the more weight that was given to national security considerations, the more the priority afforded to military might and economic independence. This meant more attention to heavy industry, to steel, coal, machinery, at the expense of consumers' goods. But this meant even more sacrifices, which had one further consequence which proved to be of the very greatest significance. If the emphasis in investment was to be on heavy industry, then the peasants could not be offered material incentives sufficient to persuade them to sell more produce. This in turn severely limited the power of maneuver of an industrializing Soviet government, within the context of the agricultural settlement bequeathed by the revolution. There has already been some discussion in the previous chapter of the consequences of the land settlement of 1917–18. Agricultural production recovered fairly rapidly, but there was a persistent shortage in marketed produce, and the towns could only be fed at the cost of a drastic reduction in exports of grain. Yet urbanization called for a substantial increase in off-farm consumption of food and also for a large export surplus to pay for essential imports of capital goods. Could this problem be resolved within the traditional peasant methods of production, the three-field system, strips, tiny holdings? Was this not a bottleneck which would hold back the entire economic development of Russia? NEP was based on the so-called smykha with the peasants, the 119 word implying a link, cooperation, harmony. Yet Lenin knew and said that a market-orientated private peasantry generated capitalism. It is true that Lenin, in his last year of political life, also said that the peasants had to be shown the advantages of socialism and cooperation, that they should not be coerced. This presented his successors with a very complex question. It was from the better-off peasants that marketable surpluses would come. Any peasant who specialized in providing marketable surpluses would increase his income. Would this be a dangerous growth of potentially or actually capitalistic elements? What alternative was there, without being in breach of both the assumptions of NEP and of the principles of the smykha? Bukharin, who had been a leader of the left wing during the war communism period, became the best known of the leaders of the moderates, the future right-wing deviation, in the 20s. He reasoned as follows: NEP is to be persisted with for a long time, for a generation at least. It is out of the question to use force against the peasants. While support for the poor peasants may be politically preferable from the Bolshevik point of view, it is from the middle and better-off peasants that the needed farm surpluses will come, and in no circumstances must they be antagonized. On the contrary, they must be encouraged. The alternative policy would bring back the black days of confiscations, and gravely endanger the Bolshevik hold on political power, since it would lead to peasant rebellion. Bukharin was in favor of building socialism, but only at a pace which the individual peasant producers could be persuaded to accept. In his view, greater prosperity among the peasants, more commercial production, was not only essential but was also not dangerous. In the process of time these peasants too would grow into socialism. Following his own logic, he launched in April 1925 the slogan "Get Rich." The Russian word for this, "obogachets," was the exact translation of a slogan coined in the 1840s by Guizot, the minister of Louis Philippe of France, in Enriquissez-vous. Parallels with French revolutionary history were never far from the minds of Bolshevik intellectuals. Guizot was a bourgeois statesman par excellence. The slogan was too much. While at this period Stalin was in political alliance with Bukharin, and favored tax concessions to the more prosperous peasants, which were in fact accorded in 1925, he never committed himself as far as did Bukharin to the logic of his peasant policy. He declared to the 14th Party Conference in the same month, the slogan "Get Rich is not our slogan." Bukharin was forced to withdraw the offending words and to admit that kulaks were an evil to be limited and squeezed. Indeed, by 1927 he spoke of a strong offensive against the kulak. However, this retreat from the logic of his policy made Bukharin's entire position untenable. A kulak is a prosperous peasant. A middle peasant is a less prosperous peasant. The official line in 1925-7 accepted the middle peasant as the indispensable provider of farm surpluses, while making political gestures towards the poor peasant. There were bitter complaints that the poor peasant's interests were in fact neglected. But this meant that any middle peasant who was successful in developing commercial sales, who sought to expand his holding by leasing or his production by employing a couple of laborers, would speedily convert himself into a kulak. Agriculture had to succeed, and yet it could not be allowed to succeed on the basis of a prosperous private peasant. This was not a sensible or logical policy. Yet what was the alternative? This kind of dilemma has been faced in other developing countries. There is a tendency for the same people to demand both land reform and industrialization. Yet land reform often has the effect, at least in the short term, of reducing the volume of marketable production, and sometimes of total production, because an egalitarian land redistribution strengthens the traditional subsistence sector. The problem can in principle be resolved by the emergence of a commercially minded peasant minority, though no one who knows anything about agricultural problems in developing countries would fall into the error of supposing that there is an easy solution. In the special case of the Soviet Union under Bolshevik rule, an advance in this direction came up against an ideological/political barrier. The logic of the Bukharin approach necessarily involved an emphasis on the production, or importation, of goods the peasants wanted. The same logic called for relatively slow growth, since 121. Progress would be limited by the peasants' willingness to save and to supply the state with food surpluses. Bukharin himself spoke of riding into socialism on a peasant nag. But could the peasant nag be persuaded to go in the right direction? Would the party be able to control it? It must not be forgotten that Soviet power in the villages was weak, and that traditional peasant communal institutions were in effective command. Within them the more prosperous peasants tended to become dominant as natural village leaders, and because so many of their poorer neighbors depended on them. The so-called left opposition challenged the validity of Bukharin's policies. As might be expected, their arguments were deeply influenced not only by their views on the particular issues but also by the logic of factional struggle. It is this same logic which in the middle 20s led to a temporary alliance between Stalin and the Bukharin faction. Zinoviev and Kamina in 1923 founded Politik to support both Stalin and Bukharin in a struggle against the left opposition. In 1925, Zinoviev and Kamina joined the Trotsky Group, and thereupon saw virtues in the left opposition's case which had quite escaped their notice 2 years earlier. However, these and other policy zigzags should not cause us to suppose that the perplexing issues faced by all these men were unreal. Issues are often adopted by political men for their own purposes. The most cogent theoretical statement of the opposition's case, and one which lights up most vividly the nature of the difficulties which faced the regime, came from the pen of Preobrazhensky. He had been a collaborator of Bukharin's in 1918, but unlike Bukharin he accepted NEP with many reservations and clearly wished to resume the offensive against the hated private sector at the earliest date. He therefore emphasized the dangers which the regime ran if it were to persist for long in the course set in 1921-4. Already in 1923 he was quoting with approval the concept of primitive socialist accumulation, and his lectures on the subject in 1924 at the Communist Academy were later expanded and published as a book. 3. Primitive, or initial, capitalist accumulation was described by Marx using British models. Capital was accumulated through the expropriation of the peasantry, by the enclosures of agricultural land, colonial exploitation, the Highland clearances in Scotland. The resultant concentrations of capital came to be invested in industrial development. Applying this analysis to the situation of the USSR, Preobrazhensky pointed out that there were no colonies to exploit and the peasants could not be expropriated, and yet the necessary socialist accumulation had to come from somewhere. It would be necessary not only in order to finance industrialization, but also to expand the socialist sector of the economy at the expense of the private sector. Clearly the necessary resources could not arise wholly or even mainly within the socialist sector of the economy. Apart from the fact that it was too small to bear the burden by itself, it was wrong and politically dangerous that the sacrifices should be borne by the working class employed by nationalized industries. Resources would therefore have to be obtained from the private sector. The bulk of the private sector were the peasants. Preobrazhensky saw that the necessary capital would not be provided by voluntary savings. The better-off peasants were very unlikely to lend sufficient money to the government, and the nepmen in the cities naturally used whatever capital they possessed to make hay while the sun shone, realistically fearing that it might not shine for long. Resources would doubtless have to be obtained by taxation, but most of all through unequal exchange, by exploitation of the private sector. The state should use its position as the supplier of the bulk of industrial goods, and as the foreign trade monopolist, to pump resources out of the private sector and so finance the state's investments into the expanding socialist industrial sector. Preobrazhensky never failed to emphasize the importance of this conflict between socialist and capitalist elements, and he wrote of the struggle between the law of value and the principle of primitive socialist accumulation, i.e. between the forces of the market and those of the socialist state expanding the socialist sectors. Bukharin and other leaders of the party majority strongly counterattacked. This doctrine, in their view, was threatening the alliance between workers and peasants. The word exploitation and the principle of unequal exchange were severely critiqued. 123. Sized. After all, this was 1924, when the country was only just correcting the excessively unfavorable terms of trade for peasants which characterized the scissors crisis of 1923, see previous chapter. Every effort was still being made to compel a further relative reduction in the prices charged by state industry. Was this the time to speak of unequal exchange? It may well be that some reasoned privately thus, of course we will have to exploit the peasants in due time, but for goodness sake let us keep quiet about it now. Trotsky, Preobrazhensky and their followers developed two further criticisms. Firstly, they held that the official line had been too favorable to the better-off peasants. They spoke loudly of the kulak danger and envisaged the degeneration of the party into some sort of adjunct of the NEP bourgeoisie. We shall see that this degeneration, such as it was of a very different kind, but this was not apparent to the opposition at the time. The party majority was under continuous attack from the left for being soft on the kulaks. Secondly, the left opposition contended that the party's industrialization program was too modest, that a major campaign to build up industry far beyond the levels of 1913 should be launched forthwith. Both Stalin and Bukharin argued at this time that higher growth rates and additional investments advocated by the left opposition represented an adventurous and unpractical policy, which would endanger hard-won financial stability and impose intolerable sacrifices. This would be inconsistent with the principles of NEP. It is true that the same Stalin was a few years later advocating tempos which were far more ambitious and ruthless than any which the opposition had proposed. The entire controversy was linked with a famous debate on socialism in one country. One must introduce a warning here. It might appear logical that the industrializers and primitive accumulationists should favor the slogan, while the cautious Stalin-Bukharin gradualists would be against it. In fact, the reverse was the case. Stalin and Bukharin said that they would build socialism in one country, even though Bukharin did say that the process would be long and slow. The left opposition, especially Zinoviev, cited Lenin to show that this was impossible and unorthodox. The factional considerations which led to the arguments around this political slogan are outside the scope of this book. However, there is an economic point to be made which is relevant to an understanding of the logic of the left position. Preobrazhensky himself recognized, in one of the last articles in which he was allowed to express his own point of view, that under conditions of isolation Russia's problem was virtually insoluble as he envisaged it. He listed the many contradictions. He drew the conclusion that all this showed how closely our development towards socialism is connected with the necessity of making a breach in our socialist isolation. Not only for political but also for economic reasons we must be aided in the future by the material resources of other socialist countries. For within the political economic assumptions of NEP, it would indeed be impossible simultaneously to fight the kulaks, raise prices charged to peasants, increase off-farm surpluses, raise workers' wages and greatly to raise the levels of capital accumulation. Yet Preobrazhensky never faced up to the possibility of resolving the dilemmas through coercion, through expropriating the peasantry. A way would be provided by a revolution in more advanced Western countries, which would come to the aid of developing Russia and so mitigate the harshness of Russian industrialization. Therefore the argument of the left opposition over the slogan socialism in one country to some extent reflected their disbelief in the practicability of any solution to the dilemmas of the 20s so long as the USSR remained isolated. This was politically a weak point in their arguments, and it is hardly surprising that Stalin and his colleagues attacked their alleged lack of faith in socialism and in Russia. Of course, the above represents only the roughest summary of arguments advanced. There were plenty of other points of disagreement and also plenty of other protagonists. Thus there was the People's Commissariat for Finance, Narkomfin, which was devoted above all to financial soundness. In their economic policies the Commissar, Sokolnikov, and the head of the State Bank, Shinin, could be identified as on the extreme right, because of their insistence that any industrial project be sound and profitable. Yet Sokolnikov was a political supporter of 125. Zinoviev, who had joined the left opposition. There is of course no inherent reason why one should not support a conservative investment policy, owing to consciousness of the acute shortage of capital, and at the same time inveigh against the dangers of kulaks in villages. The lines of controversy were by no means clear-cut. It must be emphasized also that the protagonists shared many common assumptions. All took for granted the necessity of the retention of sole political power by their party. All took for granted the necessity of industrialization and were under no illusions concerning the limitations of individual peasant agriculture. Peasant cooperation and collectivization were regarded by all as desirable aims. The difference lay in tempos, methods, the assessment of dangers, the strategy to be followed in pursuit of aims very largely held in common. Soviet historians were fond of contrasting the policies of the majority, the party, with the negative, defeatist, anti-industrializing, pro-peasant policies of various oppositions. Such a picture is a most distorted one. The 14th Congress of the party meeting in 1925, passed resolutions favoring industrialization, while the 15th Congress, 1927, declared in favor of collectivization and of the five-year plan. However, these resolutions were adopted with the support of the future right-wing opposition. Indeed, the Industrial Plan resolution in 1927 was introduced by Rykov, who was Bukharin's most influential supporter. Trotsky's views have also become distorted, not least by those who purport to be Trotskyists. Until 1925, when he was expelled from the Politburo, he remained wholly within the assumptions of NEP. In his speech to the 12th Party Congress in 1923, and on other occasions, he accepted the need to encourage the private peasant producer. He was better able than his ally Preobrazhensky to see the necessity for the coexistence of plan and market, and perhaps this helps to explain why Preobrazhensky broke with Trotsky when, in 1928, Stalin turned left. 5. While believing, as they all did, in a future marketless socialism, Trotsky was eloquent about the need for a market in what he called the transitional epoch. For example, for the next period we shall have a planned economy allying itself more and more with the market and, as a result, adapting itself to the market. The present selling crisis is a harsh warning the peasant market is giving size. The correct work of our State Planning Commission is not by suppressing the market but on the basis of the market, and much more in the same vein, this from his new course, published in 1923. As for his view of socialism in Russia, while opposed to the idea that socialism could be completely built in one country, he accepted the need to be building it. In Russian there is a grammatical distinction between stroev, the process of building, and postroev, the completed action. 6. Does this mean that the argument was concerned only or mainly with who should wield political power? Such a conclusion would be totally misleading. The policy differences were deeply felt. It is true that Stalin later on stole many of the clothes of the left opposition, but Bukharin's entire vision of Soviet development differed radically from that which came to be adopted by Stalin, despite the fact that they shared some common aims. Bukharin wished to preserve NEP for a long time yet Stalin destroyed it. The right opposition were horrified by Stalin's peasant policies and by his industrialization strategy, as well as by his political methods. There were deep and sincerely held policy differences. We have so far been emphasizing differences of opinion among professional politicians. But the debates and controversies of the 20s contain much more that is of interest for the economic historian, and perhaps most particularly for the historian of economic thought. Development economics could be said to have been born here. It is not that the Soviet economists, planners, and statesmen were more intelligent or imaginative than their Western contemporaries. It is just that the institutional and political circumstances posed problems in Russia which demanded consideration. Even at the height of NEP, the bulk of investment capital was in the hands of the state. Even the most moderate protagonist of the NEP compromise was bound to reflect on the next step, and thus on the development strategy to be followed. In the West. 127. Economic theory did not even discuss investment criteria. Such matters were encompassed within the theory of market equilibrium, and, since the very notions of development and growth were absent from the discussions, the idea of any deliberate policy with regard to investment was absent too, the more so as the bulk of capital assets and investment resources were in the private sector, and so were not subject to public policy, even if one could be imagined. Therefore the Soviet theorists and practitioners found themselves in the role of pioneers. Whatever weaknesses there may have been in their thinking and their practice, it must be emphasized that they could have learned nothing useful from the West, which did not begin to discuss these issues until 1945, or even 1955. As this is not a history of economic thought, these matters will be dealt with briefly. The interested reader is referred to the works listed in the bibliography, and, so far as theory is concerned, particularly to J. M. Collette, 7, on whose research much of what follows is based. There was, first, the issue of agriculture versus industry, and the linked questions of foreign trade and comparative advantage. The Soviet Union was a high-cost and inefficient producer of industrial goods in general, of equipment in particular. As the scissors crisis underlined, it was a relatively much lower-cost agricultural producer. It might then appear to follow that the correct policy was to invest in agriculture, to increase marketable surpluses, to expand exports, and thereby to obtain industrial goods, especially capital goods, abroad. Shenin was a particularly strong supporter of this view. Of course, in the very short run this was the only possible tactic. In the absence of an adequate capital goods industry, there was no alternative to buying machinery abroad in exchange for food and timber. But whereas the more radical industrializers wished to orientate these purchases towards the rapid creation of the USSR's own heavy industry, Shannon and his friends envisaged a longer-term dependence on the developed West. This argument is familiar enough among development economists today. The role of agriculture is often the subject of debate. Then there was the question of the conflict between short 128 term investment criteria and strategy for development. This was related to the important issue of unemployment and the surplus labor which, by universal consent, was available in the villages. Capital was acutely scarce. There was a shortage of most goods in the aftermath of the Civil War. Therefore, argued some, the most important thing was to use scarce capital to the best advantage, this being defined as maximizing employment and producing as much as possible for the least possible expenditure of capital. This policy, advocated by P.P. Maslov, led to the following practical recommendations. Capital saving, labor-using investments were to be preferred. 2. While one should also seek to choose investments which promoted a high or quick rate of return, the fact was recognized, 20 years before W. Arthur Lewis, that the existence of surplus labor was not adequately reflected in the wage rates and social benefits which entered into costs of production. 3. Heavy industry required massive investments which matured over a long period. Therefore, considerations of economy of scarce capital, the expansion of production in time of universal shortage and the problem of unemployment all called for priority to be given to light industry and agriculture. However, as we know, this approach seldom satisfies the development planner. Already in 1926, Bernstein Cogan was conscious of a dilemma or contradiction. This is how Collett summarized his argument: either save investment resources by maintaining the lowest possible capital intensity, and so condemn the Soviet economy to long-term stagnation, or else renew the existing equipment intensively, develop the basic industries, install a powerful infrastructure and lower considerably the rate of return on investment. 8. There was much discussion of the use of interest as a means of time discount, as an aid to choice, but in itself it could not resolve the problem. The talented economist Bazarov, also in 1926, asserted the need to divide the economy into two, a priority sector, e.g. electrification, transport, to which the criteria of rates of return were not to be strictly applied, and the rest of the economy. 129. As with NEP so with theories of development, 1926 was a year in which the atmosphere changed. Perhaps this was due to the virtual completion in that year of the restoration of the pre-war economy, and a consciousness that a new investment policy was necessary. This too found its reflection in the politics of the time, with resolutions favoring industrialization high on the agenda. Needless to say, the arguments of the economists were also related to the political factions, either directly or indirectly. Thus the argument in favor of investment in agriculture and the consumer's goods industry would naturally fit into the Bukharin approach to NEP. Equally clearly, it would find little sympathy among the supporters of the left opposition, or, when he moved left, from Stalin. It is because of this, sometimes unwanted, association of theoretical arguments with factional struggles that so many of the able economists who expressed original ideas in the 20s died in prison in the 30s. All planning, in the sense of deliberate decision-making affecting the use of resources, must represent some sort of compromise between two principles, which in Soviet discussions came to be known as genetic and teleologica F. The first lays stress on the existing situation, market forces, relative scarcities of factors, rates of return, profitability. The second reflects a desire to change the proportions and size of the economy, to maximize growth, to emphasize strategy of development rather than adaptation to circumstances. The conflict between the two attitudes, on both the theoretical and the practical political planes, increased in the second half of the decade. Naturally, neither side to the argument was unaware of the need for some sort of reconciliation of the opposing principles. though the original and intelligent ex-Menshevik economist V. Groman did assert that there was some natural relationship between agriculture and industry which remains, or should remain, constant over time. Most of the protagonists were concerned with relative emphasis. Surely, as Bazarov pointed out, any plan which ignored the existing situation was doomed to failure, any plan which saw no further than the 130 demands of the immediate present was patently inadequate. The changing emphasis after 1926 led more and more to the stress on drastic change, and as party policy veered towards rapid industrialization, one heard more and more voices advocate the priority of heavy industry, asserting the criterion of maximizing growth. The economist of this period whose name is now most familiar was Feldman, whose growth model has been introduced to Western readers by E. Domar. 9. Evidently, if the objective is the most rapid industrialization, the investment choices in any developing country are bound to be based on principles quite different to those which would minimize unemployment or economize scarce capital in the short term. As Collett has pointed out, this type of thinking was found in the West only after 1955. Much was made, by the supporters of a sharp rise in investments, of the phrase extinguishing curves a tukhayoshkaya krivaya. This was the forecast of a reduced rate of growth, made by a committee of VSNKH, already referred to under its abbreviation OSVIK. Its conclusions followed logically from the inevitable slowdown which would be the consequence of the end of Reconstruction. In part they assumed both a rise in the capital output ratio and a fall in the volume of investment. But the idea of a slowdown was unacceptable to the political leadership, and indeed contradicted the dynamism and optimism without which the party rank and file would lose much of their drive and morale. It was sharply rejected. The fact that these and other bourgeois specialists were so very cautious in their prognostications later encouraged Stalin and his colleagues to ignore moderate advice. A strategic decision, much discussed at the time, concerned the so-called Urals-Kuznets combine. This was an immense project linking the iron ore of the Urals with the excellent coking coal of the Kuzbas, 1,000 miles away in central Siberia. It was a long-term project par excellence. It would lock up a great deal of capital. It could not be justified by rate of return calculations. It might have vast external effects in the long run. It would, it did, save the situation militarily in the event of invasion by imperialist powers. The issues are fully discussed in several works in the West. 10. The Urals-Kuznets combine project was in fact begun in 1930. 131. The issue of balanced versus unbalanced growth, known to most economists from the post-war work of Hirschman and Nurks, was also discussed in Russia at this period. In part this was included in the genetic teleologicap debate, and in part it came up as a problem of how to tackle existing or anticipated bottlenecks. Bukharin in particular advocated a careful attention to balance, and warned of the consequences of neglect of this factor which, after 1928, tended to discredit this approach, since it was associated with right-wing heresy. This was regrettable, since it affected the fate of another of the Soviet innovations, the balance of the national economy. Using data from 1923 to 4, a group of gifted men led by Popov and Groman created the grandfather of the input-output tables of later years. They invented a new idea, without which planning could hardly begin. It was necessary to trace the interconnections of the sectors composing the economy, to discover how much fuel was, or would be, needed to produce a given quantity of metal, to take just one example. The attempt was in many ways inadequate, many of the necessary data were missing. But it was the first such attempt, if one accepts Quesnay's Tableau économique, to which Soviet economic literature makes frequent reference. The 20s were an intellectually exciting period. Not only were there debates among Bolshevik leaders and intellectuals, among whom were men of great eloquence and wit, but quite independent ideas were put forward by men who were not Bolsheviks at all. Gosplan and VSNKH experts included many former Mensheviks, later to be accused of being plotters and saboteurs. Men like Groman, Bazarov, and Ginsburg contributed significantly to policy debates. Ex-populists, ex-SRS, were active too, for example the famous economist Kondratiev, the agricultural experts Chayanov and Kelentsev. Even non-socialists, like Litoshenko and Cutler, could raise their voices. There was a one-party state, there were no legal means of organizing an opposition, but conditions were far from resembling the monolithic 30s. The communists were very weakly represented at this time among the planners. Thus in 1924, out of 527 employees of Gosplan, only 49 were party members, and 23 of these were drivers, watchmen, typists, etc. The great debate, or more properly debates, must be seen as taking place at many different levels. There was the political struggle for power. There was the conflict at the political level between advocates of different policies towards the peasants, or on industrialization rates, tempos, or socialism in one country. There were discussions and proposals put up by experts on investment criteria and growth strategies. Theory and practice, expert judgment, and politics, interacted in various ways. Thus, not surprisingly, political men who were not allowed to express open dissent in a political way did so in their capacity as experts, just as others did so as novelists and poets. Politicians used experts, and selected statistics to suit their arguments, which eventually proved very dangerous for the experts. Thus the apparently abstract argument about peasant stratification became political dynamite, inevitably linked with the question of the kulak danger and the steps which could or should be taken to combat it. Even so statistical an issue as the volume of marketed grain became highly political, as we have seen. NEP reached its apogee in 1925. During 1926 the absolute growth of the private sector outside agriculture came to a halt. As already shown in Chapter 4, its relative position began to decline earlier, however, until this date it could be said that it was the general understanding that private enterprise had its legitimate part to play in Soviet life. The decline of NEP cannot be dated precisely, the more so as official statements on the subject were ambiguous or deliberately misleading. Thus Stalin even in 1929 was still indignantly denying rumors to the effect that NEP was to be ended, and in fact as late as 1931 the 10th anniversary of NEP was the occasion for statements that it was still in operation. The five-year plan, in its optimal variant adopted as late as the spring of 1929, envisaged an increase over the 5 years in the national income generated in the private sector by as much as 23.9% or 1 yet, as we shall see. The offensive against the NEPmen outside agriculture had already been raging at this date for some time, and the offensive against the private peasants was about to begin. The following tables show the decline in legal private activities. As already indicated earlier, the state had a potential stranglehold on the private trading and manufacturing sectors, in that supplies of raw materials and of goods to sell depended greatly on state industry. Therefore a simple administrative decision could change the situation, even without legal or tax measures specifically directed at the NEPmen. It was not until 1930 that private trade became, de facto, the crime of speculation and the employment of labor for private gain became in fact illegal. 2. But well before that date the squeeze was on. The position of NEPmen traders was precarious even in the days of high NEP. Thus as early as February 1924 1,000 traders were accused of speculation and ordered out of Moscow. 3. And already in the autumn of 1925, some materials in short supply were being increasingly reserved for state and cooperative, as distinct from private, use and sale. 4. It is noteworthy that there was a steady increase in surcharges on transport of private goods by rail. By 1926 the surcharges for transporting private goods reached 50 to 100% and in subsequent years were raised up to 400% for some goods. 5. The year 1926 also saw the first of a series of fiscal measures designed to make private trade less profitable. Thus by decree of June 18 the temporary state tax on superprofits was imposed on NEPmen. It was the first of many. On April 9 of the same year the Central Committee Plenum decided that flour mills in private hands should be drastically curtailed. An ever sharper tone crept into party pronouncements about Nepman and kulaks. Taxes on better-off peasants were increased, as the following table shows. An amendment to the Criminal Code adopted in 1926 envisaged imprisonment for up to 3 years with total or partial confiscation of property for those guilty of evil intentions. Increases in prices of commodities through purchase, hoarding, or non-placing on the market. 6. This is the famous Article 107 of the Code, which was to be used by Stalin 2 years later. At the time at which it was promulgated, it remained very largely a dead letter. However, the fact that it was adopted in 1926 is an indication of the evolution of official opinion with regard to private trade in general. Why this shift of policy? Official party histories tended to underplay the change. The resumption of the offensive against the private sector, according to such a view, was inherent in the very concept of NEP from the first. The state was now stronger, better able to run trade and industry, and in a position to begin to provide the capital equipment which would ultimately revolutionize social and productive relations in agriculture. Such an interpretation is not wholly wrong. For large numbers of party members, NEP was a forced compromise with the hated enemy, who was to be attacked as soon as conditions were ripe, using any weapons at the party's command. However, to see things in this way is gravely to underestimate the extent of the change of policy which was taking shape gradually from the end of 1925. This culminated at the end of the decade in what can best be described as the Soviet Great Leap Forward, involving the destruction of the last bastion of private enterprise in the Great Collectivization campaign. The causes of the change of policy were numerous and complex, and interacted with one another. Firstly, we must note the close relationship between ambitious investment programs and the end of NEP. As has already been noted, 1925-6 saw the end of what might broadly be called the Reconstruction or Restoration period. It is true that the metallurgical industry was still below its 1913 level, and that some other industries, notably electricity generation, coal mining, and some branches of engineering, were already above it. The essential point was that henceforth further efforts to increase industrial production would cause increasing strain. In December 1925, a resolution of the 14th Party Congress called for industrialization, and also for the victory of the socialist sector. The concentration of resources in the hands of the state seemed inconsistent with the activities of Nepman, who competed for resources and diverted them from the priority tasks of the moment, and indeed made profits out of the shortages which an investment program was already causing. Did the Soviet national income in 1928 exceed the level of 1913, as the Gosplan figures claimed at the time, or was it still below that level, as is asserted by Paul R. Gregory in a challenging recalculation? The difference is essentially due to the choice of price deflator. He suggests that his results imply that recovery was not yet complete. However, whether or not this was so statistically, all the participants in the great debate had solid ground for believing that industrial reconstruction had been completed, and that the resumption of the industrialization process called for new investment on a large scale. It was the pace of this process, its financing, its priorities, that caused controversy. A second and very important feature of the situation, to which sufficient weight is seldom attached in histories of the period, was the price policy pursued by the government. We have seen in Chapter 4 that its response to the scissors crisis of 1923 was to press the state trusts to reduce their costs and their prices. This policy was continued in subsequent years, although both urban and rural incomes rose faster than the volume of output, though the latter did rise rapidly. Faced with strong market pressure for price increases, the government obstinately persisted with its policy of price cuts, and in order to make them effective extended price control over an ever wider portion of state industry and state and cooperative trade. As might have been predicted, this speedily gave rise to the phenomenon of goods famine. These words occur repeatedly in official and unofficial pronouncements from mid-1925 onwards. A talented young economist, who was to contribute greatly to the rebirth of Soviet economics 40 years later, described the situation as follows, commodities no longer seek buyers, the buyers seek commodities. There are long queues in front of some shops. In private trade, prices are significantly higher than the selling prices of the state trusts, 100% or 200% or higher for some commodities. Limitations on purchase are introduced. The goods most in demand are sold by state and cooperative shops not to all those willing to buy them, but to selected categories of buyers, for instance members of the cooperatives or members of trade unions. If in big cities the goods shortage has taken such acute forms, the situation in the villages is worse still. This is due to price policy. The shortage of goods, therefore, occurs only when prices cease to carry out their function in balancing supply and demand, when they become inert and unresponsive to market forces. Surplus purchasing power moved into the area in which price controls did not operate, and so private trade took on the characteristics of speculation, since it was profitable to buy state-produced goods for resale, thereby in effect transferring resources to the private sector. More seriously, it had a grave adverse effect on peasant purchasing power. Even though the reduction in prices charged by state trusts and state trade may have been originally motivated by the desire to close the price scissors, i.e. to improve the peasants' terms of trade, the effect was quite different in practice. Since the official prices were below equilibrium prices, those closest to the factories got at the goods first. Towns are closer to the sources of industrial goods, the villages are further away. Therefore the towns appear to obtain a larger share of industrial goods than they would have obtained at prices which balance supply and demand. The policy of low prices not only failed to lower prices for the village, but on the contrary it lowered prices for the towns at the cost of raising them for the village, and by a large percentage too. The young critic patiently pointed out that this policy was absurd, and would become the more absurd as state investments increased, since they would generate incomes which would constitute still heavier demand on the available consumer goods and services. 7. This advice was ignored. A whole series of decrees and declarations demanded further cuts in prices. On July 2, 1926 the STO, Council of Labor and Defense, issued a decree the title of which must surely seem unsound even to the dimmest first-year student of economics, the reduction in retail prices of goods in short supply made by state industry. The reduction was to be 10%, and there was another and similar reduction ordered on February 16, 1927. The pursuit of such a policy was plainly inconsistent with the logic of NEP, and was bound to lead to an attack on private traders who were selling manufactured goods in the villages at prices more than double those charged by state and cooperative shops, in which, however, the goods could not be obtained. Likewise, the additional profit made by the still legal private manufacturers and craftsmen would hardly appeal to the political and fiscal authorities. Thirdly, a similar kind of blunder distorted agricultural production and procurements. The peasants' willingness to sell was already adversely affected by the goods famine. This already adversely affected state procurements out of the relatively good harvest of 1925, and it has been argued that many of the leaders, and Stalin himself, were dismayed by the peasants' response, or lack of response, to the concessions made to them in 1924-5. They had anticipated a sizable exportable surplus of grain, and planned higher imports on this basis. Lack of export earnings made it necessary to cut the import plan. This in turn contributed to the goods hunger that emerged in 1925-6, and this despite very high rates of growth of industrial production. 8. Be this as it may, they made the situation worse by reducing state procurement prices, aiming to reduce the strain on the state budget and on the money supply. In the agricultural year 1926-7 the general level of state procurement prices fell by about 6% compared with the previous year. No such reduction was justified by the market situation. But worse still, forever mesmerized by the key role of grain, the government cut prices for this particular crop much more severely, by as much as 20 to 25%. The result, as might have been foreseen, was a reluctance to sell grain to the state, a tendency to concentrate on other crops and on livestock, for which prices were more favorable, and the emergence of a large gap between official state prices and those paid to the peasants for their produce by the still legal nepmen traders. We shall have much more to say about the consequences of this later in the decade. Why were these price policies adopted? A little reflection clearly shows them to have been totally out of line with the principles of NEP, and indeed the continuance of such price policies was bound to lead to grave conflict and confusion, even in the absence of other factors. No doubt much can be explained by a combination of obstinate blindness with a built-in dislike of market forces which characterized many Bolsheviks. However, part of the obstinacy may have had a political explanation. Trotsky and his friends had favored increasing the level of savings and investments, and the logic of their position demanded somewhat higher, not lower, prices of manufactured goods, since in this way the state would obtain the necessary revenue. This in itself would have been an argument for Stalin to oppose such a move, and he doubtless saw political advantages in contrasting his policy of lower prices with that of the opposition. The pressure to increase grain prices, in turn, came especially from Bukharin and his friends of the future right-wing deviation. Here again, Stalin had political reasons for obstinacy. This is not mere surmise. Stalin repeatedly accused various oppositionists of wanting higher prices. The party plenum held on 7 to 12 February 1927, in reaffirming the need for lower prices all round, emphasized that in the problem of prices are interlinked all the basic economic and political problems of the Soviet state. The policy chosen was basically hostile to market forces in industry, trade, and agriculture. Either the policy would have to be amended, or the market and its manifestations would have to be destroyed. The survival of NEP was conceivable only if this price policy was altered. It was not altered, and NEP was doomed. Only after the decisive defeat of the privateers was a very different price policy followed, this time in order to finance the spectacular expansion of state industry. But much more of this later on. The approach of many, if not most, party members to the whole question of trade and prices is well expressed in a pamphlet by a leading official of the Tsentrosoyuz, Central Consumer Cooperative, organization. For him, the whole point of the spread of cooperative shops was that this would combat and gradually squeeze out the private trader. He was well aware of the fact that the latter could charge much higher prices, owing to the goods famine. However, he drew the conclusion that in tearing the mass of commodities out of the hands of elemental market forces, of private trading speculation, consumer cooperatives were helping to dig defensive trenches around socialist industry. It was a matter of who shall beat whom, Tokovo, part of the battle for socialism. The fact that cooperatives supplied goods cheaper than the private traders, i.e. that they sold at below supply and demand prices, was to be used to persuade the peasants to sign contracts undertaking to sell farm produce, at state fixed prices, in exchange for an undertaking to supply them with manufactured goods, at state fixed prices, all these prices being below the market level. What would it matter if the privateer speculator paid this or that peasant a few rubles extra per hundredweight of wheat? After all, this would be offset by his bandit speculationist overcharging in supplying the peasants with the goods they need. The last years of the 20s did see an attempt to make contracts of this kind contractatsiya, and the author of the pamphlet evidently hoped that these contracts would form the basis of relations between town and village, and grow into the higher form of products exchange. 9. Obviously, such thought patterns as these were unlikely to be affected by economists' arguments about market equilibrium. These were the years of the political triumph of Stalin, and this was accompanied by a change in the whole atmosphere of Soviet life. Whether in literature or in philosophy, in the party's own internal arrangements or in the sphere of economics, the line became one of stern imposition of conformity, centralized authority, suppression of uncontrolled initiatives. The Nepmen were thus to some extent victims of a more general tendency. This same tendency led, as did the logic of the industrialization drive, to growing centralization of the state's own planning mechanism. As already noted in Chapter 4, the intention to plan effectively from above was voiced even during the period of high NEP. There was a procedure by which the industrial and financial plans of trusts, Promfinplani, were approved by VSNKH. At first this had little practical effect, but it did provide a mechanism by which control could be tightened. As early as 1925 one finds in planning documents such declarations as, "The state is becoming the real master of its industry. The industrial plan must be constructed not from below but from above." I owe the reference to R.W. Davies. Procedures for price control existed from the early days of NEP, and they began to be used to keep prices of some basic industrial materials and fuels, and also of freight transport, at low levels. Subsidies were often called for. A goods famine therefore developed in the field of producers' goods too. This led by 1926-7 to a more systematic control of production and distribution of some key commodities, particularly metals, by VSNKH. It was only logical that this should result in closer integration between Gosplan's perspective plans and the VSNKH's current operations. To cite a Soviet author, at the end of 1925 there was a new cycle of administrative interference. Credit ceased to be regulated by interest rates and began to be administratively allocated. At the end of classical NEP the market was retreating before war communism-like methods on the entire front. The unreal industrial and grain procurement plans of 1925-6 brought the country to the edge of crisis 10. Gradually the extent of administrative controls increased, the role of market forces declined. While many branches of industrial activity still operated with very considerable autonomy until the end of the decade, the contours of the future command economy were becoming increasingly visible, and the acute strains and shortages of the next years would lead to much tighter and systematic centralized planning. The plenum of the Central Committee held in April 1926, emphasizing the need for more capital accumulation, also spoke of the strengthening of the planning and the introduction of a regime of planned discipline into the activities of all state organs. The 15th Party Conference, October 26 to November 3, 1926, declared for the strengthening of the economic hegemony of large-scale socialist industry over the entire economy of the country, and spoke of the necessity of striving to achieve and surpass the most advanced capitalist countries in a relatively minimal historical period. To do this it was necessary to formulate a long-term plan, and so we must now consider the 5-year plan. Early drafts of such a plan were widely discussed among economists during the middle 20s. Preparatory work for a long-term plan began in earnest in 1927. On June 8, 1927, a decree by the Council of People's Commissars called for the creation of a united all-Union plan, which, being the expression of economic unity of the Soviet Union, would facilitate the maximum development of economic regions on the basis of their specialization, and the maximum utilization of their resources for the purpose of industrialization of the country. The role of Gosplan was strengthened, and the Republican Gosplans placed under its authority. But the expansion of industrial investment did not await the formulation of a long-term plan. In the economic year 1926-7 the total volume of investments increased by 31-7%, but investments in new construction more than doubled. 11 persistent shortages of metal caused vigorous efforts to expand production of iron and steel, and also ore mining. The Great Dnieper Dam was begun, and so was the Turksub Railway. While the volume of investments in this year was soon greatly to be surpassed, they imposed a strain on the economy which reacted on the availability of resources for other purposes and so contributed to the goods famine. Meanwhile the country's leading experts, belonging to various currents of Bolshevik opinion and those belonging to no party, were hard at work formulating a 5-year plan. The teleological school increasingly obtained the upper hand, and so the specialists in Gosplan and VSNKH were under continuous pressure to adopt ambitious growth targets. These pressures and revisions, as well as the truly colossal nature of the task, explain why a 5-year plan which was to operate with effect from October 1928 was submitted to the approval of the 16th Party Conference in April 1929, i.e. when implementation was already in full swing. It proved necessary to formulate the plan in two versions, the initial variant and the optimal variant. As may be seen from the table on p. 145, the initial variant was optimistic enough. It was rejected by the 16th Party Conference in favor of the more ambitious version. We shall see that this in its turn was replaced by yet more fantastic targets. The formation of the plan required an immense amount of detailed work, for which there was no precedent. True, there had been control figures for earlier years, and a balance of the national economy had been drawn up, as was mentioned in the previous chapter. However, the huge task of drafting a 5-year development plan to transform the economic structure of Russia required much more information about inter-industry links than could be available in the then existing state of information and statistics. The detailed targets therefore included much that was insecurely based, and contemporary comment made no secret of this. One of the authors of the plan, G. Grinkeo, writing in February 1929, showed that many of the detailed calculations available at this date were still based on the first variant of the plan, and Grinkeo himself treated the lower variant as, so to speak, a guaranteed minimum within the optimal variant, which would be achieved if the favorable assumptions underlying the more optimistic version proved to be ill-founded. 12. The plan as adopted was, to say the least, over-optimistic. Miracles seldom occur in economic life, and in the absence of divine intervention it is hard to imagine how one would expect simultaneous increases of investment and consumption, not to speak of the output of industry, agriculture, and labor productivity, by such tremendous percentages. Efficiency in labor and management was to be such that costs and prices were supposed to be substantially reduced during the 5 years. It is hard to see how anybody could have regarded this as realistic at the time, let alone in retrospect. Yet the optimal variant was shortly afterwards replaced by a still more fantastic series of targets. However, we will defer consideration of this phase until the next chapter. The 5-year plan as adopted far exceeded in the scale of its investments the demand of the defeated left opposition. In 1926 they had been denouncing as far too modest the plans adopted by the Stalin-Bukharin majority. The latter's line had been that Trotsky and his friends were demanding a tempo of growth which would be inconsistent with economic and political balance, with the smikha. They may well have been right. Certain it was that the higher tempos now adopted were inconsistent with the maintenance of the alliance between Stalin and Bukharin. The latter published a veiled attack on excessive and unbalanced growth rates in his Notes of an Economist, Zametki Ekonomista, in Pravda, September 30, 1928. Nor were such tempos reconcilable with NEP, and especially with the existing situation in the villages and in agriculture. The heavy financial expenditures which began in 1927 were partly financed by the placing of industrialization loans, at relatively high rates of interest, thus bonds issued on June 1, 1927 to the value of 200 million rubles, repayable in 10 years, carried a 12% interest rate. The need for revenue also encouraged the regime to impose heavier taxes on the Nepmen and kulaks. The policy of charging relatively low prices for the products of state industry was persisted with, however. Inflationary pressure grew, and with it the gap between official and free prices for the products of both industry and agriculture. Did Stalin adopt a plan which he knew to be impossible, as a political maneuver? Did Kuibyshev, the chairman of VSNKH, or Stremlin, a leading party planner, adopt propaganda plans? It is difficult to say. Planning as a technique was hardly born. Over-optimism, which contributed to the excesses of the 1929-33 period, had already infected the leadership. Productive capacity, human energy, the consequences of a great drive, the effects of enthusiasm, were all overestimated. It was believed that there was no fortress that the Bolsheviks could not take. The voices which called for caution, which drew attention to difficulties and bottlenecks, were thought to be those of former Mensheviks or SRS, or bourgeois specialists. The latter were discredited and suspect following a show trial, the so-called Shukti affair, held in 1928, which purported to show that a group of such specialists were wreckers and deviationists in the pay of foreign powers. Caution, and emphasis on balance, were also attributes of the right-wing opposition. They were denounced by Stalin with increasing vehemence in and after 1928. Experts who gave unwelcome advice were thrust aside, men whose advice was more congenial were put in their places. Perhaps many of the party leaders were genuinely carried away. Some may also have seen some advantage in the mobilizing force of a plan which would cause maximum effort, and so in the end achieve more than a sound, solid, balanced plan would do. However, it is now time to return to the peasants. It had not escaped the notice of Stalin that the ambitious industrial investment plans and the existing structure of peasant agriculture were inconsistent with one another. In his speech to the 15th Party Congress, December 1927, he spoke about the relatively slow rate of development of agriculture, advanced familiar reasons to explain this backwardness, and then said, "What is the way out? The way out is to turn the small and scattered peasant farms into large united farms based on cultivation of the land in common, to go over to collective cultivation of the land on the basis of a new higher technique. The way out is to unite the small and dwarf peasant farms gradually but surely, not by pressure but by example and persuasion, into large farms based on common, cooperative, collective cultivation of the land. There is no other way out." 14. In the resolution adopted by the 15th Congress one finds the following words: "At the present time the task of uniting and transforming the small individual peasant holdings into large collectives must become the principal task of the party in the villages." Yet, for reasons which have already been explained, this was not understood to mean the imminence of a revolution from above. The general desirability of collective agriculture was not in dispute. If it was to be done voluntarily and by example, there was no danger of anything particularly drastic happening quickly. Undoubtedly what brought matters to a head was the problem of marketings, in particular of state procurements. Every year the leaders watched anxiously as deliveries mounted in the autumn and winter, wondering if there would be enough to feed the towns and the army and, who knows, something for export too. Attention was particularly concentrated on grain, the key crop since bread was the staff of life in Russia, and because over 80% of all sown land was sown to grain. Difficulties accumulated after 1925. Some of the reasons have already been mentioned. There was the goods famine. There was the reduction of procurement prices, affecting particularly grain. This naturally discouraged marketings. The peasants tried to sell grain to the still surviving private traders rather than to the state procurement agencies, to hold grain in expectation of higher prices, or to feed it to livestock. As Stalin subsequently pointed out, the better-off peasants were able to maneuver more effectively than their poorer neighbors to take advantage of any possibility of obtaining better terms. The government reacted by measures against Nepman, by streamlining the state procurement apparatus to avoid a situation in which different procurement agencies bid against one another, and also by measures against kulaks, who were held responsible for the shortages. Thus the resolution of the 15th Congress instructed the Central Committee to devise higher and more progressive taxes on the more prosperous peasants. The tone of party pronouncements on the kulak question became sharper. The idea of liquidating them as a class was not yet born, or at least not yet mentioned. However, they were to be limited, penalized and generally discouraged. This was a policy hardly designed to encourage the more ambitious peasants to expand production or investment. As already mentioned, the 15th Congress advocated the spread of collectivization. Of the various kinds of agricultural producers' associations, the most promising seemed to be the loosest, the TOZ. The letters stand for Association for the Joint Cultivation of the Land. In these associations the members retained ownership of their tools and implements, most of their livestock and control over their land. They simply carried out some of the farm work jointly. The more advanced forms of producers' cooperation which then existed were thought to be unattractive to the peasants. For instance, in the decree of March 16, 1927 it was laid down that the TOZ was to be favored. However, in 1927 all the various types of collectives and cooperatives accounted for only a tiny proportion of peasants and of agricultural production, and a few inefficient state farms made little difference to the general picture. It was considered axiomatic that the peasant problem was to be handled cautiously. Coercion was excluded. Had not Lenin, and before him Engels, warned about the need for patience and the preservation of the voluntary principle? The poorer peasants could be allies, the middle peasants should be befriended, or at least neutralized, the kulaks could and should be restricted or taxed. There were still no grounds to suppose that a storm would break over the heads of the entire peasantry. But the storm clouds were gathering, and the procurement difficulties of 1927 led to the first flash of lightning. There was already a shortfall in procurements of grain before the 15th Party Congress assembled in December, and this was pointed to by the left opposition, which advocated a compulsory grain loan as a way out. However, their own policies, calling for more vigorous measures against the so-called kulaks, would have made things worse. The Politburo majority denied that the situation was critical until after the Congress, but critical it was. The shortfall in grain procurements may be seen from the fact that by January 1928 the state had succeeded in purchasing only 300 million poods, as against 428 million on the same date in the previous year. The shortfall was particularly great in Siberia, the Volga, and the Urals, where the harvest was reasonably good. Bad weather was the cause of difficulties in the North Caucasus. 15. The effect was not only to create acute problems in supplying the cities with bread, but also to threaten supplies of industrial crops. Thus the maintenance of the cotton acreage in Uzbekistan was threatened by grain shortage there. Archive information shows a flow of complaints about this from local party organizations to the Central Committee. 16. Some of the reasons for this critical situation have already been given: the low price of grain, shortage of manufactured goods, the gap between official and free prices. With grain procurement prices so low, peasants naturally concentrated on other commodities. For example, in the area of the Urals grain sales to the state were only 63% of the previous year, but meat sales increased by 50% while sales of eggs doubled, bacon quadrupled, and 11 times as much bacon fat was delivered as in the previous year. 17. Naturally the peasants waited for the rise in official grain prices, the necessity for which seemed quite obvious. However, Stalin and his colleagues drew very different conclusions. Ignoring the proposals of Bukharin and others to increase grain prices, Stalin decided instead to launch a direct attack, which revived memories of the excesses of war communism. There had been a good harvest in the Urals and West Siberia. There went Stalin with a task force of officials and police. Free markets were closed, private traders thrown out, peasants ordered to deliver grain and punished as criminals if they failed to do so. Stalin made speeches, which were published only 20 years later, denouncing laggard officials, requiring them to seize kulak grain, demanding that they invoke a hitherto unused article of the Criminal Code, Article 107, against speculation, to legalize the seizures. He mocked the prosecuting and judicial authorities who are not prepared for such a step. He used extreme language to the party officials, who were slow to understand that a basic change of attitude was expected of them. Can it be that you are afraid to disturb the tranquility of the kulak gentry? You say that enforcement of Article 107 against the kulaks would be an emergency measure, that it would not be productive of good results, that it would worsen the relations in the countryside. Suppose it would be an emergency measure. What of it? As for your prosecuting and judicial officials, they should be dismissed. 8. At the same time, scarce industrial goods were directed to the grain surplus regions. Rumors spread that the government will pay all foreign debts with grain and is therefore reinstating Prodrazverstka, taking all grain away. Reporting this and citing contemporary archives, a Soviet writer gave the following typical instance: in the village of Pankrushino the kulaks spread the rumor that all grain was being collected in one vast storehouse in the town of Kamensk, that the peasants would be given a bread ration, that armed detachments were scouring the villages for bread and that they would soon arrive. 9. The same source quotes numerous reports in the press about alleged kulak opposition, though it seems more than probable that this was simply strong peasant reaction to the seizure of their produce. The kulaks undertook large-scale agitation, asserting that Soviet power impoverished the peasant, did not allow him to improve his income, that NEP was being abolished. Kulaks, priests, former white guardists and devoured to utilize in their counter-revolutionary agitation certain cases of distortion sick of the party line in credit and tax policy. In the village of Troitskoye in the Don area there was unmasked a priest who hid grain and organized in the cemetery a kulak meeting, where he made a report on grain procurements and the international situation. 20. This source also admits that there were indeed grounds for agitation. Not infrequently measures were taken which hit not only the kulaks but the middle peasant. Such measures were, the confiscation of grain surpluses without the judgment of a court under Article 107, administrative pressure on the middle peasant, the use of barrier detachments, i.e. forcible prevention of private transport of grain, the forcible issuing of bond certificates in payment for grain and as a condition for the sale of scarce commodities to the peasants, and so on. 21. Indeed, arbitrary confiscation was a common phenomenon, and by strictly interpreting Article 107 the authorities could choose to regard the mere possession of grain stocks as illegal hoarding with a speculative purpose and, therefore, a fit subject for confiscation without payment. Newspapers of the time were full of reports about evil kulak hoarders of grain, and also of reports concerning peasant meetings in which the delivery of grain to the state was extolled and the kulaks condemned. Such reports must be taken with a pinch of salt. Thus the same source which referred to the payment of peasants with bond certificates instead of money, and referred to it as an impermissible excess, cites approvingly an allegedly spontaneous decision by peasants to refuse to accept money and to request payment in bonds for the entire amount of delivered grain, and a resolution worded thus, not a single pound to the private speculator. 22 Stalin himself concentrated on West Siberia and the Urals, and other senior officials pursued the procurement campaign in other areas, for example, Zdanov in the Volga region, Kossier in the Ukraine and the Urals, Andreev in the North Caucasus. The chief coordinator of the entire operation was said to have been Mikoyan. 23 All the above were devoted members of the Stalin faction. These arbitrary procedures, later disguised as locally initiated, became known as the Ural-Siberian method. In retrospect, this must be regarded as a great turning point in Russian history. It upset once and for all the delicate psychological balance upon which the relations between party and peasants rested, and it was also the first time that a major policy departure was undertaken by Stalin personally, without even the pretense of a Central Committee or Politburo decision. Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky, 3 of the Politburo of the party, protested vehemently. In April 1928, at the plenum of the Central Committee, Stalin beat an apparent retreat, and accepted a resolution condemning excesses, reasserting legality and promising that nothing similar would be repeated. But events showed that Stalin's compliance was a mere maneuver. Forcible procurements were repeated in many areas in 1928-9. Stalin soon made it clear that the Ural-Siberian method would be used whenever necessary. Yet surely it was obvious that peasants would not increase marketed production if the state would seize the produce at whatever price it chose to pay, and imprison anyone who concealed grain. The outbreak of argument among the leaders was carefully concealed from the public, and from the party membership at large. Only later it became known that Bukharin, at last realizing what his erstwhile ally was up to, began to speak of Genghis Khan, of military feudal exploitation of the peasantry, of tribute, dan, levied on the village. It was in the context of these fears and feelings that we must read his plea for balanced growth, mentioned on page 144 above. In the already suffocating political atmosphere, he was unable to voice his real fears in public. These concerned most of all the consequences of the coming clash with the peasants. Stalin and his faction did not yet show any sign that they had decided on an all-out collectivization campaign. Indeed, there is no evidence at all that such a decision was taken until the early autumn of 1929, and the Soviet public first heard of it on 7 November 1929. Some may consider that Stalin had a secret plan already for the propitious moment, but this seems unlikely. What he clearly wished to do after the Ural-Siberian episode of February 1928 was to free the regime from overdependence on the peasantry. This view he had already expressed during his Ural-Siberian tour. In order to put grain procurements on a satisfactory basis, other measures are required. I have in mind the formation of collective farms and state farms. 24 An immediate consequence of this was the decision, in April 1928, to set up a grain trust, Zernotrust, aiming to create new state farms covering 14 million hectares, 36 million acres. However, this was still not to be regarded as a step towards mass collectivization, since these farms were to be set up on unused land. No one was to be expropriated or forced. Consequently, this decision was not a challenge to Bukharin and his friends, and may even have been accepted by them. It proved unworkable and inadequate. The July 1928 plenum of the Central Committee was still, so far as its official statements were concerned, dominated by the need to reassure the peasants, or to keep the Bukharin group quiet. True, the resolution spoke of voluntary union of peasants into collectives on the basis of new techniques, but no one could object to this, the more so as the absence of new equipment was a principal argument of the go-slow school. The resolution admitted that low grain prices contributed to existing difficulties and resolved to increase them, but this was a case of much too little and too late. The resolution also spoke of the further raising of the level of small and medium-size individual, peasant, economies. So at the time there seemed to be a return to moderation. But here again the historian faces the difficulty that some key policy statements were made only behind closed doors. If they were to be included in a chronological account, the surprise and shock which greeted subsequent announcements of policy changes would be incomprehensible. At the same July plenum, Stalin admitted both the need for tribute from the peasants, and that they did and had to overpay for manufactured goods and were underpaid for farm produce. This followed from the need to industrialize the country with the help of internal accumulation. 25 In other words, Preobrazhensky and Trotsky were right all along. But his speech too was published only in 1949, when it was made. Trotsky was in Alma-Ata under effective house arrest, and Preobrazhensky had been deported. If anyone chose to remind Stalin of the source of his ideas, this was omitted from the belatedly published record. In a public speech after the July plenum, Stalin took up an apparently moderate position. We need neither detractors nor eulogizers of individual peasant farming, but he did urge once again the gradual development of collective and state farms. His tone sharpened in his first public attack on right-wing deviationists, naming, as yet, no names, on October 19, 1928, and at the November 1928 plenum of the Central Committee one heard more of the inefficiency of agriculture holding back industry, of the encouragement of collective and state farms, and of measures to limit the kulaks. In the winter the Ural-Siberian method was quietly reapplied to the peasants, and under cover of anti-kulak measures the method once again hit the middle peasants hard, since, after all, most of the grain came from them. Stalin attacked Bukharin vigorously in the April 1929 plenum of the Central Committee, but most of his words remained unpublished at the time. Confusion in the public mind over peasant policies was heightened by the resolution of this plenum, when the word tribute, accepted by Stalin in the previous year in an unpublished speech, was now treated as a slanderous and lying accusation directed at Stalin by Bukharin, who was now openly attacked. It was admitted that peasants did overpay for some industrial goods, but this would speedily be put right. The 16th Party Conference, meeting in the same month, approved the optimal version of the 5-year plan, as we have seen. This included a section on agriculture. There was to be a marked advance in collectivization, and by the end of the plan it was hoped to have 26 million hectares cultivated by the state and all kinds of collectives, including TOZs, these would provide over 15% of the total agricultural output. It was not at all clear by what means this expansion in agricultural collectivization was to be achieved. However, given 5 years and the necessary resources, it was not an unrealistic perspective. While in the years 1921 to 7 there had been no move by the peasants towards any type of collective farming, this could be blamed on the lack of inducement, indeed on the neglect of the few collectives that did exist. Such a program, if carried out, would still have left the vast majority of the peasantry in the private sector, producing the bulk of every crop and owning most of the livestock. Now that Bukharin was at last openly denounced as a right-wing deviationist, he was not expelled from the Politburo until November 1929, Stalin must have felt free to launch the campaign that was maturing in his mind. Yet by not a word or gesture did he prepare the party, the people, the peasants, for the great turn, the revolution from above which was to shake Russia to its foundations. In fact, even as late as June 27, 1929, a decree on agricultural marketing cooperation still assumed the predominance of the private sector in agriculture for an indefinite period, and we shall see that it was not until the campaign had begun that there was an amendment of the plan to achieve a mere 15% collectivization by 1933. No document exists which can tell us exactly when Stalin made up his mind. During 1929 the strains of the investment program of the 5-year plan began to affect all sectors of the economy. Rationing of consumers in cities was introduced gradually during 1928 in some areas and became general early in 1929, perhaps the first and only recorded instance of the introduction of rationing in time of peace. The goods famine increased in intensity. The gap between free and official prices widened, as the table on p. 156 demonstrates. By 1930 the difference increased very rapidly. Voices from the right urged slowdown, higher farm prices, a modification of the investment program. Rykov proposed a 2-year plan, with emphasis on agriculture. Grain procurement prices were in fact raised, far too late, in 1929, by 14 to 19%, 26, but the market situation was such that private traders were buying in that year at prices which rose by over 100%. In the Ukraine, for instance, private traders were buying at 170% or above state procurement prices. 27. However, there were a number of arguments for an all-out drive forward. In the first place, it must have already seemed impossible to continue on the basis of a combination of private agriculture and periodic coercion. Secondly, Stalin's faction wanted to prove the right to be wrong, and would benefit from stealing the clothes of the left opposition now that it had been defeated and its leader, Trotsky, exiled. Thirdly, many party activists had all along hated NEP and were willing to throw their energy and enthusiasm into the great task of socialist construction. Pravda described how the delegates to the Fifth Congress of Soviets, which approved the 5-year plan in May 1929, gazed upon a vast map which showed the various construction projects. Before our eyes we saw our country, as it will be in 5 years' time. Exciting prospect. As if by some magic hand the curtains which conceal the future have been parted. The enthusiasm of the Congress found expression in a potent rendering of the Internationale 28. There were doubtless a few cynics present, yet the enthusiasm must have been genuine. Of course the majority of ordinary people may have felt very differently, but this was hardly considered relevant in a country in which nearly 80% of the public consisted of peasants, most of whom could not be expected to feel the dynamism of a socialist transformation and who in any case, when they were not dangerous enemies of the regime, did not know what was good for them. Sacrifices. Well, many young communists found great satisfaction in living hard in tents and huts, building the great factories which would change Russia and make a happy future for generations to come. Stalin himself was no romantic, but saw advantages in harnessing such feelings as these. So the decision was taken, to force up still further the tempos of industrial construction, and launch the campaign to collectivize the peasantry. This meant the majority of the peasantry, not 15%, and immediately, not by 1933. The relevant data are examined in the next chapter. Why, then, did the Great Turn happen? Why the revolution from above? Why collectivization? Much ink has been expended in discussing these questions. Some of the answers have been indicated in the previous pages. To recapitulate, the following factors were of evident importance. 1. The desire of many party members, and notably Stalin himself, to eliminate an individual peasantry which, as Lenin had said and Stalin repeated, produces capitalists from its midst, and cannot help producing them, constantly and continuously. 29. True, Lenin advised caution, persuasion, example. True, the brutal methods which will be described in the next chapter were quite unjustified by doctrine and ideology, a fact which explains the secrecy and plain lies which were characteristic of the entire operation. But what if adherence to the voluntary principle meant the indefinite dominance of individualist agriculture? 2. The problem of industrial development, with priority of heavy industry, and the linked issues of capital accumulation and farm surpluses. Stalin did not deny that there was an alternative road, that of making agriculture large-scale by implanting capitalism in agriculture. He rejected this as he rejected the kulaks. 30. He left himself little choice thereafter. After all, even kulaks were very modest farmers by Western standards. 3. The price policies in industry and agriculture, which developed in 1926 and were obstinately continued, and which could of themselves have destroyed NEP, even if no other complications had ensued. 4. The political atmosphere, the prejudices against the market and NEPmen generally, the rise of monolithism and of Stalin, the leap-forward psychology. Fears of internal class enemies, and also of the hostile environment, affected both the social policies of the regime and the degree of priority accorded to heavy industry, as the basis of military capacity. Years later, a Menshevik wrote of Stalin's methods as primitive socialist accumulation by the methods of Tamerlane. He added, the financial basis of the first 5-year plan, until Stalin found it in levying tribute on the peasants, was extremely precarious. It seemed that everything would go to the devil. All this in no way justifies what actually occurred. It did occur, and it was not an accident or a consequence of private whims. To understand is not to forgive. It is simply better than the alternative, which is not to understand. 7. The Soviet Great Leap Forward, collectivization. Suddenly and without warning. The events of 1929–34 constitute one of the great dramas of history. They need much more space than they can possibly receive here, and a more eloquent pen than the authors to describe them. They need also a sounder base in reliable data than is available at present to any historian, in East or West. For we are now entering a period in which the lines dividing propaganda from reported fact tend to disappear, and statistics too often become an adjunct of the party's publicity office. Official statements and pronouncements by leaders can no longer be checked against counter-arguments made by contemporary critics, since criticism is silenced, or is confined to minor local detail. The whole flavor of intellectual life underwent a drastic change. Anyone who knows Russian can observe the change for himself, just by reading articles in learned journals on social economic issues published in 1928 and comparing them with what was published in, say, 1932. Between these dates not only was serious criticism rendered impossible, but articles became increasingly the vehicle for strident assertions of brilliant successes and denunciations of real or alleged deviationists as agents of foreign powers. Therefore the historian must, so to speak, change gear, and use his source material differently when he gets into the 30s. In the most recent years archives have been opened, and become accessible both to Russian and Western scholars, so more information has become available, enabling some blank pages to be filled. However, the prevailing atmosphere affected the quality and content even of confidential reporting. The dramatic events to be described affected virtually every aspect of Soviet life, and to treat them chronologically would, on balance, be more confusing than to tackle each sector separately. So we shall begin with collectivization and its consequences, and go on to industry, construction, transport, finance and trade, labor and living standards and the reorganization of planning. On June 1929 the total number of peasant members of collectives of all kinds was barely 1 million, and of these 60% were in the TOZ, loose, type of producers' cooperatives. By October 1 the number had risen to 1.9 million, 62% TOZ. It was this increase which gave Stalin the basis for his statement, in his famous article of November 7, 1929, that the middle peasant is joining collectives and that the Great Turn was underway. It is now agreed by virtually all historians, West and East, that pressure was even then being applied, and that peasants were not going collective en masse. It seems that, silently and secretly, Stalin and his friends ordered local officials in a few selected areas to try out mass collectivization by whatever means were handy. When the result showed that victory was possible, Stalin, with Molotov and Kaganovich as his closest associates in the matter, decided to launch the collectivization campaign, using for the purpose the activists already mobilized to enforce grain collection by the well-tried Ural-Siberian method. This is convincingly argued by M. Lewin in his already cited study. No doubt the final defeat of the right opposition facilitated the opening of the offensive. This, indeed, is a point specifically made by one of the ablest Soviet analysts of the period, Moshkov. The condemnation of the rightists enabled the Central Committee to operate more consistently the line of the offensive against the kulaks. And not only the anti-kulak policy was affected. Moshkov refers also to instructions of the Central Committee to party organs in selected grain regions, issued in August 1929, urging them to reach high collectivization percentages in that very year. In party circles the view was hardening to the effect that only by collectivization could the problem of grain production be solved. Moshkov laid considerable stress on the effect on the peasants of the new system of procurements, which he identifies as having been enforced by the decrees of June 28, 1929, RSFSR, and July 3, 1929, Ukraine. These have not, as a rule, been noted as important by other analysts, and yet Moshkov treats them as in effect signaling the end of NEP in the village. 2. There is much evidence to support this. Until this date, the forcible collections of grain, which had begun early in 1928, were officially described and viewed as emergency measures. However, these decrees provided for the imposition of procurement plans on particular areas by the government, and empowered the authorities to fine, and in some cases, imprison, recalcitrant households who failed to deliver the quantities specified by the delivery plan as it affected them, and to sell up their property if need be. This power, it is true, was to be exercised by local Soviets, which were obliged to call a general meeting. However, whole villages were now receiving procurement quotas, and were encouraged to place the maximum burden on the kulaks or other prosperous elements. But all were doomed indefinitely to deliver grain surpluses to the state at low prices. Moshkov very properly makes 2 further comments. Firstly, this decree, as applied by the government, served as the judicial foundation of the first wave of dekulakization, which, as we shall note, had begun already in the second half of 1929, without any declaration or decree specifically to that effect. That is to say, in selected grain-growing areas the kulaks were deliberately overassessed for grain deliveries and they were then expropriated for failing to obey. Secondly, and more fundamentally, further great changes were bound to follow, since as the experience of the Civil War showed, the imposed planned delivery of grain to the state at prices which were unfavorable to the peasants inevitably led to the reduction in production of grain to subsistence level. 3. In other words, the peasants in general, not just the kulaks, were bound to reduce sowings, once the fundamental basis of NEP was subverted by a return to a kind of protrazverstka. This method of procurement was successful, at least in the short run. The subdivision of the total procurement plan by regions, the mobilization of party personnel, led to a 49% increase in state procurements of grain over the previous year. This could well have increased Stalin's confidence in the effectiveness of political pressure in general, and so procurements went parallel with the process of the wholesale collectivization of whole regions. And were closely linked with it. For there is much in favor of such an interpretation of events. Be this as it may, after Stalin's article on the Great Turn, published on November 7, 1929, a plenum of the Central Committee was held on 10 to 17 November. It decided that there existed a move of the broadest mass of poor and middle peasant households towards collective forms of agriculture, which was described as spontaneous, stichia. Given that no such spontaneous move existed in nature, while the entire campaign was conducted on the supposition that it did, and given also that there was no kind of inquiry or prior warning, the events that followed were both confused, and above all, ill-prepared. There is not the slightest evidence that there had been a party or state subcommittee engaged in assessing how best to change the way of life of most of the population of a vast country. Since in fact it was to be decided that the loose TOZ was not collective enough, that the RTP with its more advanced degree of collectivism was to be preferred, it is truly extraordinary that nothing was done before December to clarify what kind of RT was intended, for there were many variants, some paid members by eaters, poe.com, i.e. in relation to mouths to feed, some in some rough proportion to work done, some in accordance with the land and implements contributed, in some farms a good deal of livestock was collectivized, in others not. Indeed the party cotters were not too clear whether the fully fledged commune, with total collectivization, was not in the minds of the leaders. We shall see that these confusions had considerable influence on events. As a Soviet writer on this theme has pointed out, excesses were due in part to the fact that there was no clear explanation of the nature of the methods and forms of wholesale collectivization, or of the criteria for its completion. Many officials interpreted it as the immediate incorporation of all toiling peasants in kolkhozy. Stalin and his closer co-workers did not consider it essential to discuss the party's new policy for the villages in a broad party forum, such as a congress or conference. If proper discussion had taken place, many mistakes would have been avoided, asserted another writer. 5. An all-union collective farm center, Kolkhoz Center, was created. As well as an all-union Narkomzom, People's Commissariat of Agriculture, under Yakovlev. The same Yakovlev headed a special Politburo commission set up on December 8, 1929, a month after Stalin announced the Great Turn, to discuss how to collectivize. It sprouted a whole number of subcommittees, among them one on tempos, another on the organizational structure of collectives, yet another on kulaks, etc. On 16 to 17 December they met to argue various proposals. On December 22 the Commission presented proposals to the Politburo, which became the basis of a decree passed on January 5, 1930. It might be proper to conclude that it had no time to consider the colossally complex issues involved. Ahead of any report, orders were already going out to the localities, urging instant action. Thus a telegram from Kolkhoz Center on December 10, 1929 read, to all local organizations in the areas of total collectivization, to achieve 100% collectivization of working animals and cows, 80% of pigs, 60% of sheep and also poultry, and 25% of the collectives to be communes. 6. Meanwhile the Commission proposed the following timetable for total, sploshnya, collectivization, the Lower Volga by the autumn of 1930, the Central Black Earth area and the Ukrainian steppes by the autumn of 1931, the left bank Ukraine by the spring of 1932, the North and Siberia by 1933. According to evidence published in 1965, 7. Stalin and Molotov pressed for more rapid tempos. By contrast, others, such as Andreev, party secretary of North Caucasus, and Schlichter, Ukrainian Commissar for Agriculture, argued for delay. They were overruled. The same source, which had access to archives and quotes them, tells that the unfortunate Yakovlev's draft included the provision that collectivization should take place with the preservation of private peasant ownership of small tools, small livestock, milch cows, etc., where they serve the needs of the peasant family, also that any step towards communes must be cautious and must depend on persuasion. Both these limits on arbitrary excesses were crossed out by Stalin himself. It was Stalin's fault, therefore, that the decree of January 5, 1930 contained nothing to suggest to ill-prepared and confused local cadres that they were not to go ahead and collectivize all peasant property down to chickens, rabbits, hoes, and buckets. To make their confusion worse, and to ensure the wildest excesses, the head of the party's agitation and propaganda department, G. Kaminsky, declared in January 1930, "If in some matters you commit excesses and you are arrested, remember that you have been arrested for your revolutionary deeds." 8. Stalin and Molotov urged all possible speed. The local cadres appear to have understood their task as full steam ahead. It was hardly surprising that there was unjustified forcing of the pace. Yakovlev warned in vain: avoid administrative enthusiasm, jumping ahead, excessive haste. The party cadres were to lead the spontaneous growth Vozglavlyat Rost of collectivization. 9. He and the recipients of his warning were victims of the myth and the lie. How could they lead a non-existent spontaneous movement? How could they achieve it voluntarily when they knew that what they saw in front of them was a coercive operation in its very essence? A Soviet researcher found a report in the archives which stated the following: excesses are to a considerable extent explained by the fact that regional and local organizations, fearful of right-wing deviation, preferred to overdo rather than underdo, predpokli perignad kem nedognui 1. Similarly, Kalinin reported that collectivization of all livestock was being undertaken by officials not of their own free will, but owing to fear of being accused of right-wing deviation. 10 Local officials announced, "He who does not join a kolkhoz is an enemy of Soviet power." They had either to achieve 100% splasnaya in 2 days, or hand in your party card. The assault was launched, regardless of lack of preparation, regardless of local conditions, of opinion, of everything except the great campaign. There was, one can see, some logic against going slow. Peasants who knew what was coming would react by cutting down production, perhaps destroying their tools and livestock. Better get it over, and before the spring sowing. The liquidation of the kulaks as a class. But if whole regions were to be 100% collectivized, what was to be done with the kulaks? During the second half of 1929 a debate on this question went on. It was at this point not yet clear what kind of collectivization campaign there would be, but already the issue of possible expulsion or expropriation of kulaks was posed. The majority view was against such drastic solutions. In June 1929 Pravda headed an article with the words, "Neither terror nor dekulakization, but a socialist offensive on NEP lines." Others believed in a grave danger to Soviet power in the kulaks, though one might have thought that their opposition was due in large part to the measures which were being taken against them. The debate ceased when Stalin, in his statement to the agrarian Marxists at the end of December 1929, asserted and justified the principle of their liquidation as a class. They were not allowed to enter the collectives, presumably in case they dominated them from within, as they had dominated many a village assembly, Skod, in the 20s. Stalin's justification of these drastic measures showed how, once the opposition was silenced, he became contemptuous of serious argument. Millions were to be uprooted, a mountain of human misery created, because the grain produced and marketed by kulaks could now be replaced by collective and state farms. In consequence, now we are able to carry on a determined offensive against the kulaks, eliminate them as a class. Now dekulakization is being carried out by the masses of poor and middle peasants themselves. Now it is an integral part of the formation and development of collective farms. Consequently it is ridiculous and foolish to discourse at length on dekulakization. When the head is off, one does not mourn for the hair. There is another question no less ridiculous, whether kulaks should be permitted to join collective farms. Of course not, for they are sworn enemies of the collective farm movement. 12. These harsh phrases put a stop to a painful and serious discussion of the kulak's fate. But in fact, by a mixture of local party cadres' improvisations and semi-spontaneous quasi-looting, the process of dekulakization had begun before Stalin's words had seen the light of day. At first there was no clear line. Local officials, acting at their own risk and peril, began deportations, these being linked at first not with collectivization but with measures to enforce grain deliveries, as mentioned above. Only on February 4, 1930 was there an instruction issued from the Central Committee about how to treat the kulaks. Deportation did in fact begin in some regions by the end of 1929, and reached its peak in 1930-31. According to Ivanitsky, a total of about 300,000 kulak households were deported, roughly 1.5 million people. He quotes other Soviet estimates ranging from 240,757, in the official party history, to 381,026, though he thinks that this could have been due to some families being counted twice. However, some estimates of deportations are much higher. For example, Besta Heflata speaks of the deportation of between an eighth and a sixth of the 25 million peasant households. 14. Nor do we yet know what proportion was resettled under tolerable or intolerable conditions, how many died en route or in the frozen wilderness, how many were treated as special resettlers or ended up in gulag camps, or found jobs on construction sites. There is ample evidence of appalling ill treatment. However, Conquest's estimates of kulak deaths do appear to be too high, unlike his estimates of famine victims, of which more below. What is quite clear is that collectivization went hand in hand with dekulakization, and dekulakization with half-disguised robbery. Poorer peasants seized their neighbors' goods in the name of the class struggle, or with no excuse at all, and the officials found themselves instructed to win the support of poor peasants and were then blamed for allowing the distribution of kulak property among the poor and landless, in contravention of party directives. 15. In fact, Stalin intervened to prohibit the dispersal of kulak property among poor peasants, since this would make their subsequent collectivization more difficult by giving them something to lose. His conclusion, in February 1930, was, since dekulakization only made sense in relation to collectivization, work harder for collectivization in areas in which it is incomplete. 16. Details of just who was or should have been dekulakized are still inadequately documented. Kulaks were divided into three categories. The first, described as actively hostile, were to be handed over to the OGPU, political police, and sent to concentration camps, while their families were subject to deportation to distant regions of the north, Siberia and the Far East. 17. The second category was described as the most economically potent kulak households. These were to be deported outside the region of their residence. Finally, the third group, regarded as least noxious, were to be allowed to remain in the region but were to be given land of the worst kind. The property of the first two categories was virtually all to be confiscated. Those in the third category were to be allowed to keep essential equipment, which implied partial confiscation. On their inferior land they were to grow enough crops to meet the very large demands of the state for compulsory deliveries. The same source specifically mentions extremely high procurement quotas, and taxes rising to 70% of their income. Failure to deliver produce or to pay taxes was considered as anti-Soviet activity, and was often followed by deportation. It is clear from the evidence that many of these deportations took place after July 1, 1930, so it is possible that in the end all the persons described as kulaks were in fact deported. Some details of the procedures used may be found in the archives of the Smolensk Party Committee. Others will be cited in succeeding pages. It is also clear that persons who were not kulaks at all were arrested and deported. How else can one interpret a warning, to be found in the Smolensk archives, against continuing to deport so-called ideological kulaks, these being plainly opponents of collectivization, rich or poor? In the archives may also be found references to kulaks being robbed of their clothes and boots, and those engaged in the process of dekulakization were known to requisition and drink any vodka found in the kulak house. 18 orders were issued to stop such behavior. But what could the government expect? There were few reliable party members in the villages, and they had to utilize and encourage any ragged ruffians who could be prevailed upon to expropriate and chase out their better-off neighbors, in the name of the class struggle, of course. The party and police officials found themselves vying with each other in their dekulakizing zeal. If families were separated, children left uncared for, thousands sent on journeys with little food and water to Siberia in railway wagons, then this seems to have been accepted as an inevitable part of the struggle to extirpate the last exploiting class. There were far more warnings against rotten liberalism and sentimentality than there were against so-called excesses. There is still some dispute as to the extent to which the state was able to mobilize the anti-kulak feelings of poor peasants. Even highly critical literary and historical sources, e.g. Platonov in his Kotlovan, and Tendryakov in his autobiographical sketches, refer to such feelings, though attributing them to jealousy of the ignorant, drunken, and incapable. Several writers have analyzed the background of these petty officials and déclassé peasants who joined in the collectivization drive. One would like to see more evidence of the extent of spontaneous action. Some of the resolutions cited in Trifonov's book look suspiciously as if they were adopted by a party activist and rammed down the peasants' throats. The great assault was launched amid indescribable confusion. It may be, as has been argued by Olga Narkevich, 20, that some or much of collectivization remained on paper, or was confined to reports by perplexed, confused, or over-enthusiastic comrades. The fact remains that it was announced by February 20, 1930 that 50% of the peasants had joined collective farms, of which most were either artili or communes. The TOZ was largely discarded. Half of the peasant population in 7 weeks. Of course, the threat of being labeled a kulak was widely used as a means of cajoling peasants to join. Those strongly opposed could be, and were, deported as kulaks, whatever their economic status. This was a vast exercise in coercion, and the bewildered peasants wondered what had hit them. No doubt, in the absence of adequate briefing or preparation, there were great variations in different localities. Until much more is published, we simply cannot tell. But this was indeed a revolution from above. Large numbers of conflicting instructions have been cited by Soviet analysts, which help to explain the variety of policies followed on the spot. Occasional warnings were published in the Central Press in January-February 1930, particularly on the undesirability of forcing collectivization in the more backward national republics. However, the warnings were sometimes ambiguously worded, and the regional party committees issued equally ambiguous orders. Thus Bogdanko quoted from the archives of the Siberian party resolutions warning severely against excesses, but demanding at the same time the completion of collectivization by that very spring. Since at the date of the warning, February 2, 1930, only 12% of Siberia's peasants had been collectivized, the campaign inevitably continued, or even intensified. In Georgia, Armenia, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan there were said to be a few areas, ill-defined, suitable for wholesale collectivization. 21. Not very surprisingly, all these measures produced a sharp reaction from the peasants. Thus in Central Asia alone in the first 5 days of March 1930 the archives record 45 open demonstrations, vystuplenia, involving 17,400 persons. 22. Another source refers to rebellions and agitations, Chniatei Volnenia, provoked by kulaks and anti-Soviet elements in some places. 23. Why deport so many real or alleged kulaks? Did this not, at a blow, deprive Soviet agriculture of its most energetic and knowledgeable husbandmen? Lewin has suggested the most probable reason, to drive the middle peasants into the collectives, not only by scaring them but also by finally slamming in their faces the door to their future advance qua individual peasants. That door, it was demonstrated, led to kulak status, and that was a fairly sure ticket to Siberia. As well as kulaks, the terminology of the time identified an even less definable category, podkulachnik, or kulak supporter, or subkulak, to whom repressive measures were also applied as and when necessary. A Soviet writer has stated quite frankly that most party officials thought that the whole point of dekulakization was its value as an administrative measure, speeding up tempos of collectivization, 24, which clearly means that it had great value as a weapon of coercion in relation to the peasantry as a whole. Kulaks were not eligible to join the collectives. But chaos, despair, and coercion would not get the spring sowing done. After encouraging excesses of every kind, Stalin called a halt. With a rare effrontery, he blamed the local officials. They were dizzy with success. He wrote, "The successes of our collective farm policy are due, among other things, to the fact that it rests on the voluntary character of the collective farm movement." His emphasis. He warned against ignoring regional and national differences. He admitted that there was some bureaucratic decreeing of collectivization, which lacked reality, and threats, such as depriving some peasants in Turkestan of irrigation water and manufactured goods unless they joined. In the same article, Stalin advocated the artel form of collectives and said that within the artel small vegetable gardens, small orchards, the dwelling houses, some of the dairy cattle, small livestock, poultry, etc. are not socialized. 1. He denounced the collectivization of poultry, of dwelling houses, of all cows, the removal of church bells, the overzealous socializers. 25. This seemed to imply a renunciation of the coercion principle, a condemnation of what the party cadres in the villages had been so feverishly seeking to accomplish, and from the very highest level. Within weeks the proportion of the peasantry collectivized fell from 55% March 1 to 23% June 1. Perplexed and demoralized officials were made scapegoats and fools. The letter of one such to Stalin has been published. Kativik, a prominent party secretary, wrote on April 6, 1930, "We have to listen to many complaints from party cadres that we have been wrongly declared to be dunderheads galovityp. Really, instructions should have been given to the central press so that, in criticizing the deviations and excesses which took place, they should attack and mock not only local officials. Many directives on collectivizing all livestock, including the smallest types, came from Kolkhoz Centre, from the Agricultural Commissariat 26. He might have been trying to shame Stalin. No prize is offered for guessing whether Kativik survived the Great Purge. Others went so far as to forbid people to read Stalin's article, removed the issues of the newspapers containing the article, and so on. Archives show that some local officials treated the new policy as a surrender to the peasants. 27. In fact, the confusion was increased because Stalin's article was ambiguous. He called, it is true, for the end of excesses and of coercion. But he also called the party to make firm, zakerpi, the existing level of collectivization. It was not too clear whether, and if so on what terms, peasants could be allowed to leave the farms. It took many weeks of clarification before it was finally forced upon party officials in some regions that Stalin's directive, and the resolution of the Central Committee which followed it, really did mean that one could walk out. The very great regional variations are shown by the following extract from a much longer table. Several conclusions follow. One is the fantastic ups and downs in the lives of the large majority of the population of the Soviet Union within a few short months. Another is the variation in the extent to which the peasants could, or were allowed to, or wanted to, leave collectives. Thus a large number were retained, no doubt by appropriate pressures, in such key grain surplus areas as the North Caucasus and Ukraine, whereas in some other areas collectivization was almost abandoned. See figures for Moscow, the West, and Belorussia. Finally, the pressure to collectivize in some Asian republics started late and was continued well after, dizzy with success, as the Kazakhstan figures show, and this despite particularly emphatic warning to go carefully and slowly in the complex circumstances of these backward areas. but by the end of April there was an outflow of peasants from the half-baked kolkhozes in all areas, though at different rates, while, in the words of a Soviet scholar, conditions in the villages, created by excesses, were strained in the highest degree. In many areas, a very large proportion even of poor peasants and landless laborers walked out. 28. It is interesting that many of them formed what were described as cooperatives of the simplest type and tried to work together. 29. It is one of the tragedies of this period that this and other kinds of genuine cooperation were so quickly wiped out. Yet, amid all this chaos, the heavens chose to smile. The weather was excellent, somehow most of the sowing did get done, and the 1930 harvest was better than that of 1929, and notably better than the harvest that succeeded it. See table on page 186. Official Soviet explanations suffered from an inbuilt defect. Thus an authoritative article published in 1965 took the following line. It asked if it was wrong to press on with collectivization, and answered, no. Under conditions of capitalist encirclement and constant threat of intervention, it was impossible to delay for long the reconstruction of agriculture, the liquidation of counter-revolutionary kulaks. It was admitted that in November-December 1929 Stalin exaggerated the peasants' desire to be collectivized, that he pushed officials into excessive haste and harshness. Warnings that the Leninist voluntary principle was being disregarded were ignored by him. In discussing whether heavy losses in livestock could have been avoided, the authors declared, they were avoidable if the Leninist principle of the voluntary entry of peasants into kolkhozes were undeviatingly observed. 30. But this was simply not a tenable position. How can one assert the necessity of collectivization, and defend dekulakization too, 30 years after the event, and solemnly assert that collectivization should have been voluntary? It could not have been done without mass coercion, and they must have known it perfectly well. Even in 1987, so considerable a scholar as Danilov, in an article in Pravda, August 9, 1987, on the origins and lessons of collectivization, while emphasizing that coercion was widely used to force peasants to join, and that they protested, nonetheless concluded that in due course the peasantry became a class in socialist society, a class of collectivist toilers. This was also Gorbachev's line, in his speech of November 2, 1987. However, not only the abuses but also the policy of collectivization are now not merely questioned but denounced, the whole policy characterized as a brutally imposed disaster, and this both by conservative neo-Slavophiles such as Solzhenitsyn and by radicals of many hues, as well as, after 1987, by Gorbachev. The old village community organizations, Obshchina, Mir, were formally dissolved, in areas subject to collectivization, by a decree of June 30, 1930. Their functions were taken over by the collective farms and by rural Soviets. Gradually, the peasants were forced, persuaded, cajoled, taxed, ordered, back into collective farms. The total figures for the USSR, for July, are as follows. The full story of how it was done has yet to be told. Only some of the facts are as yet available. Peasants outside the kolkhoz were given inferior land, were loaded with extra taxes or delivery obligations, or both. There were repeated instances in 1931-2 of compulsory purchase of peasant livestock. 31 more areas were declared as due for all-round collectivization. Thus a decree of August 2, 1931 specified the cotton-growing area of Central Asia, Kazakhstan, and Transcaucasia and beet-growing areas of the Ukraine and Central Black Earth regions as being due for collectivization during 1931. A long and bitter struggle raged. Peasants slaughtered livestock. Shalikov has left a vivid picture of what happened. Stock was slaughtered every night in Gremaiki log. Hardly had dusk fallen when the muffled, short bleats of sheep, the death squeals of pigs, or the lowing of calves could be heard. Both those who had joined the kolkhoz and individual farmers killed their stock. Bulls, sheep, pigs, even cows were slaughtered, as well as cattle for breeding. The horned stock of Gremaiki was halved in 2 nights. The dogs began to drag entrails about the village, cellars and barns were filled with meat. The cooperative sold about 200 poods of salt in 2 days, that had been lying in stock for 18 months. Kill, it's not ours anymore. Kill, they'll take it for meat anyway. Kill, you won't get meat in the kolkhoz. Crept the insidious rumors. And they killed. They ate till they could eat no more. Young and old suffered from stomachache. At dinner time tables groaned under boiled and roasted meat. At dinner time everyone had a greasy mouth, everyone hiccuped as if at a wake. Everyone blinked like an owl, as if drunk from eating. 32. The new farms lacked all experience in handling the collectivized livestock. Many died of neglect. The party activists from the towns sent to supervise the peasants were ignorant of agriculture, suspicious of advice. There was a crisis in 1932, owing to bad planning, low pay, crude coercion within kolkhozes, poor organization of work, and unfavorable weather. Collectivization spread into primitive, pastoral Kazakhstan, with catastrophic results. Livestock losses were disastrous everywhere, but in Kazakhstan they virtually wiped out the sheep population. A recent article by 3 Kazakh historians shows that the losses among the Kazakhs were catastrophic. No less than 40% of the entire Kazakh population perished in 1931-3, from hunger and disease. 33 shortages of fodder were a major cause of the reduction in livestock in some areas, notably in the Ukraine, where the state's exact ions left very little on which to feed animals. In 1931 sowing suffered acutely from the appalling state of the hungry horses. 34 Among methods used to force peasants back into collectives were arbitrary exact ions known as hard obligations, THIRD-WORLDISM, to deliver vast quantities of grain to the state. Thus, to take one example, in September-October 1930 in the Crimea 77% of all those assessed for special obligatory deliveries failed to deliver the required amount, despite what the source called the toughest struggle, and they were punished by sale of their property, fines, imprisonment, etc., the exact figures being cited from the archives by the source. 35 Similar measures were taken in other regions. Kulaks had been largely liquidated in 1930, so the attack was now on Kulak and better-off peasants, and was quite clearly intended, in the winter of 1930-31, to drive the peasants back into the collectives. To cite the same source again, this struggle grew into another wave of liquidations of kulaks as a class, which in its turn was directly linked with the new wave of collectivization in the winter and spring of 1931. This was repeated in 1931-2, and there were also many cases reported where obstinate individual peasants' privately owned horses were compulsorily used on the collective farms. 36 Some victims of these measures were deported, others evaded ever-growing delivery obligations by joining collectives voluntarily. Moshkov commented, the exceptional delivery obligations affected not only kulaks but also the upper strata of the middle peasants. However, in practice, they were treated differently to kulaks, being given the chance to enter the kolkhozes. 37% rose, though detailed evidence shows that some peasants left the kolkhozes, many fleeing to work in towns and on construction sites. In 1932, faced with mass pillage of socialist property by the demoralized and often hungry peasantry, the following draconian legislation was adopted, as an amendment to Article 58 of the Criminal Code: pilfering on the railways and of kolkhoz property, including the harvest in the fields, stocks, animals, etc., was to be punished by the maximum means of social defense, shooting, or, in case of extenuating circumstances, deprivation of freedom, i.e. prison or Camp J for not less than 10 years, with confiscation of all property. 38 Even Stalin did not do such things without good reason. The fact that such laws were passed in peacetime shows that he, at least, knew he was at war. His letter to Sholokhov, which Khrushchev cited 30 years later, showed what he thought. Sholokhov had protested against excesses in the area of the Don in 1933, which had included mass arrests, also of communists, illegal seizures, excessive grain procurements. Stalin in his reply admitted that some officials, in working against the enemy, also hit friendly persons and even commit sadism. But the honorable cultivators of your region, and not only your region, committed sabotage and were quite willing to leave the workers and the Red Army without grain. The fact that the sabotage was silent and apparently gentle, no blood was spilt, does not change the fact that the honorable cultivators in reality were making a silent war against Soviet power. War by starvation, my dear comrade Shalikov 39. This, of course, was the point made by Stalin in his famous talk with Churchill, reported in Churchill's war memoirs. Stalin it was who compared his struggle against the peasants with the terrible experience of the war against the Germans. The essential problem was all too simple. Harvests were poor. The peasants were demoralized. Collective farms were inefficient, the horses slaughtered or starving, tractors as yet too few and poorly maintained, transport facilities inadequate, the retail distribution system, especially in rural areas, utterly disorganized by an over-precipitate abolition of private trade. Soviet sources speak of appallingly low standards of husbandry, with 13% of the crop remaining unharvested as late as mid-September in the Ukraine, and some of the sowing being delayed till after June 1. 40 very high exports in 1930 and 1931, CP 180, below, depleted reserves, and the rapid growth of the urban population led to a sharp increase in food requirements in towns, while livestock products declined precipitately with the disappearance of so high a proportion of the animals. The government tried to take more out of a smaller grain crop. We now have food and fodder balances for the years 1928 to 32, and also per capita consumption figures. These figures show that urban citizens ate more bread and potatoes, in the place of meat and butter. But the peasants ate less of everything. That was the result of deliberate policy. A Soviet scholar commented that the vast increase in state procurements during the years of wholesale collectivization, with low levels of grain production, cannot be explained merely by errors, imperfections of planning or by the ignoring of the interests of agriculture and of the rural population, as is alleged by bourgeois writers in the West. The country was laying the foundation of a mighty industrial base for yes, but at the peasants' expense. Procurements in 1931 left many peasants and their animals with too little to eat. The Ukraine and North Caucasus suffered particularly severely. Collectivized peasants relied almost exclusively on grain distribution by kolkhozes for their bread. Since money was virtually useless in this period, bread was rationed in towns and unobtainable in the country save at astronomical free prices. See next chapter. These excessive procurements threatened the very existence of the peasantry in some areas. In fact, according to Moshkov, exactions were so severe that the state had to return grain which had already been collected, 21% of the total in West Siberia, for instance, so that there would be some seed, food, and fodder. There were tremendous variations between areas and between farms in the same area, owing to the almost incredible arbitrariness of the procurement organs. 42 All this led in 1932 to trouble, pilfering, indiscipline, concealment of crops. As a result, Stalin evidently decided to relax the procurement's pressure somewhat, and the procurement plan for 1932, which had originally been fixed at an impossible 29.5 million tons, was reduced to 18.1 millions, while greater freedom was offered to kolkhozes and remaining individual peasants to sell on the free market, provided the reduced delivery plan was fulfilled first. 43 However, conditions grew even more chaotic. Procurement organs relaxed their pressure, and, because of the vast disparity between the low state buying prices and the very high free market prices, grain flowed into unofficial channels, and in particular into the peasants' own storehouses, since the harvest was not a good one and the food shortages of the previous winter were vividly recalled. Discipline collapsed in some areas. The reduced state procurement plan was threatened. Telegrams from Moscow had no result. In the North Caucasus the harvest was particularly poor, a mere 4.4 to 5.9 quintals per hectare, a miserable crop on the best land in the USSR. In this area, and in the Ukraine, evil-intentioned persons succeeded in awakening private property feelings, in diverting many kolkhoz peasants from the correct path and poisoning them with individualism. Some kolkhozes in the North Caucasus and the Ukraine ceased to come under the organizing influence of the party and the state. 44, these were very strong words indeed for a Soviet author, indicating a kind of rebellion. Furthermore, the 1932 harvest seems to have been substantially overstated in official claims. According to evidence collected by M. Togger, 45 it was perhaps barely 50 million tons, against the published 69.7, so that even the reduced procurement quotas left little for the peasants and their animals, especially in areas of traditional grain surpluses, such as the Ukraine, the North Caucasus and the Lower Volga. So the reduced procurement targets proved too high. This led to severe countermeasures, which in turn led to the great tragedy, the famine of 1933. All forces were directed to procurements. The law of April 7, 1932, which, as we have seen, provided for the death penalty for pilfering foodstuffs in kolkhozes, was used against those who with evil intent refused to deliver grain for state procurements. This particularly affected socially alien groups. Organizers of sabotage in kolkhozy were handed over to the courts, including degenerate communists and kulak supporters among the kolkhoz leadership. In accordance with the Central Committee directives, regions which did not satisfactorily fulfill procurement plans ceased to be supplied with commodities. Illegally distributed or pilfered grain was confiscated. Several thousands of counter-revolutionaries, kulaks, and saboteurs were deported. 46 The party was purged. In the North Caucasus 43% of all investigated party members were expelled. There were some appalling excesses. Stalin declared, in a speech to the Politburo on November 27, 1932, that coercion was justified against certain groups of kolkhozes and peasants, that they had to be dealt a devastating blow. Kaganovich announced that rural communists were guilty of being pro-kulak, of bourgeois degeneration. 47 mass arrests went beyond all bounds. Half of local party secretaries in the North Caucasus were expelled on the orders of Kaganovich. All grain without exception was removed, including seed and fodder, and even that already issued to peasants as an advance payment for workdays. 48 The result was an extremely grave food shortage in many southern areas, and a heavy loss of livestock, which took a long time to repair. Much the same happened in the Ukraine. A local party secretary commented, "Without administrative pressure on the peasant we will not get the grain, so it does not matter if we overdo things a little." 49 In January 1933 a more orderly system of compulsory procurements was decreed, based on acreage sown, replacing the purely arbitrary, though nominally voluntary, system of kontraktatsiya. But the damage had already been done. The famine, part and consequence of the struggle described above, was terrible. Grain procurements did indeed increase, as the following figures demonstrate. We now know a great deal more about the number of surplus deaths, from famine and from diseases which weakened bodies could not resist, in these years, from work by Maksyudov, Wheatcroft and, of course, Conquest, as well as by a number of Soviet authors. 50 If, as one must, one includes the Kazakhstan disaster, a total death roll of 7 million for the period 1931-3 seems likely to be near the truth, the demographic loss being higher because all evidence shows that births showed a steep decline in the hard years. The Ukraine suffered severely, as did the Lower Volga and North Caucasus. I do not agree with Conquest about Stalin's motive. It was surely to strike a devastating blow at peasants in grain surplus areas, many of whom were Ukrainian, rather than at Ukrainians, many of whom were peasants. Neither explanation is a consolation for the millions that died. It was a dreadful time, as historians of every school concur. This was a man-made famine, unlike the natural famine of 1921, and, Unlike in 1921, no relief measures were taken, the very fact of famine was shrouded in secrecy for many decades. In his autobiography, Kestler described a visit to Kharkov at this period. As well as hunger, there was a breakdown of electricity. Newspapers failed to appear. When they were eventually printed, they mentioned neither food shortages nor the power breakdown. Clearly, historians who believed that there is no fact without documentary proof were hard put to it to describe the events of the period. Finally, to wind up this deplorable story, the 9 million peasants left outside collectives in 1934 were duly attacked. They were, it seems, cold-shouldered and treated as hostile elements, but allowed to survive. This toleration was treated as a right-wing deviation. On June 2, 1934, at a conference of officials on collectivization, Stalin demanded, and this is quoted from the archives, that in order to ensure the uninterrupted growth of collectivization, there should be a tightening of the tax screw, nalogovai press, on the individual peasants. 51. Yet this article ends with the still compulsory myth. This in 1964, the multimillion peasantry became even more convinced of the incontrovertible superiority of socialist agriculture, of the mighty kolkhoz system. The organization structure of kolkhozes was at first quite confused. Stalin laid down that the artel was to be predominant, and in 1931 91.7% of collectivized land was within arteli, 4.7% TOZ, 3.6% communes. However, internal arrangements were exceedingly haphazard, peasants' rights were ill-defined, their incomes uncertain not only in quantity, they remained that until 1966, but also in their nature. How was payment to be made? The June 1931 plenum of the party decided that payment must be in accordance with work done, and not per head or per mouth. A rough and ready system of piece rates was to be devised. This gradually became the Trudorden 1, workday unit, which was legalized by decree of July 5, 1932, and more closely defined in January 1933. These and other rules became ultimately embodied in the Model Charter of Kolkhozes, adopted in 1935, of which more in Chapter 9. Kolkhozes were under the close supervision and tutelage of the party. The party sent out 25,000 urban activists to act as supervisors, farm chairmen, political officers. Their ignorance of rural questions and misunderstanding of the peasant mind contributed to the errors and excesses of the period. A key element in the control mechanism was provided by the procurement organs, Zagat Cerno, and others, but perhaps the most important were the machine tractor stations, MTS, which require more detailed examination. The ancestor of MTS was a tractor column, a state-run tractor service, rendered to individual peasants as well as to the few collective or state farms, in the Odessa province. The MTS were organized after a decree of June 5, 1929. At first they were run as a kind of joint enterprise, with peasants buying shares in Traktorcenter *2, but they became fully fledged state-controlled organizations. It was decided during the process of collectivization to give the MTS such tractors and other power-driven machines as were available, and to make of them a kind of compulsory service agency, while simultaneously stressing their role as supervisors. Decree of February 1, 1930. In January 1933 the party plenum decided to create political departments in the MTS and state farms, of which more in a moment. So from the first the MTS developed into a unique combination of providing both tractor power and political economic guidance. Their contractual relationships with kolkhozes had been based, since February 1933, on payments in kind, usually in the form of a percentage of the harvest. Perhaps for this reason 1933 saw the birth of a statistical device, biological yield, which, as will be shown later, overstated the harvest. The state's share, received via payments in kind for the work of the MTS as well as by direct procurements, was increased by this device. Tractor production rose substantially in these years, but at first the net effect was merely to replace the haulage power of horses slaughtered during collectivization. The political departments of the MTS were, on the face of it. Another means of exerting pressure on the peasants. Yet in a well-documented paper on the subject, the Soviet historian Zelenin shows that things did not always work out that way. The political departments were responsible to the party's central committee, and were not under the party secretary of the district which they operated, a circumstance which caused much friction. Each political department included a representative of the OGPU, political police. The head of the department was, ex officio, deputy director of the MTS and charged with vast powers over production plans and procurement activities. These heads were specially selected, largely volunteers. Zelenin's evidence shows that, when they reached the villages early in 1933, they saw with their own eyes the dreadful effects of the excesses described above. They talked to the peasants, they argued, they learned. Being told to bring some order into the situation in agriculture, they quickly realized that excessive procurements must be cut down, that peasants must be allowed adequate incentives. They found themselves instructed instead to purge the kolkhozes of subversive elements, for Stalin's line was that the enemy, disguised as storemen, bookkeepers, agronomists, was engaged in silent sapping. So it was reported by the political department that, in 1933, in 24 provinces of the USSR 34.4% of storemen, 25% of bookkeepers, etc. were dismissed, and many were accused of wrecking. 53 Many political officers came into conflict with their colleagues, who were too apt to arrest and dismiss, as archive material quoted by Zelenin shows. In the end, many political departments began to defend peasant interests, and in particular to protest against excessive grain procurements, especially when the authorities sought to increase delivery plans over and above the norms supposedly laid down by the compulsory procurement decree of January 1933, a practice which continued. In the June 1934 plenum of the Central Committee, the head of the grain procurement organization accused local officials, including the heads of political departments, of anti-state tendencies in seeking to diminish the state's exact ions. Such prominent party leaders as S. Kassier, P. Postashev, Ivar Ikis, also accused the political departments of this. Some political officers had the audacity to draw up food and fodder balances to prove that the state's exact ions were excessive, and were sharply condemned. Such balances were, it seems, Kulak tendencies sick, directed to the breach of the law on grain deliveries. 54 In November 1934 the political departments of the MTS were abolished. Though there remained a deputy director, political, of the MTS, he no longer had a department, or any special powers vis-a-vis the local party organization. State farms, sovkhozy, were, at first, greatly favored by the regime. However, their high cost and inefficiency led to a change of policy. This is easy to understand if one bears in mind the principal reason for collectivization, which was procurement of produce at minimum cost. In the case of kolkhozes, high cost and inefficiency meant simply that the peasant members were very poorly paid, since they divided among themselves whatever was available, with no guaranteed minimum of any kind. But a state farm worker was a wage earner, and losses made by such farms had to be met out of the budget. The ideological superiority of state farms nonetheless led to a sharp rise in their numbers, the area sown increasing from 1.7 million hectares in 1928 to 13.4 million in 1932 and 16.1 million in 1935. It declined thereafter, and state farms did not play a major role in Soviet agriculture until after Stalin's death. More about state farms in Chapter 9. How did the peasants survive the confusion and hardship of the revolution from above? They could not have survived without the toleration, in and after 1930, of some private food growing, and, after the initial excesses of super-collectivization, they were allowed some domestic animals. Great bitterness was caused by the compulsory acquisition by kolkhozes of livestock, especially cows, under conditions in which the collectives had neither the buildings nor the knowledge or experience for looking after big herds, which have to be kept indoors during the winter, and when milk for peasant children could only be provided from their own cows, In the absence of any alternative source of supply, this remained the case, in most of Russia, even in 1971, let alone in 1931. Gradually a sort of modus vivendi emerged, and Stalin himself began to make promises to help peasants acquire cows. But the drastic decline in the livestock population made this a rather distant project, and many could manage to keep only goats, which some bitterly described, in whispers, as Stalin's little cows. However, peasant rights became more clearly defined, and gradually there developed an understanding as to the permissible upper limits of collective peasants' private holdings, which emerged finally in the Model Statute, described in Chapter 9. The question arose of the right to sell freely after meeting the state's procurement quota, the latter having the legal status of a tax levied on the collective, on peasant members and, more heavily, on the surviving individual peasants. There was sporadic interference with the functioning of any free market, while private traders were being driven out and the process of collectivization completed, and many cases of closing all markets were reported. On May 6, 1932, a decree allowed free sales of grain by kolkhozes and collectivized peasants after the state's procurement plan had been fulfilled. 4 days later, the same rights of selling in markets and bazaars were extended also to livestock products. On May 20, the tax levied on such sales at markets, this trade never wholly ceased, was lowered, and the right to sell at free prices reasserted. In this decree it was stated that the opening of private shops, and private dealers, were to be barred. On August 22 of the same year, speculators and dealers were to be sent to a concentration camp for from 5 to 10 years, to cite the words of the decree. 56 These were the final nails in the coffin of the NEP concept of free trade. Peasant trade was different, insofar as it consisted of sales by the producers of their own surplus produce, and so did not constitute earning a living by trade. Private trade, i.e. buying and selling for profit, was not in fact legalized until March 1991. In 1933, which was a very difficult year, the right to market grain was more strictly defined, only after fulfilling the procurement plan for the whole republic, krai, province, and making full provision for seed. 57 In these years kolkhoz trade was still on the edge of semi-illegality, since arbitrary exactions of all kinds for the needs of the state could happen at any time, with accusations of speculation and kulak behavior. This, as well as the acute shortages prevailing, caused an extremely steep rise in free market prices, which will be documented later in this chapter. Agriculture reached its lowest point in 1933, and then began a painful recovery, the story of which can be left aside for the present. The harvest and livestock statistics of the period were as follows: the biological yield figures, which distorted Soviet data from 1933 until after Stalin's death, are also given, since they were used to falsify reality and to facilitate excessive procurements. Did collectivization in fact contribute to capital accumulation? This has been the subject of controversy, and the reader may be referred particularly to works by James R. Miller and Michael Ellman. 58 It has been correctly pointed out that the real agricultural surplus cannot be measured simply by the volume of sales off the farm, industrial inputs into agriculture and the village must be deducted, and a surplus so defined then depends decisively on price. Evidence is then quoted, especially that presented by the Soviet economic historian Barsov, to show that prices did not move adversely to the village in the years following 1928, when allowance is made for the high free market prices. Barsov also purports to prove that when valued in 1913 or 1928 prices, or in labor values, the flow of goods in the two directions did not show any significant rise in the surplus extracted from the village. The contrary is true in some years. From this it may seem to follow that the increased accumulation of capital in the period 1928 to 37 came not from agriculture but from the urban sector, including former peasants who had migrated to the towns. This is a most complex subject, which deserves more thorough examination than it can receive here. It is certainly true that the state procured less than it originally intended, out of a much lower output, while having to supply extra inputs to offset losses in draft animals. It is also true that the urban sector also bore sacrifices, that workers' living standards declined. However, apart from serious doubts as to the validity of Barsov's figures, there is an important sense in which the data are misleading in principle. Thus the prices of 1913 and 1928, let alone labor values, bear absolutely no relationship to the relative scarcities of the early 30s. What is the value of bread grain to a starving peasant? The price which ruled in 1928, when there was plenty of bread. The labor time required to produce it? Another way of expressing the same point is to say that massive use of coercion was needed to take away grain and other products which, as a result of collectivization, had become acutely scarce, and were consequently valued much higher, by peasants and by consumers, than the price paid for them by the state. Secondly, prices in the early 30s had little meaning when goods were so often unobtainable. A ration card, a pass to a special shop, were more important than money in a hard year such as 1933, in which, it should be noted, millions of peasants starved. Finally, the evidence on the volume of sales of industrial goods in these years is of very doubtful validity. An intelligent observer, whose reports are in the British Foreign Office archives, noted that when, following a 1932 decree on sending more consumers' goods to villages, he visited rural shops, he found that deliveries had consisted largely of vodka and cosmetics. 59. So was collectivization actually counterproductive, i.e., did it impede rather than facilitate industrialization in these years? Miller takes the first view, Ellman the second. It seems unnecessary for us to take sides in this debate, important though the issue undoubtedly is, especially as one is conscious that more research is needed. In looking back at the impact of those years on agriculture and the peasants, critical comment is superfluous. The events described cast a deep shadow over the life of the countryside, of the whole country, for many years thereafter. Much more evidence has recently become available, and this chapter is no more than a bare summary of such evidence. It is to the credit of Soviet scholarship that so much has been made available, after so prolonged a silence, for which the scholars cannot be blamed, about what by common consent must be a painful period, of which many men in high places must have felt ashamed in their hearts. An adequate history of the first 5-year plan has yet to be written. Official Soviet accounts overstressed the achievements, dwelt endlessly on the pathos of construction. The positive features seem also to be overstated in novels of the period. As for anti-Soviet writers, for them the years 1929 to 33 are composed exclusively of coercion, hunger, shortages, and inefficiency, and the achievements are mentioned only as a kind of apologetic afterthought. Here it will be necessary to dwell on many negative features, which are an integral part of the story. Yet so are the achievements, which must be seen against a background of appalling difficulties. In the previous chapter we noted the adoption of a high optimal variant of the 5-year plan. This was speedily followed by super-optimal variants of the most fantastic kinds. The upward revision of the optimal targets began very soon after their adoption. The year 1928-9 proved quite successful in industry, and this caused, in the decree of December 1, 1929, an upward amendment of the plan for the economic year 1929-30. On 5–10 December 1929 a Congress of Shock Brigades adopted a call to fulfill the 5-year plan in 4 years. This became official policy, and in the end the 5-year plan was deemed to have run its course on December 31, 1932 instead of September 30, 1933, 9 months ahead of schedule, it having been decided, in 1930, to make the economic and the calendar year coincide. Of course, this of itself was an upward revision. Others followed. The 16th Party Congress resolved to review the machinery plans in order decisively to free industry, and the national economy from dependence on foreign countries. This last point may be said to be inspired by military strategic considerations, but it would be incorrect to assert that military expenditure as such was responsible for the acceleration of the heavy industry plans, Military spending remained modest, the Red Army's re-equipment lay still some distance ahead. The net effect was that during 1929 and 1930 the 5-year plan, now a 4-year plan, was altered, as the following selection of figures shows. Still wilder figures were encountered in 1930-31. Stalin himself spoke on February 4, 1931 of fulfilling the plan in 3 years in all the basic, decisive branches of industry. In the same speech he declared, "It is sometimes asked whether it is possible to slow down the tempo somewhat, to put a check on the movement. No, comrades, it is not possible. The tempo must not be reduced. On the contrary, we must increase it." It was then that he made the justly famous prophecy, "We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this distance in 10 years. Either we do so, or we shall go under." 1941 was 10 years away. But a sense of coming danger is no excuse for attempting the impossible. The extent of the upward amendments in annual plans may be illustrated by the table on p. 191, which also shows the downward amendment of the textiles targets, i.e. the shift in mid-plan in the relative priorities of heavy as against light industry. Needless to say, the new targets were far beyond practical possibility. The rush, strain, shortages, pressures, became intolerable, and caused great disorganization. Naturally, supplies of materials, fuels, goods wagons, fell short of requirements. It was then that the government, by stages, imposed upon the economy its own priorities, by ever-tightening control over resource allocation, physical output, credit. The Stalin model was created in the process of trying to do the impossible, and therefore by facing every day the necessity of assuring supplies to the key projects or shock constructions, udarni stroiki, at the expense of others regarded as of lesser importance. Plans were born of a conflict between specialists and keen comrades convinced that revolutionary Allah would perform miracles. One old oil expert, given what he regarded as an absurd order to increase production, is said to have written to the Central Committee as follows: "I cease to be responsible for the planning department. The plan figure of 40 million tons I consider to be purely arbitrary. Over a third of the oil must come from unexplored areas, which is like cutting up the skin of a bear before it is caught or even located. Furthermore, the 3 cracking plants which now exist are to be turned into 120 plants by the end of the 5-year plan. This despite the acute shortage of metal and the fact that the highly complex cracking technique has not been mastered by us. I stand for high tempos, but duty demands." And so on. To this, according to the writer, a young woman replied, "We do not doubt the knowledge or goodwill of the professor. But we reject the fetishism of figures which holds him in thrall. We reject the multiplication table as a basis for policy 3. This possibly imaginative reconstruction described a common enough situation. Much waste of effort inevitably resulted, but it could be argued that more was achieved in the end than if sound advice had been taken. The resultant chaos has been described by many writers. Here is the future Minister of Tractors and Agricultural Machinery remembering the birth of the Stalingrad tractor works. Even one who saw those days with his own eyes finds it hard to picture today how things then looked. One chapter of a book of the period is headed, "Yes, we smashed lathes." This chapter was written by a worker who came to the Volga from a Moscow factory. Even he was full of wonder at the American lathes without belt transmission, with their own motors. He could not handle them. What is one to say of the peasants fresh from the villages? They were sometimes illiterate, it was a problem for them to read and write. Everything was a problem in those days. There were no spoons in the canteen, and this matter was dealt with when Orjonikij arrived at the factory and demanded that things be put right. There was the problem of bugs in the workers' huts, and the secretary of the Young Communist Central Committee, Kozyrev, made us get rid of them. The first director of the factory, Ivanov, wrote as follows: "In the assembly shop I talked to a young man who was grinding sockets. I asked him how he measured, and he showed me how he used his fingers. We had no measuring instruments. Now, after 50 glorious years, we must remember all this in detail, remember how this industry was created, which now produces the largest number of tractors in the world, how and in what conditions the first great tractor works in the country was built in a year and working to full capacity a year later. All this was done in a country where as late as 1910 over 2/3 of the plows were wooden. 4. Such facts, quotations, examples, could be multiplied many times. Vast projects got underway. While some were the work of forced labor, the Volga White Sea Canal, for instance, there is no doubt that there was enthusiasm too. There was, for instance, the story of Magnitogorsk. A great new metallurgical center was created in the wilderness, and the workers and technicians worked under the most primitive conditions, yet many seemed to have been fired by a real faith in the future and in their own and their children's part in it, though we now know that some of the builders were also forced laborers. There were, especially in later years, all too many examples of phony official superlatives, which gave rise to widespread cynicism. So it is all the more necessary to stress that thousands, of young people in particular, participated in the great construction projects of socialism with a will to self-sacrifice, accepting hardship with a real sense of comradeship. Statistics will also be cited to show that others had very different attitudes to their work, not only prisoners or deportees but also peasants fleeing the collectives. Achievements of the first 5-year plan. The key figures of plan fulfillment were as shown on p. 194. Before proceeding to interpret the table, it is most important to stress the limitations of the statistics. In brief, these limitations are as follows: 1. All aggregates, indices of national income and industrial output in particular, are liable to statistical inflation. For reasons to be examined, costs rose sharply during the plan period, and the nominal constant 1926-7 prices, in which the indices were computed, drifted upwards, causing a significant exaggeration of the volume index. 2. This is particularly noticeable in the machinery sector. Thus it is surely decidedly odd that the plan for machinery was supposed to have been very greatly overfulfilled, whereas both metal and fuel output lagged far behind plan. Construction, another big metal user, exceeded its plan too. Imports rose. Thus 1.3 million tons of steel sheet was imported in 1931, but shortages persisted. It is not, as some imagine, that the critics 1927 to 8, 1932 to 3, 1932, actual, plan, actual. National income, milliard 1926-7 rubles, 24.449 to 745 to 5 gross industrial production, milliard 1926 to 7 rubles, 18.343 to 243 to 3 producers goods, milliard 1926 to 7 rubles, 6.018.1231 consumers goods, milliard 1926-7 rubles, 12.3251 20.2 gross agricultural production, milliard 1926 to 7 rubles, 13125.8 16.6 electricity, milliard kWhs, 5-0522.03 to 4 hard coal, million tons, 35 to 475 643 oil, million tons, 11.722 21.4 iron ore, million tons, 5 to 7 1912.1 pig iron, million tons, 3 to 310 6.2. Steel, million tons, 4.0 10.45 to 9 machinery, million 1926 to 7 rubles, 1,822 4,688 7,362 superphosphates, million tons, 0.153 to 40.61 wool cloth, million meters, 97,27,093 to 3 total employed labor force, millions, 315 to 822.8. Claim that metal and machinery production ought to expand at the same rate. The point is that, if much less metal is produced than was planned, then major metal-using industries must be cut back. Yet there is no sign of this in the figures. The most probable explanation is that many machines were priced high, and were entered in the 1926-7 price index at a large sum in rubles. In part this is a waiting problem. The few machines which were made in Russia in 1926-7 were indeed expensive, and so the index would look much less favorable if a later Soviet price pattern, or Western prices, were used. But few types of machines made in, say, 1932 were being made in 1926-7, or only existed as prototypes. Since plan fulfillment was measured in 1926-7 rubles, it paid all managers to strive for the acceptance of the highest possible 1926-7 price. Official statisticians, under pressure to show good results and high growth rates, would hardly be in a strong position at this time to resist. 3. There was the fate of handicrafts, small workshops, domestic production of many kinds. Ample evidence exists for the proposition that these categories were in a decline, squeezed out as part of the drive against the Nepman, and also by the prevailing shortages of materials and fuel. Private workshops were closed, private craftsmen forced into producers' cooperatives, but the latter were frequently suspected of being mere disguises for Nepman, and there were numerous instances reported of their being dissolved for this reason. The net effect was, despite the contrary provision of the 5-year plan draft, a marked decline in the numbers of artisans of all kinds. There was also some replacement of domestic production by factory production, less bread baking in the home and more bakeries, less domestic spinning, and so on. There had been a tendency to understate the output of the artisans and omit the purely domestic production, and so this decline did not find its proper reflection in statistics. This can help explain the paradox that is shown in the above table. Output of consumers' goods was supposed to be rising rapidly at a time of most acute privation. 4. The effects of rapid urbanization, in Russia as elsewhere, tend to cause an increase in measurable output much greater than any real increase in consumers' welfare. But though the claims in their totality are dubious, there is no doubt at all that a mighty engineering industry was in the making, and output of machine tools, turbines, tractors, metallurgical equipment, etc. rose by genuinely impressive percentages. The fuel group did well, though falling short of the targets, very short of the absurd super targets referred to on p.190. The metallurgical group was far short of its goals, and the report on plan fulfillment frankly admitted that the possibilities of so speedily constructing and equipping iron and steel works had been greatly overestimated. However, a great deal was achieved in the Urals, the Kuzbas, the Volga, and the Ukraine. Engineering works in the Moscow and Leningrad areas were expanded and modernized. The gigantic Dnieper Dam was built speedily, and provided power for more industries. Apart from developing new production in traditional industrial areas, such as Moscow, Leningrad, and the Donbas, and in the Urals area, industrialization began to touch the more backward national republics, a textile mill in Central Asia, mining in Kazakhstan, engineering in Georgia. Achievements were sometimes very great, sometimes very patchy. Chemicals targets were, with the exception of synthetic rubber, not fulfilled. Stalin began to listen to the voices of advisors who told him that agronomic panaceas, the Trivopoli rotation scheme advocated by Williams, would enable great savings to be made. Mineral fertilizer would be unnecessary. Textile output tended to fall rather than rise. This was due partly to the low priority of consumers' goods in the investment program, but most of all to the balance of payments situation. These were years of depression in the capitalist world, and prices of raw materials and food were falling much faster than prices of machinery. Thus the Soviet government found itself having to export more in order to obtain from the capitalists the machinery and equipment needed for the new factories, and this made the strain worse. Imports of cotton and especially of wool had to be cut. At the same time, wool production in the USSR itself was adversely affected by the drastic reduction in the number of sheep. The cotton growing areas were pressed to increase acreage, but there was resistance, At a time when staple foodstuffs were so short and cotton prices were unfavorable, they were greatly raised in 1934. So a shortage of raw materials was the principal bottleneck in the textile industries. Therefore the combination of three factors caused the low living standards of these years: excessive investment in heavy industry, the consequence of collectivization in agriculture, and the worsening terms of trade. One should also mention the transport difficulties. Much had to be done to enable the railways to carry greatly increased freight, since there were few roads or vehicles, and rivers and canals froze in winter. The Turksib line, linking Siberia with Alma-Ata, and the important line to the Karaganda coalfields, were built in these years, and many single-track lines converted to double-track. But the plan envisaged the completion of 16,000 kilometers of new railway, while in fact only 5,500 were built. There was a grave shortage of railway equipment of all kinds. 5. Because the global industrial output figures looked satisfactory. The government was able proudly to announce success. The 5-year plan had been fulfilled by the end of 1932, ahead of schedule. A careful look at the table, p.194, shows that only in the statistically suspect machinery and metal working group was the plan overfulfilled, and in most important industrial sectors, not to speak of agriculture, the shortfalls were significant. This is not to deny that a leap forward had been achieved, and that the successes which were to be reported in the years 1934-6 were due in a large part to the completion of projects begun in the first 5-year plan period. However, 1932, and still more 1933, were years in which strain and disorganization reached their highest point, and the hardships of the population were severe even if they were not publicly admitted. How can one measure these strains, which were the cost of what had been achieved? The increase in forced savings is indicated by the rise of the share of capital accumulation in the national income, from 19.4% to 30.3% in 1932. 6. There are several other highly relevant indicators. Let us begin by looking at productivity and labor plans. According to the Plan Fulfillment Report, the increase in numbers actually employed was as follows. 1927 to 8, 1932 to 3 are 93.2, Plan, F, actual, all branches of the national economy, thousands, 11,350, 150, 1,764, 22,804 of which, census industry asterisk, thousands, 3,086, 3,858, 6,411 building, thousands, 625, 1,880, 3,126. The urban population in 1932 was estimated by the plan to be 32.5 million. It was actually 38.7 million. On the credit side, the original plan had expected that substantial unemployment would continue, whereas it had been eliminated from the towns by 1932, and labor shortage was a fairly widespread phenomenon. Also on the credit side was the introduction in these years of a 7-hour day, though the citizens' enjoyment of leisure was complicated by the introduction, beginning in the autumn of 1929, of the uninterrupted Piatidnevka, or 5-day week. This is not to be confused with a real 5-day week, i.e. a free long weekend. The idea was that factories should work every day, with a fifth of the personnel off on any one day, 4 days work, 1 day free. This led to problems. Thus maintenance was neglected, key personnel were liable to be away when wanted, and members of families seldom had the same day off. On November 21, 1931 the work week was somewhat lengthened, being turned into 5 days on, 1 day off, with some fixed dates at which the works would be closed. All this eliminated Sunday as a regular day of rest, which, at a time of anti-religious excesses, was doubtless one of the objects of the exercise. We shall see that a 7-day week, with Sunday the normal free day, was restored in 1940. However, the main point was that the productivity estimates of the plan were over-optimistic. Outside the, suspect, machinery and metalworking sector, the productivity gains were very far below expectation and on occasion even negative. Vast numbers of peasants coming in from the country, sometimes as refugees from collectivization, immensely complicated the problems of elementary labor discipline, timekeeping, training. The planned expansion of the labor force called for great efforts to teach new skills, to increase the inadequate numbers of engineers and technologists, to expand educational establishments. This proved extremely difficult to achieve in practice, and mere statistics cannot measure the hasty mass production of semi-qualified personnel which was rushed into the breach. For this purpose normal secondary education was totally disrupted for a few years, through mass conversion into emergency technicums, as the following figures show. Numbers in secondary schools 1928 to 977,787, 1929 to 31,117,824, 1930 to 31,383,658, 1931 to 24,234, 1932 to 31,243,272, 1933 to 42,011,798. But of course training schemes could barely touch the millions who were recruited, or fled, from the countryside. Soviet leaders and novelists now freely admit that much damage was done by sheer clumsiness. Expensive imported machines were smashed by inexperienced laborers or unqualified substitute engineers. Too often in the prevailing atmosphere there was suspicion of sabotage. A considerable number of foreign specialists and skilled workers came to the USSR in these years. Some were under contract with foreign firms to help erect the new factories and teach their Russian colleagues. Others went to Russia as idealistic volunteers, or because of the growth of mass unemployment in the West as the Depression deepened. In some cases, these men too fell under suspicion. In 1933 there took place the Metrovickers trial, in which British specialists employed in Russia by this firm were found guilty of sabotage. The troubles of Soviet industry and construction were intensified by a phenomenally high labor turnover. The peasant workers, bewildered by their new surroundings, often short of food and adequate lodging, rootless and unsettled, wandered about in search of better things. Not for them the pathos of the great construction of socialism. The table given on p200 tells its own tale. These figures mean that the average worker in the coal industry, to take the worst example, left his employment almost 3 times during 1930. No wonder Stalin saw the need to discourage free movement and encourage the acquisition of skills. Many workers already in jobs had retained close family links with their villages, and one effect of collectivization was to cause many of them, miners in particular, to rush home to see to their family's situation. This caused some short-term disruption in these years, and explains why 1930 shows the worst figures. The great influx of extra labor into industry and building had a number of consequences. 1. Housing and amenities in towns were greatly overtaxed. Trams, there were few alternative means of urban transport then, were packed to suffocation. There was a shortage of water, shops, catering facilities. The plan had envisaged an increase of the housing space in cities from 160 million to 213 million square meters, optimal variant. It was recognized that this would provide only a small increase in the very inadequate living space, from 5.7 to 6.3 square meters per head. But housing was cut to make room for an increased factory building program, or because of shortage of materials. The total housing space in 1932 proved to be not 213 but only 185 million square meters, an increase of 16% or not 33%. Thus the urban population rose by much more than planned, housing space by much less, and overcrowding became worse than ever. Neglect of maintenance made conditions even less bearable. No Soviet citizen is likely to deny that lack of space, shared kitchens, the crowding of several families per apartment, often divided rooms, were the lot of the majority of the urban population for over a generation, and that this was a source of a great deal of human misery. 2. there was a particularly large increase in the employment of women, with far-reaching social consequences. Certain profs, Zions, notably medicine and teaching, became almost wholly feminine preserves, while tough ex-peasant women provided a large part of the unskilled labor force. 3. The great increase in employment had, along with other factors, the effect of making nonsense of the plan's cost estimates, and so contributed to inflation, whose manifestations will be described in the following pages. It must also be mentioned that in this period prisoners and deportees, especially the latter, emerged as significant factors in the economic life of the country. For example, only a small portion of the inhabitants of the new town of Karaganda went there of their own volition. And much worse was to come. A considerable contribution to inflation was also made by the very large increase in the volume of investments. Due partly to expensive errors and partly to underestimation of costs, as well as to upward amendment of earlier plans, total state investments amounted in 4.5 years to 112% of the 5-year plan, while heavy industries were 145% of the plan. Of course, these figures too were probably affected by statistical inflation, especially of the value of installed machinery. However, the very large excess number of building workers, shown in the table on p. 197, together with the known fact that new projects were added to the plan and others speeded up, would be consistent with an overfulfillment, though a downward allowance must be made for disinvestment, unplanned, in the private agriculture and handicrafts section. Heavy industry investments have the effect of increasing incomes without any corresponding rise in output of consumers' goods and services. Another major cause of inflationary pressure, and partly caused by this pressure, was the rise in wages. Demand for labor rocketed, as planners and managers tried to achieve the impossible. They drew in extra labor to make up for inefficiency or planners' over-optimism, they bid against each other for whatever labor was available. In the face of a drive to fulfill plans in time, at any cost, financial controls were ineffective. Wage bills rose high above expectations. Costs, naturally, rose too. The original plan envisaged, as was shown on p. 144, a reduction in costs, also in wholesale and retail prices. The average wage of workers in large-scale industry was planned to rise from 66.90, 1927 to 8, to 98.28 rubles per month, 1932 to 3, optimal variant, i.e. by 46.9%, but prices were to fall by 10% or so. Real wages would increase by about 52%. The actual real wages will be examined later on. It is enough at present to note what happened to money wages. In census industry they reached 123 rubles per month per worker in 1932. Over the entire economy, average wages exceeded plan by 44%, and the total payroll exceeded expectations by much more than this, since the numbers in employment increased very rapidly. True, many peasants suffered a loss in income because of the consequences of collectivization. However, money incomes in total far exceeded plan, but goods and services available were less than had been hoped for. More will be said later about how the plan was in fact financed. For the present, let us briefly examine the government's price policies, and the effect of these on our task of assessing the impact of the events of the time. It has already been pointed out that the government, in launching the plan, made much of the need to reduce prices, or at least to oppose price increases. Rationing had been introduced in cities in the winter of 1928-9, and ration prices were kept at low levels. It extended to ever more commodities, including textiles and clothing, as shortages grew more acute. As for industrial materials and fuels, these were strictly price controlled, and, as costs rose, subsidies were paid out of the budget. Almost every industrial producer's good came under ever stricter control on the part of the planners, as part of the effort to give priority to the heavy industry projects which were regarded as the keys to the success of the entire plan. Demand for materials and fuel could, in principle, be kept down by administrative allocation, though overtaught planning did cause frequent supply and transport difficulties. However, the people had increasing sums of money in their pockets, and less to spend it on. A black, or jaggery, market duly flourished, despite efforts to suppress it, and decrees, e.g. on August 22, 1932, speak of the greater frequency of cases of speculation. Peasant bazaars were at times closed, or their opening made conditional upon meeting the state's procurement quotas, at other times tolerated. As food shortages became acute, off-ration prices in this limited free market became exceedingly high, varying greatly from place to place because of the elimination of a legal, professional trading class, and shortages of transport. The invaluable Malofeyev has given us important data on this period, and the next pages are based largely on his evidence. He quoted liberally from archive material which was not otherwise accessible. We have already noted that by 1929 a wide gap had opened between official prices and those charged by private traders. It should be added that until 1933 at least cooperatives in fact were able to evade price control, and even state enterprises found that they could make up for some of their excess wages bills by overcharging. In early 1929 bread rationing had been introduced, and by 1932 40 million persons were supplied with bread from centralized sources, another 10 million were rationed out of local resources. Rationing spread by the end of 1929 to almost all foodstuffs, and then gradually to the rapidly disappearing manufactured consumers' goods. On October 11, 1931 a price committee attached to STO, on April 1, 1932 renamed Committee for Commodity Funds and the Regulation of Trade, was to liquidate the remnants of private traders' speculation and fix prices in the state and cooperative sector, aiming at a gradual price reduction. 7. So the myth of falling prices was still alive, and in fact a few prices of rationed or scarce commodities were cut on February 16, 1930. But prices generally had already then begun to rise, and the state's urgent need for revenue led, on September 2, 1930, to the adoption of a decree on tax reform. Turnover tax came into operation on October 1 of that year, replacing a multitude of excise and ad hoc taxes. Price increases thereafter were to a great extent a function of increases in this tax, of which more will be said later on. It became a major means of mopping up surplus purchasing power, arising out of the large increase in incomes and the consequences of high investment expenditure and the disasters of agriculture. Turnover tax was included in the supply price, at pusnaitsna, at which state industry released products to non-official consumers. However, the government at first tried to cushion the shock, and so ration prices were held at low levels for a time. By the middle of 1931, the resultant acute shortages even of rationed commodities led to the supply of some goods by orderly authorization. The spread of rationing and administrative allocation, even of trousers to stated individuals, led, as in the period of war communism, to the spread of what Malofeyev calls equitationist attitudes to trade, money, and finance. There arose the absurd and harmful theory of the need to abolish money and to shift to direct products exchange. The supporters of this theory considered that our money is already close to becoming work tokens and really has become a merely nominal unit of account, that within the socialized sector it is already not money, while within the private sector it just seems to be money. There were cases of unofficial exchange of products, as when a Moscow factory exchanged iron and wire for clothing and furniture with other enterprises. 8. It is worth briefly dwelling on this odd resurgence of extreme leftism which swept the country during the Great Leap Forward. It affected much more than monetary theory. It led to a neglect of cost considerations generally, and to idealization of communal living even when, as so often happened, this was the inevitable consequence of overcrowding. These attitudes affected the view taken of economics in general, and even of statistics. After all, statistics is the study of random, unplanned, uncontrolled magnitudes. Such a word, so it was held, was unsuitable for the new circumstances of all-round, all-inclusive planning. So the Central Statistical Administration was placed under Gosplan in 1930, and in December 1931 solemnly renamed the Central Administration of National Economic Accounting. TSUNKHU was the abbreviation in common use. Note the stress on accounting, in line with Lenin's thoughts of 1917 vintage. It was not renamed statistical until 1941. In line with the same philosophy, when the Commissariat of Trade was divided in 1930, its internal activities were placed under a Commissariat of Supplies, avoiding the tainted word trade. 9. To return to trade and prices, the government, in and after 1931, began to take strong measures against evasion of price controls and against unofficial product exchange, insisting on its own powers over resource allocation. On May 10, 1931, the cessation of rationing of manufactured consumers' goods was decreed, with, however, the continued use of orderly authorizations for clothing and footwear. By April 1932, food rationing was confined to bread, grains, meat, herrings, sugar, and fats. The share of state as distinct from cooperative trade rose sharply. The practice of selling some state goods at high prices, which was originally unauthorized or illegal, became a means of increasing the state's own revenue. While the practice grew particularly rapidly in 1931 and 1932, it began as early as 1929, the first instance being the sale at high prices of 16 tons of sugar in July and October 1929. 10 such sales became known as commercial, and in the next few years they grew to substantial dimensions. Special commercial shops were opened on a large scale in 1932, and these sold rationed and scarce unrationed goods of many kinds at prices far above official prices, the difference going to the budget in the form of a special budgetary addition over and above turnover tax. There were then a number of different prices in existence for the same commodities, to wit, 1. Retail prices of the normal urban fund of goods mainly sold on ration coupons. 2. Prices of the commercial fund, supposedly freely sold to all buyers, much higher than the normal. These in turn were divided into average commercial and higher commercial. They were supposed to be available to any buyer who could afford them, without coupons, but in 1930-32. Some of the scarcest commodities which were available for sale at commercial prices were frequently sold only on special authorizations, ordery, thus becoming in effect rationed. In the case of such exceptionally scarce items as good quality cotton and wool fabrics, footwear, etc., consumers employed by various enterprises were temporarily attached to particular commercial shops, and they were issued with a kind of entry permit into the shop, with a limit on purchases. 11. This refers to closed shops, available only to specially favored groups of the population. Such groups included workers of factories deemed to be important for the economy. So-called closed workers' cooperatives were set up to supply them, and a contemporary writer emphasized the desirability of linking supplies by this route with the fulfillment of production plans and the struggle against absenteeism and flitting. 12. 3. There were also sales of both foodstuffs and manufactured goods in working-class areas at what were described as average increased prices, sredna povišené ceny, below commercial and above ration prices. One can imagine the length of the queues. 4. From 1933 there were also model general stores, univermagi, with prices higher than commercial prices. 5. Torgsen shops sold goods only for precious metals and foreign currency, both urgently needed for balance of payments reasons. 6. Free market prices, either quasi-legal, open bazaars for peasant foodstuffs, or semi-illegal or black market. The kolkhoz markets were at first, 1931, supposed to observe the Soviet price policy, but this attempt to control prices did not work, and was abandoned in 1932. These categories had local variations, since, as can well be imagined, distribution was poorly organized. Prices rose rapidly in commercial trade, more rapidly still in the free market. It was not until January 27, 1932 that there was a very sharp, general increase in retail prices of all, including rationed goods. But the government, in its anxiety to appease the workers and in its evident indifference to peasant interests, fixed most prices in rural areas at commercial levels. Thus at the beginning of 1932, i.e. before the big rise decreed in January, official retail prices had risen by 75% in towns, 42% in the country, since 1928. 13 By the first half of 1932 the prices charged in state and cooperatives had reached a level 76% or above 1927-8 levels, while private market prices were 769% or of 1927-8 and rising very rapidly, particularly for foodstuffs, reflecting the general scarcity of practically everything. In the 3 months March to June 1932 rye flour increased in price by 45.7%, rye bread by 35%, or meat by 125%, or potatoes by 66.7%. The following table shows the general rise. 14. In 1933 matters grew worse. Normal fund, i.e. ration, prices were sharply increased again on January 1, and in many instances the rise again hit the villages hardest, e.g. kerosene, which in 1932 cost 18 kopecks a litre in towns and 30 kopecks in villages, was further increased in price by 27% or for villages only. 15 Among the largest price increases were 116% for vegetable oil, 51% in rural areas, 95% for sugar, 163% in rural areas, 20% for bread, and so on. There were increases also in state commercial prices, and particularly severe increases in those prices of manufactured goods sold in rural areas, which had fallen behind the rise in commercial prices, e.g. wool cloth by 77% or thread by 210%. There were further substantial increases in official prices of foodstuffs in 1933, bread by 80% or less in rural areas, butter by 55% or eggs by 80% or etc. Also the general cost of living rose because of an increased share of commercial trade, at higher prices, in the total, from 12.9% of the total planned commodities in 1932 to 26.9% in 1934. In 1933 a number of basic foodstuffs were sold at greatly increased commercial prices, at which supply and demand did balance. In May 1933 the commercial price of rye bread was 20 times above the official ration price, and was thus close to the real free market price. This was the so-called fund of free sales, i.e. sales unencumbered by informal rationing restrictions. At the same date, the commercial price of sugar was 6 times the ration price, sunflower oil 14 times. 16 Free market prices continued to rise, and in 1933 were 48.2% above the average of 1932, bread and grains, potatoes and vegetables by over 60%. 17 But the very substantial increases in 1933 in prices of rationed and other scarce commodities, a policy continued in 1934 when the rye bread price was doubled, reduced the gap between the various price categories and so prepared the way for the ultimate abolition of rationing and of the endlessly confusing multi-price system. The proper assessment of living standards at this time is rendered almost impossible not only by the existence of rationing, price differences, and shortages, but also of queues, decline in quality, neglect of consumer requirements. It is well known that the closed shop system and rationing was frequently associated with a marked worsening in service to consumers, the widespread tendency to impose compulsory products, etc. The attitude of the sales staff to the customer could be characterized by the slogan "Take what you are given, do not hold up others in the queue, do not prevaricate and fuss." 18 Therefore any figures comparing wages and prices are bound greatly to understate the decline in living standards. The party's official history prefers to overlook any decline, and for the statistically worst year, 1933-4, ONE looks in vain for any overall price index in any Soviet source. Malofeyev was allowed to publish only certain facts. He did calculate an index for 1932, for state and cooperative trade only. This came to 255, 1928 equals 100, while average wages rose to 226. Thus the real wage index based on the above would come to 88.6. 19. But in 1932, as we have seen, free market prices had risen very much more rapidly. The correct real wage index, if we only knew it, would therefore be well below 88.6. Malofeyev here faced a problem with which one can sympathize. On the one hand, there is a clear indication that real wages had fallen, and this called for explanation, which he duly gave. This is understandable. In the period of industrialization of our country, the working class, the entire Soviet people, spared neither effort nor resources, and consciously made sacrifices to drag the country out of its backwardness. 20. On the other hand, he felt compelled to assert that there were no sacrifices, since in the period 1928 to 32 national income rose by 82% and the consumption fund in 1928 to 31 rose by 75.5%. This, it seems, proves the baselessness of the assertion that socialist industrialization subordinates consumption to investment, or that the party applied in practice the Trotskyist slogan of primitive socialist accumulation which it rejected in theory. 21. Of course Malofeyev, for whose pioneering work on prices we must be grateful, was well aware that the figures just quoted were totally misleading, but could not say so. More will be said in the appendix about recent recomputations, e.g. by Gekinin. In order to facilitate the mobilization of the working class for the great tasks of building socialism, and so as to avoid any organized protest about living standards or working conditions, the trade unions were turned face to production, i.e. were instructed to act primarily as organizers and mobilizers in the interests of plan fulfillment. Their old leaders, Tomsky and his friends, were dismissed as right-wing deviationists. The protective role of the unions was greatly reduced. If their face was to production, their back was to their members. For many years there was not even the pretense of elections, and the All-Union Trades Union Congress failed to meet at all in the period 1932 to 49. When, with the disappearance of unemployment, it was decided to wind up the People's Commissariat of Labor, in 1934, the Trade Union Center took over some of its functions and administered social insurance. It thus became for all practical purposes a branch of government. We shall see that not until after Stalin's death was there a revival of its more representative and protective functions. In the 30s the nominal powers of the unions to enforce protective legislation were little used. What was the contemporary reaction to the harsh conditions of the time? The press and speeches made virtually ignored them altogether. Stalin, speaking in January 1933, calmly claimed that wages had risen by 67% since 1928, omitted all mention of prices, and asserted, but we have unquestionably attained a position where the material conditions of the workers and peasants are improving from year to year. The only ones who can have doubts on this score are the sworn enemies of the Soviet regime. 22. To put it mildly, such language did not encourage independent research on standards of living. The inclusion in the picture of the peasants would certainly make it worse, in particular in the period 1928 to 34. Nothing can better illustrate the meaninglessness, in any real terms, of the claim to an increase in the consumption fund by 75 and more %. Admittedly, correction must be made for the elimination of unemployment, and for the fact that many of the poorer peasants were earning more as unskilled workers than they had as peasants, so that a falling real wage level does not necessarily imply that all wage earners were earning less than before. Social services did grow, too. Factory canteens provided inexpensive meals on a large scale. There was a big expansion of private cultivation on the outskirts of towns. Rents stayed very low. But many corrections require to be made in the opposite direction also. The fact still seems to be clear: 1933 was the culmination of the most precipitous peacetime decline in living standards known in recorded history. Mass misery and hunger reached dimensions whose demographic consequences have already been remarked upon. Agricultural procurement prices remained very low. Thus prices paid by the state for wheat in the Ukraine reached 8.05 rubles per quintal, 100 kilograms, in 1928-9 and remained unchanged through to 1934. In 1935 there was a 10% increase. Prices paid for beef in 1931-2 were actually below the 1928-9 level, pork prices were a little above. Yet all goods purchased by peasants had their prices very greatly increased. However, some peasants were able to benefit from very high free market prices. This was indeed primitive socialist accumulation. In 1934, however, a notably different policy for industrial crops was introduced, thus cotton prices were raised from 30 to 115 rubles per centner. This was doubtless a necessary consequence of the rise in food prices, since the Central Asian peasants could not be expected to specialize on cotton unless they could eat. To get results, a settled labor force was indispensable. A campaign was launched to penalize materially flitters and absentees. A series of rules and decrees between 1930 and 1933 punished absenteeism, common enough as a result of the habit of drink, by dismissal, eviction from factory housing and loss of various benefits. This led to a marked decline in absenteeism. 23 In 1931 Stalin made his famous critique of egalitarianism, Uravnilovka, in wages. The object was to reward those who chose to stay put and acquire skills. The result was a new wage scale which made the difference in tariff rates between least skilled and highly skilled workers as high as 3.7:1. This had some economic justification at a time when skilled labor was exceedingly scarce. Stalin also encouraged a policy of higher pay and privileges for industrial cadres, and abandoned the old rule, established by Lenin, that party members should not earn more than a skilled worker did. Success would be achieved, in his view, by much greater material incentives. This would bring nearer the day of communist abundance. Until then, the slogan of egalitarianism was, in his view, petty bourgeois. But non-material incentives were needed too. So there was greater emphasis than ever before on shock workers, shock brigades, the Red Banner, honors, socialist emulation. Thus, for example, on April 28, 1930 there was a party declaration on shock workers, approving the shock, udarny, movement, but warning against the tendency, which proved chronic, to bureaucratize the movement by such things as chasing the formal fulfillment of plan figures, declaratory showmanship, and so on. 24 workers and factories were thus urged ever onwards to new efforts, and rewarded both financially and morally. Privileges, whether for selected categories of workers or for officials, tended at this period to take the form of perks, access to closed shops, allocations of tolerable housing, a permit to buy a good suit, and so forth. Under conditions of universal shortages, money alone could not do much, without that something extra which authority could provide or allow. In this sort of situation, abuses were quite unavoidable, and the entire relationship between officialdom and the citizenry was adversely affected. It was therefore entirely right to endeavor to abolish rationing and to bring prices up to a proper supply and demand balancing level, as was done in 1934-5, as apart from greatly simplifying trade and price control, the opportunities for rackets of all kinds greatly diminished in scope. However, as shortages of necessities and luxuries alike were very severe, prices had to be very high in relation to the inflated wages. But this will be examined in the next chapter. It is time to turn to finance. How was the vast investment plan financed? In part by the sales of bonds, which became by this time almost compulsory, in that a recalcitrant citizen who failed to volunteer to buy bonds might well suffer unfortunate consequences. And then there was the printing press. Money in circulation increased as follows. The fall in 1934 is surprising, and receives no explanation. The rise was resumed in subsequent years. Last but not least, there were taxes. Little was obtained in these years by direct taxation of workers and employees, and while there was some revenue from penal taxes designed to drive individual peasants into the kolkhozes, and individual craftsmen into cooperatives, once there they were taxed fairly lightly. The bulk of revenue, after the tax reform of 1930, came from turnover tax, and to a lesser extent from the profits of state enterprises. Turnover tax is a term which covered, and covers, some very different species of taxation, including in 1930 to 35, the following. 1. Increased excise duties, especially on vodka, but also on salt, matches, etc. 2. Taxes included in the industry's selling, disposal, price, on a wide range of industrial consumers' goods, from textiles to sewing machines. These taxes were particularly high in these years on goods destined for commercial sales. There were also budget additions of various categories, so-called natsenki, which were added to the price of some goods when allocated for retail sales. 3. The tax which arose out of the difference between the low procurement price of agricultural produce and the much higher price at which raw or processed foodstuffs were ultimately sold to the consumers, after allowing, of course, for transport and handling charges. Thus in 1933 the Grain Procurement Organization, Zagat paid roughly 5.70 rubles for a centner of rye, and sold this rye to state flour mills at 22.20 rubles, the budget benefiting from the difference. After a series of retail price increases, the situation at the end of 1934 was as follows: the Zagat selling price of rye was 84 rubles per centner, of which 66 rubles was turnover tax. The price cited for wheat was 104 rubles, with turnover tax taking an even higher proportion, 89 rubles. The price of coarse wheat flour was 216 rubles per centner, of which turnover tax took 195.50 rubles. 25 anti-Soviet propagandists have made much of the very high percentage of the tax,